Three receivers. Snap is back on 1st and 10. Everybody picked up as Jay floats a nice tight spiral down the left side and over the shoulder. Alshon Jeffrey tracks the ball beautifully inside the Bills' 20 to the 15-yard line. Beating Leotis McKelvin. Bears are in the red zone, knocking on the door on a 44-yard strike. Out of the shotgun, Jake takes, looking left, wide open, down to Seaman in the end zone. Touchdown, Martellus Bennett. Touchdown, Bears. A quick strike, 12 yards. Cutler to Martellus, and the Bears have taken the lead on the opening drive of their 2014 season. Woods, Williams, and Watkins, the three W's out to the right side for E.J. Manuel. He's got Freddie Jackson on his left hip. Scored a bunch of touchdowns a season ago. They stick it. Nope, they're going to keep it on the keeper. Here's E.J. Manuel running left and walks across the goal line. Being chased by Conti. It's a touchdown, Buffalo. An extra point away from tying the game in the opening of this NFL season on their second drive of the game with 6:52 to play in the first quarter. So a big third down here for the Bears. Tied at 7 in the first quarter. Left to right. Jay in the shotgun. He's on a spread attack. 5 options. He takes the snap. Stays in the pocket now. Collapses and down he goes. Kyle Williams in there along with Mario Williams. They meet at Jay Cutler at the 35-yard line. A loss of 7 and a sack for Buffalo. Cutler in the gun. Forte at his hip. 3 receivers, low snap. Jay recovers, settles in, drifting back, throwing high. It is caught. Marshall snags it at the 29-yard line. Ball. Gives up the football. Buffalo picks it up. Running with it at the 35 to the 40. Got to bring him down. The linebacker picked it up. Preston Brown, the rookie out of Louisville. Matt Forte on the left hip of Jay Cutler. Takes the snap. Pockets tight. Throws down the seam. Underthrew it and intercepted. It is Corey Graham at midfield to the 40. Corey Graham with blockers to the 20, and Corey Graham down inside the 15-yard line. Frank Summers and C.J. Spiller on the back. Snap Manuel going to roll near side. Caught at the 8, walking into the end zone and running away from the Bear defense is C.J. Spiller running past Lance Briggs for an 8-yard toss. Corey Graham interception, big return, a penalty adds to it, and now an 8-yard toss off the 43-yard return by Graham, plus the penalty, and the Bills are up 16-7 on the road. Snap, Jay fakes the toss left. Jay rolling right, looking for somebody to get open. Nobody is, and he threw it, and it's intercepted by Kyle Williams. The defensive tackle came out of nowhere, and he threw it right in his belly. Kyle Williams, where did he come from?
And now, live from Famous Dave's, 704 Janes Avenue in Bolingbrook, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by Motorworks. And nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook.
There you go.
Great food. Great food. Best thing happening to me today was eating at Dave's. Obradovich, Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767.
Doug, wait a minute.
Yes.
I'm telling you, if you folks are listening, you're here and in the radio, at home or in your car or wherever, you're going to be in for a hell of a show today. I'll guarantee you that. There's a lot of people we're going to undress them. It is incredible what the hell went out there today. You have 16 games to get it right. And this cavalier approach by Trestman, and you can put it right on his head today. Right dead square on his head. He did not have this team ready to play. I don't give a damn what anybody says. When you watch every one of the 4 exhibition games, folks, if it's the offense or the defense, just watch. When you see Seattle in the exhibition games and in the league games, the defense, they take the proper angles and they're storming, they're coming at you. Watch us when we break the huddle on offense or defense. Check our attitude and see what the hell we're doing. And you wonder why a team, now listen to this, folks. You wonder why a team from 2009, obviously they play 8 road games. In 2009, Buffalo won 3 games, road games. In 2010, they won 2. In 2011, they won 1 road game. In 12, they won 2, and last year they won 2 road games. They come in here after a revamped defense and an offense that had a hell of a year last year, and we're at home. It's our home opener, and this team comes into our ballpark and takes us down. You got to be kidding me.
Well,
Paying a quarterback $126 million?
Well, could be overpaid. I'm not sure.
You know what, Doug? I'm sorry. We're not.
No.
I was
no,
just
hey,
telling you.
stop.
I brought special candy for you from Mork's out in Palatine. They've been in business since 1920.
And I ate the whole box.
And it's sugar-free.
Yeah.
So thank you
Yeah.
to, I'll tell you, Mark and Rhonda and Mork's. They're wonderful. I hope they'll save our life today.
I got to tell you something. Today was very agonizing. I would have rather spend the weekend in jail than watch this game again. Seriously, folks. I mean, it was just agonizing. You take a look at Buffalo. If any of you guys are better out there next week, whoever Buffalo plays, take them. Take somebody to beat Buffalo. I never saw a game like this in my life. I mean, I know I understand 3 turnovers turned into 13 points. That's, okay, I understand that. But the fact is, this whole game was just wrong. Everything was wrong. I mean, we're putting up yardage. We're not scoring points. Guys are making mistakes. Let me ask you something. Did Allen play today, that new guy we brought in?
Yes, he did.
No, he did play. Yeah.
All right, let me just jump in here quickly. I tell you what, I promised myself I wasn't going to get to this point, but
you're there,
see,
buddy.
that went out the window.
You're there.
Last year, the year before, we couldn't stop the run. The Bears' weakness is right front. It's the defensive tackles, okay? Call them Iman, call them any damn thing you want. This team, Buffalo Bill, came in to our ballpark and ran for 193 yards. And that was our biggest problem on defense last year. We were the worst defense. We were the worst team in the National Football League in stopping the run. And this team comes in there after being revamped, bringing people in, spending draft choices on defensive tackles that are 6 feet tall, and they run for 193 yards. You tell me.
And the other thing, too, when you understand the fact that last year the Buffalo Bills were number 2 in rush. Now, if you're a defensive coordinator, if you're a guy that's a coach of the Chicago Bears, shouldn't you get prepared for something like this? Shouldn't you say to yourself, hey, they saw what we did last year. We were 30th. We were 2nd. You know what? We're going to run the football down their throat. Well, they did. They ran the football down our throat. And the fact is, then we saw Cutler make some great plays. Once again, go back to Cutler making some bad plays, throwing the interceptions. So all in all, when you said and take a look at this football game, I said to myself, and Ed and I were talking on the way out, I wonder what San Francisco is going to do to us. This is Buffalo. Buffalo can't play dead.
Doug, if this coaching staff and these players don't step up to the plate, can you imagine we got to play against that team from the North twice, Detroit twice. We've got to go to San Francisco. We've got to go to New England, play against the Patriots with Tom Brady. Are you kidding me?
You got New Orleans. I figure there's about 6 elite teams or 7 elite teams we're going to play. We're going to lose all of those. But today I was really shocked, to be honest with you. I picked the Bears, saying the Bears will do this. They're certainly going to run the football better. They're going to score. The defense, I understand there's a problem there, but they're going to shore it up. Now, Conti come in and played. Conti had a nice interception, but did you see the last play when the guy intercepted the ball and knocked Conti in his ass?
Twice he stiff-armed him and shoved him and threw him on his back.
So I just say to myself, well, where's the physicality in this deal? As Ed said, if you watch,
sense of urgency?
You watch Seattle play, watch Seattle's defense, they take no prisoners.
Every play. They swarm them. They didn't take the exhibition season off. We took off 4 days of practice, give a guy off. 3 days of practice, give him a day off. Well, what day is that off? Well, it's a Mark Trestman day off. Well, it's a veteran day off. Well, guess what? Everybody joined in today, and they all took the day off.
You know what's disappointing to me, though, Ed, is, again, I've been being facetious about saying the fact that Allen played today. He's non-existent. I'd rather have Peppers here. He's non-existent. What did he do? He made one tackle?
Doug,
there wasn't any pressure. There was nothing from the outside. Yeah. The inside pressure definitely wasn't there. So we didn't get it from the outside. And the fact is that you're paying us money for these guys to play. And like Ed said, well, if you can't practice, if you can't go out there during exhibition season, then get the hell out of my face, all right?
You know
go home.
Doug, that struck me and I think the people that really watch the Bears and during the exhibition season, the last game, folks, he didn't even suit up or dress up to play.
You're talking
the
about Allen now.
backups. No, I'm talking about Trestman. They didn't even suit up the backups.
Yeah, well.
They didn't even play in the fourth game.
Well, the fact is, when they had one game they had played, when they started out the third quarter, they were getting their brains beat in, and they didn't play the offense. But again, once again, 3 turnovers, it cost them. There's no question about it. And all in all, when you take a look at this football club, I say to myself, I'm very concerned. So why can you be concerned? Because it was the Buffalo Bills. That's why I'm concerned.
Worst road team in the last decade.
So it was terrible. So anyway, let's go to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go to, let's see, who is that out there? Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey guys.
What's up, Mike?
Great to have you back for the year. I'm gonna make 5 quick points and I hang up and listen.
Go ahead.
First of all, Jay is still Jay Cutler. 2, the defense still can't stop the run. There's still no pass rush, and the play calling was terrible. They were doing the screens, it was working. Why did they only do them a few times? It pisses me off, guys. I'll hang up and listen to your answer. Thanks.
Mike, let me jump on this on the pass. Again, no pass rush. Mike, the great pass rushing teams, when Jared Allen played at the Minnesota Vikings, he had 2 guys, the William brothers or the William boys. One weighed like 340 and the other one weighed like 360. They caved in and crushed the middle. You can go look, teams that have played great pass rushing teams, it comes from the middle. He got Paya playing next. The people that tape this game, watch this game again, and I said it last year and the year before again, watch the inside guys for the Chicago Bears. This guy, Paya, I have no idea what he's doing on this team, Doug. Absolutely none.
Well, he's not the only one.
Jesus.
He's not the only one you have to worry about who in the hell's been on this football club. Once again, did McCollum play today? I guess he did, yeah. Allen play? I guess he did.
McClellan, I think, had 2 tackles.
Yeah. And, another thing, you've got to take Mel Tucker's got to take some of this brunt of this, too. I'm sick and tired of hearing about how the defense and Mel Tucker's going to do it his way, and he's not going to do it, the old way. He's going to do it, put his stuff up in front. You got to understand, he came from Jacksonville. When he came from Jacksonville, their defense was ranked 31st. So it kind of improved it here. He was 30th.
And the other thing is...
So, I mean, all these guys got to take responsibility for what the hell is going on out there. What?
The defensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills.
Jim Schwartz.
Schwartz. He was the head coach of the Detroit Lions. They couldn't get a first down, and they shot themselves in the foot every game. And they come in and kick our butt.
Yeah, Schwartz, the defensive coordinator, couldn't play.
He's a defensive coordinator, and I'm an astronaut.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star post-game show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. The Chicago Bears lose to Buffalo 23-20. We are live at Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And we're going to go by the numbers. 193 yards rushing against the Chicago Bears. Digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie, Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit Illinois.com. Ed, you take a look at what's going on with the Bears, and do you understand that it's the same problem over and over and over?
Doug,
so it has to be. I mean, you just can't take one part of this deal. It's the same people. It's the same players. It's the same coaches. It's the same thing. Mainly defense. Hey, Ed, listen to this. We had first downs. I think the Bears had 29 first downs.
29 first downs.
And they had 15. Now, 29 first downs. Why can't we score? Now, obviously, we had the 3 turnovers, which turned into 13
Doug,
points.
that should say it's a win. And another thing, the Bills had 9 penalties, 9 for 108 yards. You get to 6 penalties, you get to 7, 8, 9, or 10, you've lost the football game. We only had 4 penalties for 43 yards. They had 9 penalties against them, Doug, for 108 yards.
Well, that's what's scary about this whole game. You say, okay, fine, you can have a bad game, but you had a bad game against a tomato can. And if you lose to tomato cans, let me tell you this right now, you got major problems. You have major problems because there are certain games you should win, no matter by 3, 2, 1, 20, 50, whatever. You win that football game. This was one of those games you put on the board that said the Bears will win against Buffalo. They're playing their first game at home, and they will win this one. Didn't do it. Now, what do you mean? They're going to come back and beat New Orleans. They're going to come back and beat San Francisco. They're going to come back and beat the Green Bay Packers twice. They got Detroit. They got all these teams they got to play. They're going to go play New England. So what are you talking about here? When you give an opportunity to win, when you got a tomato can, unfortunately, both of these teams look like tomato cans. I wanted to put a pencil in my neck watching this football game today. Sorry, as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry to hear that.
Doug, you had mentioned about Jared Allen, what had happened. I don't know, what did he get, 1 or 2 tackles?
Yeah.
Eagle Ferguson, Paya 2. The Paya and Eagle Ferguson play inside of Jared Allen. Jared, if you're listening, you're going to have a long year, son. Watch him. Again, it is absolutely inconceivable to me how they keep putting these guys in game after game, play after play, and they don't get off the line of scrimmage. Jared Allen said from Minnesota, all he needs is an inside push, 3 to 4 yards, and he said he'll make things happen. Did you watch today? Nobody got off the line of scrimmage, including him. Jared, guess what's coming?
Let's go out to Will on the south side. Will, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up, Will?
First, I got 2 statements and a question, but first I want to say I'm big fans of y'all passion. I didn't see y'all play on, but I'll be 32 next month. But, Doug, I remember actually the first time I saw you was on TV at some casino. You had a show back in the 90s. I used to watch it.
Yeah.
It was entertaining. But my statements and everything, fire Mel Tucker and cut Chris Conte right now. He's hanging on somebody's arm for 10 yards and can't make a tackle, and he made plain mistakes today. Conte, cut him. And I don't like Mel Tucker as defense coordinator. Fire him. The minute they get in the locker room, anything they got on it, say Chicago Bear on it, take off, clean your locker room, clean your office, go home. Don't come back.
Good
and
call.
Why did we not run the ball? Why did we not run the ball enough?
That's a good question. You got to affect, the Chicago Bears. And here's the other good question is that Buffalo last year were terrible. They were just as bad as the Bears against the run. Now, against the pass, they were very good. They were second or third. But against the run, nothing. And that's why the Bears, I don't understand, didn't run the football more. But when it's all said and done, somebody's got to be responsible. Mel Tucker's got to start taking the blame for some of this. That's got to be. You trying to tell me the fact that you don't have all the players? Well, you got some players there. There's some things going on. It's the same problem. 193 yards rushing. They're shoving the football down your throat. You tell me the problem. And that's something he's got to have to straighten out. We're going to have to straighten out, or Trustman's going to have to straighten out.
Doug, I tell you one thing they better do, and starting next week when we go out to the coast and play the 49ers, Mel Tucker, you better put some blitz packages in there. Again, we have 4 guys on that defensive line, can't get there. They're right, those problems are right in front of you. You better come in with line twists and blitzes from Will, Sam, and Mike, and strong safety, weak safety, cornerback. You better get together this week and come up with a bunch of created defensive blitzes, because I'll tell you what, if you think you're going to go with those 3 linebackers and those 4 down linemen, and you got Chris Conte at strong side safety, and we're going to win more than 10 games, we're going to get in the playoffs, not a chance.
Yeah, and the fact is, too, you're playing San Francisco, you have to worry about the passing game, but you got to worry about Frank Gore. He could come out and he could run for 200 yards, the way the Bear defense looks. And what's amazing about the Bear defense, it's a gashing type thing. They'll hold 1 yard, 2 yards, then bam, somebody hits it for 40. Then bam, somebody hits it for 30. And so that's what happened today's football game. So when you turn around, it's 193 yards. So, again, too, they got to correct it. I don't know how in the hell they're going to correct it. I don't know if it's a coach who's got to be corrected. The players itself is all you got. So that's what you have to do. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Yeah, Dougie, just hold it a second, guys. A couple of shout-outs I have to give. To Keith Winston and his wife and Scott Solovi. He and his wife were at Gene and George Eddie's last night. They love our show, Doug. They listen to us, and they're great, great people. Also, Bob Ochoa and the people at
You forgot, didn't you? I mean, you
True Edge.
Yeah.
Tour Edge, excuse me. No. I'm so damn fired up here. But the people at Tour Edge.
Senior moment.
You got, yeah, absolutely. But a big shout out to them. Thank you.
We'll be right back. I know how to tackle. I bring a
Contact,
guy down.
I
bring a guy down. I tackle him and I bring him down. That's what I do. That's what I'm paid to do. Not throw my shoulder in front of him. Not roll on the damn ground. Not get the stiff arm right up my ass. The fact is, I tackle the guy. And they're not doing that. I want to see somebody tackle somebody, for God's sakes.
Doug, did you meant to say up your backside?
Yes, I did. I apologize. Let's go out to Mike in overseas. He's in the Army. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, boys, how you doing today?
What's up, Mike? Where are you, Mike?
Hey, I'm actually in Kuwait having fun here in the sand. Yeah, I got a couple things, and you guys actually just said half of it. But the big one is a lack of accountability. You just got done talking about no middle linebacker. The Bears always had someone that held people accountable on the field, and then you had coaches that were held accountable, and you just don't see that anymore. And my last point, and I'll hang up after this, talk is cheap. You know, you could talk all you want before a game, but where the hell are the people on the field, like you said, kicking somebody's butt and taking names? You just don't see that on the defense.
That's what it came down to today. I mean, they were in a fight. They knew it. They came out the second half, third quarter, fourth quarter. They knew they were in a dog fight, and guess what? Got a hell of a whipping.
Yeah, and the fact is, not only the whipping, you could say, okay, Seattle whipped me, San Francisco whipped me. It was Buffalo. It was the Buffalo Bills, for God's sakes. You know, there's a team that couldn't play dead. And the fact is they come in here what they did. So that's what bothers me the most.
I told, honest to God, all these poor people that listen to me, all week long I'm going to the car dealers, my friends, everybody. I said the Bears would win by a minimum. I said a minimum of 40 points.
That's what
I said. Trust me on this one. A minimum of 40 points.
Ed,
I'm not going out of the house.
I had the same deal. I looked at this and I said,
you did it too?
Oh, there was no way. I said, there's no way in hell the Bears could lose this game. There's no way. Take a look at this. Take a look at that. Take a look at this. Take a look at that. We took a look at it, and I didn't like what I see. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Oh, Lord.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show on The Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Well, Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And I got to tell you again, once again, the food out here is just phenomenal. I am telling you, if you like barbecue, if you like, I had the end strips. You know,
yeah, Doug. They have 7 places, I believe, in the Chicagoland area, and
it's unbelievable.
It's a big, huge place. It's beautiful, and the people that work here, honest to God, folks, I tell you, they're as nice as people could be.
They are terrific, and the fact is that I'm from South Carolina. My wife's from South Carolina, and have a lot of barbecue down there. This is just as good or better. I'm telling you right now, I'm not pulling this because of the fact that they represent our show. These people do one hell of a job here, and the food is phenomenal.
Yes, it is.
So just come on out. Let's go out to, let's see, is it Bernie in Algonquin? Bernie on the Score.
Hi, guys. Best show on the radio, period.
What's up, Bernie?
You're hitting it right on the head. Listen, this is Mel Tucker. We knew we had this game coming in. One of the worst teams in football. We should have buried them. We knew they had
absolutely. Absolutely.
We did nothing all day to stop the running game.
Nothing.
We couldn't get off the line of scrimmage with the front 4. That's coaching. Where were our linebackers all day? They don't have the word blitz in their vocabulary or the playbook. You got to change what you're doing if you can't stop them early. What's going on?
That's
How we stop anybody on the run?
Hey, Bernie, if we need another guy on our show, my vote is for
you.
you.
Yeah.
You did a hell of a job, pal.
Well, I just follow your lead for the most part, but that's what I couldn't think of one play all day that the linebackers made. We've got the 3 slowest linebackers in the league. We can't get to the ball. I've seen pee-wee linebackers get to the ball quicker than these guys.
You know, it's not that they're slow. It's the fact that they don't react. The fact that they can't read or they don't get a jump on the ball. That's part of it. The other part, obviously, is what Ed is always talking about is the defensive line. That's nowhere to be found. The third part you talked about and which Ed talked about, if you can't do it with the defensive linemen, you can't do it with the linebackers, then do it with the blitz. Do something different. Get out there, give them something else. But whatever's going to be done, it better be done real soon. Because if not, this is going to be one hell of a bad year.
Okay, now, again, and I don't want to talk in circles here, but everybody knows damn well what the hell our problem is. And our problem is defense, and it's the defensive line, okay? And then you go to linebackers, safeties, whatever. But it's the defensive line. Now, you've got Emery, our general manager. You've got Trestman. You've got Mel Tucker. You've got a bevy of scouts, college scouts that are out there, pro scouts. And you went all out to bring these people in, 6-foot defensive tackles. I mean, the talent that you brought in, it was an all-out to fix the defensive line. And you have this pathetic football team come in here on our home opener and run for 193 yards, and we spent $1 bazillion on defensive ends, defensive tackles, high draft choices. Like Doug says, for Christ's sake, they can't even play dead.
Well, here's the point, though, Ed, and you're absolutely correct. The other thing, too, let's look at it deeper. Let's look at it the fact that when you take a look what's going on, someone's got to take responsibility for this.
Well, Emery's got to jump in. Just like I said, Emery, you got Doug, the scouts you've got.
I'm still saying
all the people.
I'm still
and
saying,
this is what you come up with.
I understand that, but I'm still saying that Mel Tucker's got to take part of this deal. He's a defensive coordinator. This crap didn't just happen yesterday. It didn't happen in exhibition season. It just happened last year. It's happened all the time since Mel Tucker's been here. So the fact is that take a look what's going on. This is where Trestman comes in. I understand what Trestman can do offensively. What can he get involved by defense? What can he say to these guys? What can he work on? What can be the fact that could make it better or change it or do something damn thing? You're going to have to do. The only way he's thinking about doing this thing is score more points.
Yeah, Dougie.
And that's the only way we have a chance with the defense I saw today.
Obviously, there was a huge effort to go out and fix the defensive line. I mean, that's with money and drafting and whatever it did, and obviously it did not work. Well, Dougie, we got 15 more games, and you got a lot of people that, love the Bears. The Bears are the team in this town, and we won it in 63. We won it in 85. I think in the last, 78 or 80 years, we've won it twice.
Yeah.
We've won it twice, and we're the footing and the foundation of the National Football League.
Well, you think about that. Your statement is absolutely correct. But let's think about the other statement which you brought up at the beginning of the show. The Buffalo Bills have not been to playoffs for 14 straight seasons. Now, you're trying to tell me all of a sudden the Buffalo Bills are now the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, and they can't win a road game.
They can't win a road game. And all of a sudden they come into Chicago and beat the Bears and beat them. And the fact is the Bears are sitting there. Like I said, this game to me, I wanted to put, there's no question, I wanted to put a pencil in my neck, and I wanted to call it a day because of the fact of what was going on out there.
Folks, I agree. Folks, this never should have happened.
Never.
Trust Doug and trust me on this. It never, ever should have happened today. You're at home, the home opener. You made all these adjustments, signed all these contracts.
Never should have happened.
Never should have happened. Never.
And the fact is that it did happen. And that's what scares the hell out of you. Because you know why? You faced Buffalo, and I'll keep saying it again. You have not faced the cream of the crop. What happens when you get at San Francisco? What happens when you get at New Orleans? What happens when you get at New England? What happens when you get at Green Bay twice? I'll tell you what happens. If you played like you did today, forget about it. Put a fork in it, you're dead, mister. The game is over. So that's something they're going to have to change real quickly.
This poor kid, Chris Conte, I do. I feel for the kid. But, boy, to get thrown around like a rag doll by, I believe it's a wideout that caught that pass. Stiff-armed him once, and the second time he stiff-arms him, he throws him on his back of his helmet.
Yeah.
Holy cow. You think this kid will be going out and having a beer somewhere tonight?
Well, again, too, the kid had an interception. You said, okay, he's turning himself around. And I was really happy for the kid after the interception. But again,
I feel sorry for that kid, Doug, but I tell you what, they're going to bury him.
But, Ed, you know what? There's nothing physical about our defense. There's nothing physical that says, look, you
and
know
there's
what?
nothing smart about our defense either, Doug. There's nothing
nothing.
smart. How can you come into the first game and you don't have a blitz package? We can't get there with the 4-down linemen, and then you don't have plan B or C to go to? What the hell are you thinking about?
Yes, and the fact is that you know that they run the football. You know they were number 2 with the rush last year.
Absolutely.
So you should have been prepared for that. But the other point I want to make is that I want to see somebody that wants to tear somebody's face off. I want to see somebody to rip their jaw apart. I want to see somebody that wants to break your ribs. Bad thoughts? Yeah, but the play is damn game. You have to have bad thoughts. That's the only way you can play the game. I'm not apologizing for it, and that's the way we wore, that's the way we played it, and that's the way it is. And if you want to win, why don't you go take a look at Seattle and see what they do to you? You try to get a couple yards. You may get the couple yards, but you're going to pay the price. The Bears are just whiffing. They whiff along. They float along defensively. Now, offensively, they'll come out and they'll put points up. But defensively, there's nothing there that says, hey, hold it. This is tradition of the Chicago Bears. This is not 63. This is not 85. This is thought teams, the pass and the defense took you on and, just plastered you all over the field. And people know that. And they're taking advantage of that. 193 yards rushing against you. That's an out-and-out rotten shame.
I'll tell you what, we should have taken the guys from Tour Edge Golf, who's, by the way, still around the world. We should have lined them up with all their clubs. That's what they needed today, to whack somebody in the head.
Yeah, that or machine gun. I don't know what the hell it would do. Anyway, let's go out to Mike in Burbs. Mike, you on the score.
Hi, Ed, Doug.
Mike.
Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
The only question I want to know from you, because I started watching the Bears in 72, and I'm still there today. I want to know if Shea McClellan and Chris Conte would be on your football team.
Not on
mine.
mine.
I want to know.
Not mine.
My answer is no.
No.
Okay, that's good. How come they're still there?
Well, because
Conte lost the game today. I'm sorry, he did. Again.
Well, the fact is, just that one play won't lose the game for you. It didn't help. But the fact is the whole defense lost the game for you.
No, I can name 3 plays that
He whiffed on another one, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. He whiffed on that one.
The boy can't play.
He played maybe better corner. He had an interception, looked good doing that. But you asked me, can these guys play? They can't. McClellan is a guy that you take a look at him, you say, okay, if he was a 6th-round pick, you'd say to yourself, boy, this kid has some potential. You don't have that in a 1st-round pick. Your 1st-round pick has got to come out there, stomping, romping hell, and go out there and create havoc. Not like what's going on here. And it's not happening. It's not happening. And I get tired of talking about it. Ed and I both get tired of saying what the hell's going on here. But we know it. We see it. We see what's going on with this football team, with this defense. And once again, and Ed brought it up at the beginning of the show, I don't know. I didn't see and this is the first time this has happened to me. I've not seen the sense of urgency in this football game.
None. During the exhibition season,
No.
Doug, and today, I didn't see anybody rushing up to the line. Defensively, people sauntering around.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. You know how important this was? You know how important this football game was?
Oh, my God.
It's so damn important because it was home and there was a tomato can. You beat tomato cans.
That's right, and a team you should have crushed.
Crushed. They should have been all over. What are we doing, Rick? Taking a break? We'll be right back. Go Bradovich and Buffon.
The Bears
Bears fall to the Bills in Week 1. What does Mark Trestman need to do to turn things around and get a win over Jim Harbaugh's 49ers in Game 2? Keep it here as we cover it all on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Post-Game Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Well, we're at Famous Dave's, and again, too, like I said, the barbecue out here is just outstanding. Everything went great today. The food was terrific. Unfortunately, the Chicago Bears lost 23-20 to the Buffalo Bills. And our phone number, 312-644-6767. Do you want to give us a call, talk about it? Ed and I are here. And
yeah, Dougie, what I like to go back because, again, the glaring weaknesses on this team showed again in the opener of 2014. Now, Doug, they cannot stick with a game plan like this or anything similar to it. It would be a disaster to go to San Francisco and think that our 4 down linemen can beat San Francisco's 40 down linemen. The only way we're going to be in that game and have a chance, Doug, and if they know we're going to blitz, fine, we're blitzing, try to stop it. That's like Green Bay with their old end sweep. Everybody knew it was coming, try to stop it. But, Doug, I'm telling you, if they don't, we cannot. 4 guys, our 4 down linemen can't play. And I'm going to tell you this. They better go out to Frisco, and I mentioned it early, Doug, corner blitzes, safety blitzes, Mike, Max, Will, Sam, all those blitzes, and you better have a ton of them, and you better start practicing tomorrow. And by the way, Coach, no more somebody's day off, okay? We're into the damn season.
What I see is the fact that after you said all that, which is true, the Bears' best chances against San Francisco would be not to go there. That would be their best chance. Let's go out to Jim in Winnetka. Jim, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Yeah, Jim.
I love your Big Doug show.
Oh, Big Doug, yeah.
Yeah, and OB, you're awesome.
Thank you.
I have 2 questions or maybe comments. How do you stop a QB's ego from getting in the way of making smart decisions? And the other one is on defense. No throwing to people in tight coverage. And the other thing is, when did tackling around the upper portion of the body become fashionable?
Well, you see, you talked about the last point, and I've been trying to make this point. And OB and I talk about this point a lot. You know what? You can tell me old-fashioned. You can call me what you want to call me. But there's certain ways you do things. There are certain things in fundamentals in football that does not change or will not change. And tackling is one of them. You know, if you can bring a guy down right away, right there, all of a sudden you saved yourself some yardage. You saw what happened today. You miss a tackle, guy goes an extra 20, 30 yards. And so I think that's piss poor throughout the whole league. And I think the Bears are piss poor doing the tackling bit. The fact is, though, when you take a look at it, they're not allowed to do anything in training camp. You know, they only got 1 hour. They only can do this and that. Their morning practice consists of going out in their shower togs with their bathrobes on and going out there and practicing. That's about how tough it is down there. So, yeah, you got to do those things. You got to make those. You got to practice the tackling. You got to take those dummies. You got to work on it. Myself personally, that's the first thing I look at. How do you tackle? What do you do? Do you have your head up? You wrap up. You drop a guy right in his tracks. Next play.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jimmy. As far as Cutler with his ego, there's no way you're going to make adjustments with his ego. He has the ego. He's had it before he got here. And it is what it is, and you got to live with it. The only thing that I could tell you is how can you adjust it or tame it down or whatever. It's got to be Trestman. It's got to be, I would say Trestman. You've got to have him week to week and go over his mistakes. And I know it sounds, well, what is he talking? I'm telling you, I have no other way. You are not going to change Jay Cutler in his, what year is this now for Cutler? 8, 9?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah,
You're not going to change his philosophy or his ego. It's there. What you're going to have to change is to limit his mistakes. Throwing across his body, throwing back into traffic, okay? You don't do that. Run the football or throw it out of bounds. He threw back into traffic, and look what happened. Big mistake.
Let's go out to Shad in the south side. Shad, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, I love you guys, but I'm going to skip the pleasantries today.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, look, we can break down the game, offense, defense, special teams. This is on coaching. You had all damn off season.
You got
get
it.
Your team ready.
You nailed it, my
to
friend.
Play some defense and understand what your identity is with this team. You came out being cute on offense, running goofy gadget plays after you had established the run in the second quarter, and then you allowed the defense, and you made no adjustments the entire game, and they ran the same damn play. And I don't want to hear about this is not Lovey's scheme, this is his first year, is under whoever. I don't care. If Mel can't get it right, get him out of there, okay? It's on Trestman, it's on Mel Tucker, it's on Emery, it's on the management. Let's start finger pointing to the coaching staff, guys.
I agree, 100%. I brought that up last week.
Absolutely.
We talked about it.
You know what? They can't find a hole.
No.
I mean, they can't hide, guys. And you know
there.
what? It would sound, well, that's a little harsh. You know what, Emery would trust? No!
That's their job.
That's their job, for God's sakes.
You know?
They're making millions. You're paying people millions to go out there and win 16 lousy football games, not 162 or 85. Yeah. And this is what the hell you come up with in 2014 on your opening day?
Yeah, and to use the excuse, the fact that you want to change your thing, that you don't want to be like Lovie Smith. That's the reason why you played your defense was so poorly, because you had to use Lovie Smith's operation. You really want to use your own, which from Jacksonville, Mel Tucker, which in that part I keep saying,
there you go,
the guy
there
was ranked number 30th when he got here. It was 30th. Why would I want to use that defense then? Think about it. So in other words, it's aggravating as hell, and the guy is right. Somewhere along the line, who takes the responsibility?
Right.
The coaches take the responsibility.
Trestman, this was Doug. I'm going to tell you what. Bang! Right on his head.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And also, Eddie, we have a game ball to give out. And this segment is brought to you by Al Pomani Ford in Melrose Park. Go to apford.com. And the game ball goes out to Jim Schwartz.
Folks, for those people who don't know who Jim Schwartz is, he was the head coach for the Detroit Lions for the last 4 or 5 years, and I don't know. He just absolutely destroyed the team. So they hire him as the defensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills. He gets our game ball. He couldn't coach. Well.
You could give him 4 game balls. The guy couldn't coach dead. Let's face it. Let's face it. He was dumber than a rock when he was.
The guy was so bad. Oh my God! And this guy comes in. Jesus!
And he beats us. Why we were laughing at him? He's probably laughing at us right now.
Well, listen to those 2 morons.
Yeah, right. What the hell do they know?
Oh God!
Let's go out to the black physicist. Black physicist, you're on The Score.
Hello, Doug.
Hello,
Ed.
What's happening?
Doug, sorry you missed, I should say Ed, sorry you missed the fun
at the Boys and Bernstein thing. It was a lot of fun and missed you. Anyway, I just want you guys to convince me to come in off the next week when the Bears play the 49ers. I mean, a lot of the callers before me stole my thunder. There's accountability with the quarterback, Jay Cutler, throwing 2 interceptions. Was it a miscommunication between him and Bennett, or was it just, quote, the ego? Also, can we have any type of defensive play going? I defer to your expertise, gentlemen. Have a great day.
Okay, with Cutler, again, just a little bit ago, answering another question about him. You never throw cross your body. You never throw backside. I mean, sometimes you'll see it hitting, and it's a great play ever. 9 times out of 10, it doesn't work. You just don't do that. Rodgers up in Green Bay, he knows you don't do that, and I consider him one of the best, if not the best quarterback in the league. And you don't do that, especially for Jay Cutler being around 8, 9 years, or whatever the hell, how long he's been around.
Yeah, and you talked about the defense again, too. There's nothing I can say about the defense, and I can't say anything about the defense. And most people can't say anything about the defense except for what you see in front of your eyes. And what you see in front of your eyes is nothing but a sieve.
Doug,
what you see in front of your eyes.
How do you, as you and I, how do we tell the folks?
I can't tell them.
Oh no, those tackles defensive, they just pick people up. They crash the line in 4 yards.
Everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry. After next week, because you know what? We got another tomato can, San Francisco, we're going to play. And everything's going to be just fine. It may be 60-0 the way this damn team is playing. And that's the way they played today. Home opener, Buffalo Bills. Give me a break. Go out to Rick on the south side. Rick, you're on the score.
Hello?
Hello, Rick.
Go ahead, Rick.
Hey, guys, I really enjoy listening to you guys. I appreciate your passion for the Bears. And I just want to know what you thought about game management. Sometimes I think there's moments in games when, you know, your approach to the game is critical, and I'm talking about the last 3 minutes. You know, when they had the ball in that last possession there, and they had 80 yards to go, well, actually 45 to try to kick the field goal. Okay, that's one thing. But when you're down there in the red zone, okay, now you smell blood, you can go for the touchdown. And I don't know, just watching the game, I just think to myself, these guys act like they're playing for the field goal to go into overtime. Where's the intensity, especially when there was like 2:30 left? Remember, it was 3rd and 1, and Cutler just stood there and let about 30 seconds go off the clock, and they went to the 2 minutes. And then they came out right after that, and he ran around in and got the first down. And, of course, that ate off about 40 seconds the clock. So now you're looking at 1:20 to go. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think about that moment in the game? Do you think that your intensity should pick up a notch and you should go for the win and go for the touchdown, or do you think that was okay what they did, their approach to the game? I mean, maybe they were playing for the touchdown. I don't know, but it just didn't seem like it to me watching the game. What do you guys think?
Well, it's hard to say because you don't know what they were thinking as far as concerned what, you know, they want to know the 3 points that would be the difference in the football game. I've always thought and the fact that you take what you can get and you try to score and be aggressive in what you're doing. And again, too, you take a look at the Chicago Bears. You know what you say? If I gave you these numbers, for example, they had 29 first downs. The Bears had 29 first downs. You know, they had a total of 427 yards. 29 first downs, a total of 427 yards. But the killer was the 3 turnovers, which turned into 13 points because your defense, first of all, can't handle a turnover because they can barely stay alive just playing normal football.
Doug, which falls under the column, statistics are for the losers.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they're for. You could tell me you had 29 first downs, you could do everything. So there's some statistics on the other side too, Doug. Like 5.8 yards a rush, almost 6 yards a rush against our revamped defense, our defensive line.
Get up to the minute on today's biggest sports.
Who was that? And tell them to get off my air, okay?
And then again, Doug, the 9 penalties that the Bills had. That for 9 penalties they had, folks, for 108 yards, and they overcame that and beat us. Okay? Well, you have 9 penalties for 108 yards. More often than not, I'd say 99% you're going to lose the damn football game.
Well, that is it. And the fact is, you said, I know you talk about statistics, but the one statistic that you do talk about that really makes a difference is the turnovers. And turnovers can really cost you. Cost the Bears 13 points, especially when you have a defense that's as soft as a grape. When you have that, then you can't do it. You can't play the game. You can't afford to make a mistake. So you have to go out there and say, okay, fine, because my defense won't hold up. For years, that defense held up when the offense would make mistakes. You're not getting field position from your returns, from your punts and your kickoffs. You're not getting field position like you did before in the past. Now it's up to the offense to do all this. 427 yards is a lot of yards, but you didn't get the points to go with it. Unfortunately, you got the turnovers, which cost you 13 points. Let's go out to Ray in Geneva. Ray, you're on the score.
Hello, gentlemen. Been looking forward to your show since last season. Unfortunately, I wish the discussion was a little different.
Yeah.
If you guys have already discussed this, I apologize for repeating. But the whole game came down to the last possession in the fourth quarter, when the Bears, I believe, were slightly inside midfield. They had 2nd and 1. Forte had been increasingly involved in the offense. They had success running the ball. They ran 2 risky pass routes that were unsuccessful and had to kick a field goal to tie the game. That's where the game was there to be taken, and the play calling was very suspect, and I believe that was their downfall.
Well, yeah, the fact is, too, you're at 2nd and 1, and you got a guy like Forte. You would figure that you would just try to stuff that football down their guy's throat, Buffalo's throat, and pick up your first down, and then try to go for that 7 or get that 7 points. Well, it didn't work that way. There was no question about that. Once again, too, though, you had Cutler throwing the football. They said, well, fine, give him an opportunity to throw it. Maybe we'll make a big play. That didn't happen either. We saw a lot of drop passes in this game. We saw a lot of guys getting hurt. The other thing, the offensive line was all shaken up, Ed. With Slauson getting hurt.
Yeah.
Garcia getting hurt.
Right.
And so you had to switch that around. So there was a lot of things in this football game, but the main thing when I take a look at the game was the fact that how much did you really want this football game? I didn't see it.
Good point, Dougie. That really is. That's
see
the
it.
bottom line.
I did not see it. And that's a shame because I've seen it before. I've seen this team go out there, but I didn't see that fire, the stuff in their eyes that says, listen, you know what? This is the first game. I know you're a tomato can, and I'm going to prove it to you you're a tomato can, and we're going to beat the hell out of you.
Dougie,
that's all. That's the bottom line.
They say the preseason games, they really don't mean a lot. Well, I'm going to tell you something. That's when you start setting the tone. You don't set the tone about how the hell you're going to play the season, the 5th game, okay? And again, you diehard Bear fans, you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. This nonchalant, not playing this guy, not doing this. When are you going to get your timing down? Offensively, defensively. When are you going to run your line tricks defensively? When are you going to do it? In what game of the 16-game schedule? And you don't even dress or play your second team, your backup guys in the 4th game. What in the hell are you thinking about?
And the other thing, too, remember Seattle game? Did not Seattle beating the hell out of us? When the third quarter came, did not Wilson start a quarterback? Did not they keep their whole first team in?
Right.
Did not they went on to kick the crap out of us?
Right.
And keep kicking the crack out until we just gave up because they want to get instilled in that ball player. This is what we are. This is who we are. This is how we're going to get this thing
And Dougie,
done.
the other thing was right in front of you, offensively, when they broke the huddle, and especially on defense, how they attacked you and how they came after you every play after play after play. Right. Watch us.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show on The Score. Sports Radio 670 presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Well, Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Bad day here in Chicago. The Buffalo Bills 23 and the Chicago Bears 20.
That would be Motor Works.
Is it Motor?
Motor Works.
Just, you know what? Just because you went to Illinois.
My act is not very good. I'd pull that off.
Just because you went to Illinois doesn't mean anything.
It's got an S on the end, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Let's go out to Chris on the west side. Chris on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Chris?
Hey, I hate to tell you what be the bearer of bad news.
Go ahead.
But if it's going to take this version of the Chicago Bears to be successful, that they're going to have to play a perfect game on offense, defense, and special teams, then this is going to be a long season. But, hey, I saw this coming way back in Bear-Bernay when I saw what Emery and Trestman was concentrating on, and that was Palmer at QB and a converted QB at running back when neither can make an NFL roster. And that's what's bringing me to my problem, this roster. Now, my beef with the Bears, well, scratch that. My beef with Miss Miskowski is that she needs to get a real football man to run this organization. Someone who doesn't need a search firm to find a qualified football man to bring in the right people and put them in the right positions. You know, Doug, you or OB should have this job because Emery can't do it. He can't identify talent. You know, and that's what brings me to my problem, that this squad is short on talent. It's average at best. And guess what? With that being the case, none of these guys on his second and third string would be in the NFL. You know, that's all. You guys have a great one, man. Y'all keep up the great work.
Yeah, well,
thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. You know, the fact is, you take a look at this and say, what is in front of your face? And you say, what really do I have hope for? I can see that this offense could do well, that this offense could score, that this offense has something going for itself. This offense last year was number 2 in scoring points. I believe that could happen. I don't believe it. But my defense, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it.
What's scary about that,
That's
Doug?
what scared the hell out of me.
Their main objective was defense, and number priority was the defensive line. Again, made trades, paid guys millions of dollars, high draft choices on inside men, and wow, holy cow, Doug.
Yeah, and also, too, I'm still going to go back to it. Accountability. Mel Tucker's got to take accountability for what the hell's going on out there. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There are certain things that coaches can do. There are certain things that could change. No coach is going to go into a football game knowing that the team you're playing, the Buffalo Bills, who are number 2 in rushing last year, are not going to come out running the football, and you let them run for 193 yards. To me, that's coaching.
One thing we found out today, our 4 guys, they can't get it done. So for the next 15 games, we got to blitz, Doug. That is the only way, and hope to hell that our offense unleashes and can put up a ton of points.
They're going to have
win
to.
a game 47, to 39 or something. To win, go through and win games like that. Because I'm going to tell you, what I saw today, giving up 193 yards, and what we spent $1 bazillion, scouts, managers, head coaches, everybody trying to fix this, and that's what the hell you put on the field. And I see there is going to be no way, Doug, that these 4 guys, 7 guys or 8 guys, whatever they got, that they can hunt and put it together. They can't do it, Doug. I'll guarantee you that.
Well, the point is the fact that, again, to go back to the defensive line, there's no question that's a part of it. The linebackers are a big part of it, too. The safety's a big part of it. It's all part of what's going on with this defense. And it's nothing that you can write home about because the defense is not that good. So what you want that defense to do is at least get out there and hold its own. So the fact is, when you take a look at all of this, that, you're not getting turnovers, Ed. Do we have any turnovers today?
No,
Takeaways?
and there wasn't pressure. So, like I said about an hour or so ago, for heaven's sakes, the defensive corner, what the hell are you thinking about? You can't get there with these guys. We're in a dogfight in the 4th quarter, for God's sakes, and you don't have another plan to go to? You don't have a blitz set up, a blitz package to go, whether it's backs, linebackers, or whatever it is? You don't have it? What the hell are you thinking about? I mean, that's what I'm telling.
There you go.
That is absolutely. I mean,
you're getting pissed again, and you're not calming down. You have to calm down, Ed, because the fact is that, you know what? We still got 15 games left.
Because that's exactly what the hell I saw out there, and there's no way in God's green earth you're going to tell me those guys we brought in and drafted are all of a sudden going to be world beaters in the defensive line. Ain't going to happen.
I'm with you 100%, and I think, too, you pound the hell out of the defensive line. A lot of other stuff is going into this, too. The linebacker.
Where do you think it starts, Doug? It starts up front on both sides of the ball. The offensive line and the defensive line. That's where it starts.
First of all, where it starts, Eddie, it starts with the coaching. It starts with Mel Tucker on defense. That's where it starts. Then it's dropped down to the peasants, which are the ball players.
Were you just telling me to calm down?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Obradovich, have a phone. Baby Obradovich, I'm not quite sure. Bye.
I would rather save that for tomorrow. I mean, I think we all saw him out there. There was one on a boot. He threw it behind him. That was one. Again, I hadn't had a chance to talk to him about it. The other one was we faked a bubble screen, and he was working inside out Marty to Brandon, the corner or the safety. In that case, I don't know if it was the corner or the safety, melted down inside, and I think Jay may have felt that Marty was going to look quicker, but at the end of the day, corner made a good play on it.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino post-game show, live from Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star post-game show on The Score. Sports Radio 670 presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Famous Dave's in Bolingbrook. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Ron on the south side. Ron, you're on The Score.
Yeah, I want to start off saying I love your show, but I'm kind of disappointed you guys went straight to Conti when we're paying Allen a lot of money to do nothing as far as today goes. And our linebackers were atrocious. They bit on way too many misdirections, and they missed a lot of tackles.
Well, I'm the first one to talk about Allen, and I did it as a joke. I said, did Allen play today?
Okay.
I didn't hear his name. So that part I was way ahead of you on. The fact, too, that McCollum, I didn't think he did play his game. But Conti did. We saw what he did. We saw the couple missed tackles that he made. But on top of that was the fact that he did have an interception. So all in all, when you take a look at it, the defense had a lot to do with this because I don't give a damn. One guy, two guys can't control what's going on with 193 yards that another team is going to run down your throat. And so somewhere along the line, they better sit down, take a look at the film, tear it apart, and find out what the hell is going on with this football club. Let's go out to Patrick on the north side. Patrick, you're on The Score.
Oh, Doug, I'm like you. I wanted to jump off the chimney, not the roof, the chimney.
Yeah.
I mean, it was like the Bills came in here, robbed your house, and then made you carry the TV out to the car for them. I mean, this is terrible. But now I just watched that play. The Bears fans get this Conti. They can't get it off their head. Tillman blocked out. Allen blocked out.
Yeah.
Number 92, he didn't lay a hand on this guy. That guy didn't. He ran right through their line. No one touched him. By the time Conti made contact with him, it was game over. Fall on the grenade. He was already in field goal position.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't let him run past him. He struggled, and a good running back put a stiff arm on him. Now, he also made a tackle earlier in the game that would have saved the long game. Well, he made a nice tackle. He had an interception, but nobody touched this guy. Nobody. Bridge shot the wrong gap, and he got a whiff. And then number 50, that Shea McCollum, if he took a shower today, it was a waste of soap and water because he didn't do nothing. I don't even think I heard his name called.
You did one time because he had one tackle.
One tackle, what is that? Like about a tackle for about $20,000? One tackle for $20,000, I'll do that. I'll throw myself down in front of him for $20,000.
And Allen did the same thing, one tackle for $20,000, and you can throw yourself in front of a train because the fact is you don't get anything out of those two guys. I mean, that's just a fact. That's what happened in that defense. I mean, the guys that you're counting on to make big plays didn't make the big plays. But on top of that, though, it's overall, when you take a look at a football club, you can't be a nasty football club giving up 193 yards rushing. You can't be a football club like that. You can't be nasty. You can't be, oh boy, look at the Bears. We saw what the Bears do in the past, that when you really are tough physically against that run, it screws everything up, the guy throwing the football, catching the football. But when you become a sieve on the defensive end, when they can take that football and do what they want to do with it on the ground, then you become running for your life. And that's what happened to the Chicago Bears again today. Not just today, not just what just happened today. It's been happening. It happened last year, it happened exhibition season, and it's happened now. So somewhere along the line, this should be a kind of a thing for somebody to take a real good look at, because there is a problem. And they better solve it.
You know what's scary about this thing, and I mentioned it I think a couple of 2-3 times, Doug, is that you go back to our general manager, our head coach, our defensive coordinator, all of defensive back, I mean everybody, and Dougie, then you go, our general manager, our head coach, all these people, then you go to the college scouts, the pro scouts, and they had 1 year to fix this defensive line, and they went out and they drafted people, made trades to bring people in to fix the defensive line. Doug, that game was horrid today. I'm going to tell you something. If I'm Jared Allen, and I will look at those films, obviously he will, and have him look down the line. See what this guy Paya, Ferguson, Doug, it's not there, babe. It's not there, and it ain't all of a sudden they're not going to take me. I'm going to take I'm a better football player pill next week. It ain't going to happen.
And the other thing, too, though, you mentioned with Jared Allen, you're absolutely correct. They depend on the inside guys. But Jared Allen was no trip to Hollywood today.
That's exactly correct.
He was no trip to Hollywood.
Well, guess what? He hardly played at all during the exhibition season.
Exactly.
Most of these guys on both sides of the line hardly played, Doug. Yeah. There was no continuity. There was no rhythm on both sides of the ball. It was a disaster. And especially, what is this, the worst road team in the history of football or something like that?
Well, they're
the
terrible.
Buffalo Bills?
Bad. You know, like I said, in 14 years, they have not made the playoffs. I got the drive of the game. It was brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford, #1 in what matters most, customer satisfaction in sales and service for 25 consecutive years. The drive is 4 plays, 66 yards for the Chicago Bears, in 1 minute and 55 seconds for a touchdown. Too bad we didn't have more of those drives. We just had one of those drives. Let's go out to Brad in Sycamore. Brad, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Brad?
Go ahead, Brad.
Great show. Thank you very much. Hey, a couple of things. I have no idea what we did during the preseason, because I'm this coaching staff. Why weren't we prepared for this game? Why weren't we prepared to play ball? I don't get it.
Exactly,
I don't
Brad.
get it. I don't get it. Number two, another comment is, I'm done with Mel Tucker, and I'm done with the special teams coach. And number three, this may be a little bit out there, but you know what? We're stuck with him, and Al Cutler's a fine guy. He's a talented quarterback. I don't think he's a winner. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, and the fact is, our only chance is our offense. Our only chance is to put points up. I have seen no
good call,
future.
Doug. Good call.
In what we see. You know, that's why I get so disappointed. I knew the offense has an opportunity, Ed, to put points on. Well, we see that. It's there. They got some good wide receivers in Marshall and Jeffrey and Bennett at the tight end and Forte coming out of the backfield. You tell me, what do you see on defense? Give me a name. Give me a name on defense right now that you say to yourself, hey, hold it. Boy, these guys are out there. That's what scares me, because I can't come up with anything. No one is really stepping up in their position.
Linebackers, defensive backs, nothing.
Cornerbacks, nothing.
That's what's so depressing about this damn game today, Doug. And then looking forward to next week and the following weeks.
You could see it in the offense. You could see where they can score. You could see they have the guys. You don't see it on defense. And that's why you take a look at it and you say to yourself, what chances do we have as a Chicago Bear fan or a Chicago
49ers? Holy cow.
Let's go out to Johnny in North Park. Johnny on the score.
Hey, thank God you guys are back. I can't wait all winter, for you guys.
Thanks, Daddy.
Now, listen, why is everybody so upset? I don't understand this.
Why?
Trustman promised it. He said he wanted a team that is selfish and undisciplined. You got it.
He didn't say undisciplined, did he?
Yes, he did. He said
He's
selfish
undisciplined.
and undisciplined.
Well, he wants
undisciplined.
Yeah,
They
why
have
would
no
he want
discipline.
Johnny, why would he want a team that's undisciplined? I mean, you want a team
Don't you
that's...
remember he made a mistake? And he
Oh.
said this at the beginning when he was hired.
Oh, I
In
don't,
memory.
I don't remember that. I remember the fact that, again, too, we know the pieces have got to be put together like a puzzle on defense and offense, and I thought that's where Trestman was coming from. He put those pieces together, I believe, in offense. I still believe in that offense that they can put points up.
Yeah, but here's the
defense is a big part of my
here's
which
the
I
bottom,
don't believe in.
Here's the bottom line. He is the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Okay? Not a sometimeser or an offense or he is the head coach of the Chicago Bears.
Sure. There's no question. Just like Lovie Smith was, the fact was he was the head coach too, and he held with the defense. He didn't pay attention to the offense. Trestman's got to start paying attention to the defense now, I'm telling you, with the coaching staff. Tell them what's going on out there. What are we going to do? What's our defense? What's our game plan? Do you know that the Buffalo Bills run the football? How do we stop we run the run? How do we play this guy? How do we play that guy? That's got to be done.
You know what, Dougie? We've been doing this for a long, long time, and you played 14 years. I played 11, played on a world championship team, and I'm going to tell you what, and I don't think anybody has more knowledge than you about the game of professional football in this city than you, period. Well, I'm going to tell you, Doug. This loss today. I mean, I don't remember being. I can't help it. Sometimes I get fired up. I'll be damned. There was no way that they could lose this game. It's the home opener coming off last year. All these trades and maneuvers they made in the defense, and to come and get slapped around and thrown around for Christ's sake in our own ballpark.
Yeah.
What are you people thinking about?
On top of that, it was the Buffalo Bills. It wasn't Seattle. It wasn't San Francisco. It wasn't Green Bay. It was the Buffalo Bills, who, again, last year couldn't play dead, and this year pretty close to the damn same thing. Let's go out to Robert in Villa Park. Robert, you're on the score.
Hello?
Hello, Robert. You're on.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, not only I look forward to football every season, I also look forward to listen to you guys talk on the radio.
Thank you.
Hello?
You're on.
Oh,
we hear you.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I know we ain't going to be too disappointed next week because we know what team they're going to be playing, the 49ers. Is just down.
I said our best chances against them was not to show up, just call it a day and just say, hey, we're not coming this week because we don't feel good. We feel like we're going to take a day off. Something like that.
I'm not even sure if I'm going to have the stomach to even watch this game because it was just, I don't know if this was exhibition or regular season. So I just wonder sometimes the Bears might let the wrong quarterback walk, and that's all I got to say. And I'm going to listen to you guys, and thanks for taking my call.
Robert, this was a game where they had to come out, believe me, and this is when you set the tone. But the exhibition games, you had to work up. You got to build up to a fever to get ready for the first league game, and it was at home. Okay? And that's how you play this game. For heaven's sakes, the fourth exhibition game, we're sitting Bostic. He's sitting, not even playing. And a week later, you're going to open up the league against a Buffalo team that comes in there you should have slaughtered? He doesn't even play? McClellan doesn't play? What are you thinking about? It is so irritating and so aggravating. It is absolutely unbelievable to me that they would set a tone in the exhibition games and the last game, and they don't even play their backups.
It's a sad day.
Jesus.
It's a bad day. And it's a day that, if you take a look at it, the Bears needed this football game. Don't tell me about the fact, and I don't want to hear this crap either, Well, Doug, it's beginning of the year, and we got a long way to go. And Doug,
no, you don't. There's
crap.
only 16 of them.
Yeah, it's crap because there's only certain games you're supposed to win, and some of the games you might win, but there's certain games you're going to lose for sure. This was a game that they were supposed to win for sure. They didn't do it. So, Rick, thank you, my friend. Studio, Ethan Shaw.
Everybody.
Brett Lyons. Updates with Nick Skakowski, Nicky boy. Engineer Dominic Mandarino. And promotions, Danny Kolenko. And on site, the one and only, the best producer around in the world, Rick Camp.
Number one
in the
And all you Bear fans, God love you, and thank you for listening to Doug and I. And good Lord willing,
we'll be back next week.
We'll be back. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Davis, the tight end to the left. One day the widest to the left against Gore. Snap Kaepernick, give it to Frank Gore. Inside of the 5, dives in, shoulder first for the touchdown. Bostic on his back, couldn't stop it. Frank Gore's in, and the 49ers extend the lead to 16-zip with 2:22 to go in the first. It is Jeffrey and Marshall in the gun. Jay takes the snap. Jay winds up, looking to the end zone, throws it behind Marshall. He pulls it in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Brandon Marshall adjusting to that throw, and a beautiful catch. Jeffrey singled up to the right side. Safety cheating over the top. Snap to Cutler, looking left. Cutler throwing to the goal line. Touchdown, Brandon Marshall. Touchdown Bears. 20-13, San Francisco, 5-yard toss. Snap is back, Kaepernick. Here comes Allen. Kaepernick steps up and now runs. Throws on the run. Swipe by Kyle Fuller at his 40 to midfield to the 45 and the 42 of San Francisco. That's a treat from Kyle Fuller. Snap to Cutler looking left. Cutler throws. Back shoulder. Fade. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Brandon Marshall. His third TD catch tonight. Bears extend their lead 27-20 and 4 Jay Cutler touchdown throws.
And now, live from the Majestic Star Casino Lakeshore Lounge, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with your hosts Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And that is right. That is correct. Chicago Bears 28, San Francisco 20. What a game. What a football game. And after that first half, I thought, oh, here we go again. The Bears are playing that game again. They're not doing this. They're not doing that. They come out the second half, they were a different football club. And you got to take a look at what happened out there, Eddie. The 49ers had 4 turnovers. And what about Fuller, the way he played at cornerback position, and those 2 interceptions he had? And Conte had an interception. And how about the couple sacks by Young? But the biggest killer of all for the San Francisco 49ers was the penalties. They had well over 100-yard penalties against them. To beat the 49ers at San Francisco, with San Francisco opening up with a new stadium, you got to hand it to the Chicago Bears. Now, a lot of guys are banged up. They were playing without a lot of guys. Slauson didn't play. They had to play the new center. Garcia didn't play. They didn't play Tillman. Tillman got hurt. Ratliff got hurt. He had a concussion. So all of a sudden now the other guys filled in, and it was just a team effort, and it was something to behold, especially that second half, how they did it, how they fought back, And though San Francisco made a lot of mistakes, Ed,
well, Doug,
the fact is we won the football game.
I agree. That's right. Congratulations to the Bears.
Yeah.
Would I ever thought they'd ever win this football game?
I didn't.
Not on your life.
Yeah.
Not on your life. Not after that opening game. But I got to tell you, we got to give kudos to the 49ers. They're winning 17-0 in the first half, and they kept shooting themselves in the foot time after time after time. And when you do something like that, in which we have said for years, Doug, you keep somebody in the game, watch out, pal, up pops the devil. Now, just let me, some of the things here that are amazing to me. Excuse me, folks. The first 7 drives by the Bears, offensively, that's the first 2 quarters of the game, okay? Our first series, we gained 1 yard. Our second series, we gained 16 yards. Our third series, we gained 24 yards. Our fourth series, we lost 5 yards. Our fifth series, we lost 9 yards. Our sixth series, we lost 19 yards. And our seventh, just before the half, we went 7 plays, 80 yards for a TD. Not only that, the 49ers in the first half averaged rushing the football against us with almost a 50-yard touchdown by Gore called back. They averaged 6.3 yards per carry. And these idiots lost the football game. 4 turnovers, penalties, well over 100 yards. I don't know. I think they were probably in double digits in penalties again. And when you do that, you have no chance of winning a football game. Again, 49ers 17-0. Playing for, this is the opening of their new glorious stadium, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Had the Bears buried and kept shooting themselves in the foot. Lo and behold, the Bears stuck in there, Doug. Some of the players, like Young, had a great game against a backup defensive tackle. But guess what? That's what the hell you're supposed to do against a backup offensive tackle.
Yeah, he got 2 sacks. And the fact is, when you take a look at this, and the one thing we always talk about, is the fact about turnovers. The Bears didn't have a turnover. I think that's correct. We have a turnover except for that block punt. Now, how about that one? Let's say the block punt doesn't occur. That in itself put the Bears in bad position with that block punt.
And, Doug, you know, everybody was talking about what are the Bears going to do offensively? We have our 2 top receivers are hurt. It's this or that. Everybody all week. We've got to go to Forte. We've got to start a running game. And we've got to run and pass the ball. Forte is the guy to key. Well, let me tell you something, folks. At the end of the third quarter, let me repeat this. At the end of the third quarter, Forte had, Doug, 9 running plays. For 3 quarters, 9 running plays for 10 yards. Our leading rusher after the third quarter was Jay Cutler, 3 carries for 27 yards. And we won this damn football game.
That is, again, too. I'm looking at this, and I'm in total shock. The way that game started out, what I saw us do against Buffalo last week. But we saw it all day today. We saw Cleveland beat Miami. We saw so many upsets going on today. And again, you take a look at this game, in San Francisco, they were just gliding along. You're saying, well, when are they really going to explode? This is really going to explode, and the Bears are going to get beat by 20 or 30 points. This is something I got very appreciative of the Chicago Bears. They did not throw the towel in. They did not throw the towel in. They couldn't run the ball, but the fact is they got that young kid, Fuller. Those 2 interceptions that kid had were just phenomenal. How about the 3 touchdowns with Marshall? That 1 touchdown was just unbelievable. So all in all, they got some individual plays out there, players to make stuff happen. Like you said, Young, who went against a backup tackle, Martin. Those things are important. I saw Lance Briggs play better than probably he's done in I don't know how long, as far as getting after that football, just shutting that run game down.
Dougie, let me jump in there real quickly. And another guy, number 6, Cutler. I think there were several times, Doug, when he could have, which we've seen before. I mean, the game just goes away from him. He stood in there. I think he was probably as much a guiding light in the second half as anybody on that football field. He kept them in there. He kept the offensive line in there. They were fighting Kyle Long, fighting along, struggling all the way. And I think Cutler was the guy that kept it going. He didn't panic. He stayed there. He was a force to be dealt with. And he third quarter, fourth quarter, and made it happen. Because why? Because that moron football team we played shot themselves in the foot. And by the way, might I add this too? Jim Harbaugh, blue and maize.
Michigan.
Maize and blue.
You
Guess
think he's
who's
going
coming
for sure?
Next year? I'll guarantee it.
You guarantee it, huh?
I will guarantee it. He's gone. He's gone. He's out of San Francisco. University of Michigan, there's your new head coach.
Well, all I know is I didn't make this call. I had the Bears beating the 49ers, and someone asked me, how can the Bears beat the 49ers? I said, not to show up. I mean, that's how I thought about this game. But when they got into this football game, and then all of a sudden I saw that first series, they blocked the punt. They blocked the punt to get the ball on the 2-yard line. I said, oh, here we go. And that whole first half was just odd. It was just odd. Then the penalties. I never saw so many damn penalties on both sides. But again, too, it hurt San Francisco more. And then San Francisco with the turnovers. You always talk about in the game of football, if you turn that ball over, you got yourself a problem. And they did turn it over 4 times. You can't turn the ball over 4 times and win. Last week, 49ers beat the Dallas Cowboys. They had 4 takeaways, and Dallas had 4 turnovers. And today, obviously, the Chicago Bears did not have a turnover. So all in all, when you put that together, these guys, I thought, hung together. They played. They made the big plays when they were supposed to make the play. So we'll see what happens from now on. But this is huge, because if you start out 0-2, and there's a percentage, I think it's 40%, says that you will not make it to the playoffs. They go 1-1 now, and that jacks up to about the 65%.
Dougie, yeah, and again, I'm just going to repeat it again. There's some guys that came to play today, and even though, again, we were down 17-0, I thought it was the whole ball game was over with. But I'll tell you what, if you guys stayed in there and fought hard, and again, I want to give the big kudos again to Jay Cutler. Doug, he did not panic. He was cool under pressure, cool under fire, made the plays, made it happen, put the heat on the ball when he had to have heat on it, and he guided them all the way through the fourth quarter in a victory. So I think Cutler is my guy. I thought he did a great job.
He did a terrific job, and you're right about this. He did not make the mistakes. He did not turn the ball over. Did not try to make the impossible throw. He took what they gave him, and they kept with it, and it got to a point where it got so damn boring. We said to ourselves, when are you going to try to make a touchdown? When are you going to try to make a move? When are you trying to do something? You could see both wide receivers couldn't run that fast. You can understand that, but they're big enough for him to throw the football to. He took his time. Consequently, the Chicago Bears come out winner.
Yeah, what he did, I think he just toned it down.
Yeah.
Instead of running deep post, fly patterns, etc., he kept everything short, kept the big bodies guys, 12-yard passes, 15, 8, 10-yard passes, even into the end zone, and he made it work. Smart football.
We're going to take a break. You're listening to Bradford and Buffon on the postgame show to Majestic Star Casino.
Snap to Cutler looking left. Cutler throws. Back shoulder. Fade. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Brandon Marshall. His 3rd TD catch tonight. Bears extend their lead 27-20. And 4 Jay Cutler touchdown throws.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from the Majestic Star Casino Lakeshore Lounge. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station.
Those highlights provided by WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Bradford and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And talking about the game today a little bit, just to prove your point about Cutler, how cool he was, basically, not getting himself in trouble. He had a quarterback rating of 119. Which was pretty damn good. 119 is pretty good.
You know what, Doug? That's an amazing number. Now, just listen to these folks.
Yeah.
Total. I'll just run a couple of them down. In other words, that old saying, statistics are for the loser.
Mm-hmm.
Total yards, 49ers, 361. Total yards, the Chicago Bears, 216. Yards per pass attempt, they had 49ers 6.1. We had 4.9, which is anemic to say the least. They rushing attempts, they averaged 4.8 yards per carry. We averaged 2.7 yards, and we won this football game.
That goes to show you how strong the takeaways and turnovers are in a football game. San Francisco had 4 turnovers. The Chicago Bears had 0. And there in itself is the difference. And plus the penalties. San Francisco had about 118 yards in penalties.
16 penalties for 118. The Bears had 10 for 58. But my God, 16, that's a loss. That is a loss.
That's where the game was, buddy. That's where it was, and there's no question.
Turnovers and penalties.
You know, the other good thing, too, we saw today, and it was very important to see this, that the Bears, with their number 1 pick in Fuller, what he did do, the 2 interceptions he had were not easy interceptions. And not to mention that, he had 7 tackles on top of all of that. So that in itself is something to say, hey, hold it. That's really going to help this defense with this kid Fuller out there playing. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, great to talk to you. What a difference a week makes.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. I never would have thought this. I'm watching the game with my buddies, and 2 of them left at halftime, and I said, go ahead, go home on and see what happens here. But, guys, I got a question for you. I'm concerned about the injuries are starting to stack up. At the safety position, Conte and McManus went out today. Let me ask you something. I watched the cuts closely. When the Bears did their final roster cuts, they did M.D. Jennings was probably on the cusp of making the team make or break. Now, they did settle. You guys played in the NFL, and you're going to know this more about it than anybody else. They did an injury settlement with him. I didn't even know he got hurt, but here's a question. They're very thin at safety, depending on how serious those 2 injuries are to McManus and Conte. What's the chances of them calling M.D. Jennings up and getting him on the team? Because he practiced with them, training camp and everything. What do you think about that?
Well, the fact is, I myself personally, I'm not that high on Jennings as far as a strong safety. He's been around the league a little bit. And they're going to have to come up with something, but again, what? Who? Where? And the fact is, you got to take a look at the guys you have right now. If it's Conte with that shoulder, isn't that the shoulder? Is the same shoulder they had operated on? It's not the same shoulder, is it? It's the other shoulder. So the fact is, you got to get him ready. He made a gorgeous interception. There was no question about what he did there. But you're right. I don't know what they're going to do about the safety position. Basically, they got to try to keep these guys healthy for the rest of the year, because obviously that's a big important part of their game.
You know what, Doug? I think maybe to try to answer your question, and believe me, I'm not quite so sure that I have a total and clear answer on that. But what I see is, if with Jennings, what they did, if in fact they did make this settlement, Doug.
Yeah.
Okay, I would assume that if they settled for a certain amount of money, et cetera, to be paid, however, I don't know, but I would assume one of the factors is when you agree to this, you are done. You will never play with the Bears again. I'm just assuming that. I don't know. But I would assume that if you're going to come in and bring a lawyer and go after the Bears and make a settlement, I assume in the written agreement somewhere is that bye-bye.
Yeah, and I don't think the Bears are that high on them either. And I think that's part of the problem. I mean, they're not going to pay extra money or figure a way to do it. But again, too, what are you going to get off of the scrap heap? Who are you going to find playing this game? Who's going to play strong safety? And that's what they have to look at, because it's a very important part of the game. But again, too, let's get back to what I saw with Fuller. That, to me, was impressive, what I saw today at that cornerback. You get Tillman going down out of the game. And the other thing was impressive, we saw Valance Briggs play his game, which was impressive. We saw Young get 2 sacks, which was impressive. There's still some problems with that defensive line. There's no question about it. But the fact is, though, for them to come back and do what they did in this football game, because I was like Mike said, I was ready to turn it off. It was over. In my mind, it was over. After that block punt, they're up 7-0. I said, put a fork in it.
Kaepernick.
They're going to beat him up.
57.0 rating.
Yeah, and he couldn't do anything with the football, except for turn it over. Let's go out to, who is that? Baby Fab. Yeah, Baby Fab in Atlanta. Baby Fab, you're on the score.
You know what? I got to stop watching football, Doug.
It could drive you nuts.
This is too much, man. It is too much. I mean, how do you explain this? But I'm happy, and just kind of questioning. What do you think this? Do you think some switch went on because you have this block punt at the beginning of the game? The what was that? A fumble that took the ball back to the 2-yard line when they were, it was like sloppy. But then all of a sudden they became this crisp, precise team. And I know for a fact we'd be 2-0 if that was the case. So what do you think? Do you think this is training camp issue or how they preparing? Because this doesn't make any sense to me. This was totally out of the blind. I thought this was going to be, oh boy, the Bears going to lose big. But then they just showed so much heart. And Mel Tucker got a lot of heat off his butt today.
Hey, Fab, I can tell you this. That game last week against Buffalo, we were not ready to play. I mean, offensively or defensively, period. He did not have that team ready to play. They went out there tonight, and they stayed together. But I'm going to tell you something. You got to give a lot of credit to Kaepernick, 49ers quarterback. The 49ers, penalty after penalty after penalty when they have the Bears down 17-0. And I've told you over the years, I'm more often than not, it is incredible how that happens. You let a team hang around, sooner or later, bango, you're going to get nailed. And that's what happened. And that's why I said earlier, Fab, that I really admired Jay Cutler hanging in there, the second quarter, coming out the third quarter and the fourth quarter, not panicking. He's not showing any panic. He's showing leadership. He's accurate. He's moving the ball down the field. He's hitting its targets. He's moving the chains. I tell you what, I thought it was all Cutler. He played a great game.
Yeah, and the line gave him time to throw. That's the other thing. If you look at that second half, he had time to throw the football. And he had some great catches by Marshall.
But, Doug, they shortened the pass routes.
Well, the Marshall, they had
obviously,
to because they couldn't run deep.
Because of the injuries to him.
Right.
But it was a smart move.
It was. And the fact is, what you're saying is what I'm saying, but a lot of people should be saying. Jay took his time in this football game. Now, don't get me wrong. There were times there the Bears caught some breaks. They caught a break after a quarter ran for, 45 yards, and they called it back. There were some penalty calls there that made stopped the San Francisco from moving the football. There were a lot of breaks there, but that's all part of the game. That's where the game is. So if you don't blow up, which is easy to do after that block punt,
they had their chance to put the Bears away in the second quarter.
They didn't do it,
and they did not do it. So you know what? Too damn bad.
That's right, because that's the name of the game. And the fact is, if you can't do it and you can't put somebody away and put your foot on their throat, then you got a major problem. Let's go out to Demetrius on the southwest side. Demetrius, you're on the score.
Yeah, I was watching the game, and I agree with you on both of y'all. This is Demetrius Baby Luther from the southwest side. But I think, too, you got to give all the whole team, the defense, and Marshall, and also I like what Lance Brish said when he was going through the lockup. He shot out defense, and I think give Cutler and all of them. And if the defense and the offense start connected, we could be making some noise. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, again, too, you saw what happened here. One goes down and falters a little bit. The other one steps up. But I'm telling you, in this game, this is why Lovie Smith was so good with his defenses. They got takeaways. We had 4 tonight. I'm telling you, it's a killer. 4 turnovers is a killer. That's just like I told you about last week. Last week when they played, when San Francisco played Dallas. Dallas had 4 giveaways. San Francisco had 4 takeaways. And so that made the difference. That makes the difference in a football game. There is no question about it. And that's when they look at the turnover ratio. And that is why Lovie had a great defenses a lot of times because they didn't give up the ball.
Doug, there's a lot of strange games that play today. Who the hell ever would have thought the Cleveland Browns would beat the New Orleans Saints? Who would ever have thought that? And guess what? It happened.
And there's so many games that happen like that today. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Majestic Star Casino postgame show with OB and Doug.
Eye right, Kaepernick. Under center, takes the snap, play fake to the pocket. Pressured and brought down from behind. Closing quickly for the sack. Willie Young came out of nowhere like a bullet and brought him down. 6-yard sack, third of the night for the Bears. It is Jeffrey and Marshall in the gun. Jay takes the snap. Jay winds up, looking to the end zone, throws it behind Marshall. He pulls it in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Brandon Marshall adjusting to that throw, and a beautiful catch.
Those highlights provided by WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767.
Douglas Drive of the Game is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. Number one in what matters most, customer satisfaction and sales service for 25 consecutive years. Drive of the game. The 7th drive of the first half to close it out. The Bears won 70 plays, 80 yards, 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Cutler, 17-yard TD pass with Brandon Marshall with the one-handed catch. They don't do that on that 7th drive of the first half. We don't win this football game. That is the drive of the game.
I believe it, and I'll take it, and I'll accept that. Let's go out to Jimmy in Lima, Ohio. Jimmy, you're on the Score.
What did I just see?
What did you see, Jimmy?
How many times have we gone in there and gotten shut out or only scored 7 points or only 6 points?
Forever.
You know what? That is going to be known as the Jay Cutler game right there. You've heard of the Sandberg game and the McMahon game back in Minnesota in '85. I've never seen a comeback like that in an impossible situation to win. They were done. They were done. Cutler gets killed. He should have died on that hit. And he goes on and throws 4 touchdowns. How about when Ego and Sutton blew up the line so that we could actually fill the gaps? Everybody was filling gaps and stopping the run. I mean, it was just a great win. This win is going to propel them, boys. I'm telling you, that was a big win. Fuller's incredible. The offensive line was making a huge pocket for Jay all night. Great win.
You know, Jimmy, you brought up a great point, which I forgot, and that is something that you just mentioned about Cutler. He took a hit. He took a smash. This guy come through him, and I thought he killed him. He bounces back. That's why you never can, you can say a lot of things about Cutler. You know, everybody talk about, his facial expressions and this and that. That kid's got guts.
Well, I'm going to tell you what,
I saw him playing Vanderbilt, Ed, same thing. Yeah. I saw him playing Denver, same thing.
I told you, to me, the job he did today, and I said it from the get-go of this show, Doug, that to this thing, it was all about Cutler. All about Cutler. It really was. He got him. Do you remember after he took those hits and all that? Did you see they showed Kyle Long on the sidelines and out there playing? He was into it. He wanted to crush people. He wanted to do everything that he could, and they fought like hell to win this football game and playing against a team that can, that the 49ers, how dumb could a football team be? 16 penalties for 116 yards. It would have been a hell of a lot more than 116. I mean, how stupid can you be? 4 turnovers?
That's good, though. That's good that they were stupid.
And
that's a good thing.
And I'm going to tell you again, I'm going to say one more time. Jim Harbaugh, he's gone, Doug.
Michigan?
He's gone. I'm telling you, this guy is gone. He will not be with the 49ers next year.
I know.
And he'll go to Michigan, and he'll sign a gigantic contract, and he will win at Michigan. He's got the Michigan blood in him. But I'll tell you what, I don't give a damn what anybody says. Adios, San Francisco.
There wasn't a person in the papers, on radio, that picked the Bears to beat San Francisco, including.
You got to be out of your mind.
Including me. I said, it's all over. There's no way. And then when I saw the punt block, I said, that's it. Put a fork in it. Everybody go home. I said, hey, let's go. They said, well, the game's not over. I said, but yeah, it's over.
Player of the
I
game.
got to admit that he's so good as far as what makes the thing. They did not sit still. They fought. That's all I wanted to see was them to fight.
Doug,
to come back into a football game.
If Jay Cutler, if Jay doesn't stay in there, Doug, for 4 quarters. If he doesn't stay in there, that team falls apart.
Yeah, there's no question.
That team falls apart. He stayed in there. He took hits. And I tell you what, he never gave up. You never saw him with a smirky, smart look on his face. I tell you what, kudos to Jay Cutler. I can't rave about him enough, Doug.
And you got Jay Cutler, the main guy, the quarterback. But here's another thing. The surrounding cast. That offensive line, especially in the second half, was outstanding. Those wide receivers were outstanding.
You mean the offensive line did a great job of pass blocking.
Pass blocking, not run blocking. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying for Jay Cutler.
Run blocking, they couldn't block anybody.
No. But the fact is, when it comes to throwing the football, he had that pocket. He could step up into the pocket. And then on the other side of the game, I'm telling you, this Fuller, he really pressed the hell out of me, the cornerback. Let's go out to Lewis and Elgin. Lewis, you're on the score.
Oh, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Uh-huh.
Is this all just smoke and mirrors? Because let's face it, the 49ers beat themselves. They should have won this game like 35-7.
Lewis, there's no question about it. There's absolutely no question about it. But there's always the but. They couldn't, Lewis. They couldn't put them away.
They couldn't put them away. Yeah, they could not put them away. But I guess my question is, do the Bears actually have something to build on, or are they just the beneficiaries of the 49ers not knowing the rules of football?
Lewis, anytime you get a victory where everybody on this planet Earth, nobody gave you a chance. I mean, nobody gave you a chance. Is that something to build on, to think, to get rekindled? You damn right.
Yeah, I think
it
it's
truly
confidence.
is.
I think it's
to go out there, and now we got to go Monday night to New York and play the Jets, which will be another tough road game. Bears needed this victory so badly. It's unbelievable. It did happen. And, yes, you're damn right it will.
And especially now, too, what's happening is there's a lot of guys out of that lineup that are hurt. They got to start plugging in some people real quickly. I thought the offensive line, what's that guy's name, Ola? I thought he did a decent job. He had to step in there and play. So, again, too, defensively. But you take a look at 2 guys that are really important in this defense. One was, obviously, you're talking about Fuller. Those plays he made were just outstanding plays. They were just outstanding interceptions. And Conti. Let's face it, guys. I know a lot of times there are a lot of people all over Conti, but that was one hell of an interception.
Lance Briggs stepped up to the plate. Boy, he's been taking a hell of a beating, but he stepped up to the plate.
And so did Young. Let's go out to Alex in Beachport.
How you guys doing today for a great victory for our Bears today?
There you go.
But how about it going MVP for Fuller? Without Fuller, without those 2 interceptions, the Bears would have lost this game. And also, I like to say that the whole offense, Cutler and all, should get MVP for the outstanding performance they've done tonight. We had 2 guys that were banged up, and they performed. And I have one question. With Conte having a shoulder injury, should the Bears pick back up or resign Adrian Wilson that they let go that was a 4-time Pro Bowler from Arizona?
Yeah, but see that, a 4-time Pro Bowler doesn't mean anything right now. If a guy can't play, he can't play. And I think, maybe in the back of your mind they may be able to do that. I'm not quite sure. But there's a reason why they let him go, because time was up for Adrian Wilson. So they have to take a look. There's no question about it. And I agree with you about Fuller being a guy that really made some nice plays, did some great plays, interceptions. But you got to say, too, also, if he didn't have those interceptions, we wouldn't have won. If Jay Cutler didn't throw 3 touchdown passes, we wouldn't have won. If Marshall wouldn't have caught 3 touchdown passes, we wouldn't have won. Let's go out to Michael in Franklin Park. Michael, you on the score?
I'm good, guys. How about you? I'm just so
Hang in there.
I'm just so excited about this game, but however, I'm not really so excited about the rushing game. We proved through the preseason and the first 2 games of the season that we have not had any rushing attack. I mean, we need to get better in that department. Also, I give thumbs up to Will Young. That he did a great job too.
Well, here, Michael, what you do, Willie Young, real quick, he played against a backup offensive center. And the fact is, he did get a couple of sacks. But when you play against somebody that's a backup, that's what you should do. Okay? And he did it.
Yeah, and again, too, everybody's saying, okay, are the Bears for real? Well, the fact is you won the football game. That's the first important thing. The second thing is take a look at some of the other teams. New England last week loses to Miami.
Yeah, Doug,
Cleveland beating New Orleans. It happens.
You know, they've been talking about the 49ers year after year. You're talking about them Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The question should be, are they for real?
Well, the fact is, if you take a look at what was Kaepernick's rating?
57.0.
57.0. Now, that's not a quarterback rating for anybody that's going to go to the Super Bowl.
That team ain't going anywhere.
We're going to take a break. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
Cutler takes the snap. They don't blitz. He throws. Fade right side. Touchdown! Touchdown, Martellus Bennett. Touchdown, Bears! And they have tied the game at 20. Snap is back, Kaepernick. Here comes Allen. Kaepernick steps up and now runs. Throws on the run. Swiped by Kyle Fuller at his 40 to midfield to the 45 and the 42 of San Francisco. That's a treat from Kyle Fuller.
Digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit IllinoisOneCall.com. Those highlights courtesy of WBBM, and that was the story tonight. Jay Cutler, 4 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, a 119.2 quarterback rating. Colin Kaepernick on the other side, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions, a 57.0 quarterback rating. And now back to Doug and OB with the postgame show.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Robin in Madison, Wisconsin. Robin, you're on the Score.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to call in and say that I really love your show, even though I'm a Packers fan.
Oh.
And, this may come back to haunt me, but I really enjoyed watching the Bears beat the 49ers. The Packers can't seem to beat them, whether they play in Green Bay or San Francisco, and it was just kind of fun to watch the Bears go out there and come back and knock them out.
Well, again, too, no one expected this to happen, Robin. I mean, I didn't, and I'm a big fan. I mean, there's no question about it, but I just didn't expect it to happen. I thought we'd walk in there with their new stadium, Levi Stadium. They're going to just come on, pounce on the Bears. And then when I saw the first series where they blocked the punt, I thought, well, here we go. Put a fork in it, it's over. But I got to hand it to the Chicago Bears. They hung in there. And like Ed said, he really was saying that the fact that, Cutler really handled himself extremely well during this time. There was no turnovers by the Bears. And San Francisco had 4 turnovers. And that was the difference in the ball game.
Absolutely. Robin, I'll tell you what. You're the first Packer backer I think I've ever met in my life that I kind of like. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. But I'll tell you what, the 49ers, we haven't beaten them, I think, since 1985. And I'm not sure how long, how it's ever been with the Packers. But I'll tell you, this was a nice victory, and it was something that was totally and completely unexpected. And again, I'm going to put it on one guy's shoulder tonight, and that was Jay Cutler. Thanks, Robin.
Let's go out to Tommy in Midlothian. Tommy, you're on the Score.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Tommy?
I want to make 2 points, one a quick one. Hopefully this is the game that everybody can stop talking about Jay Cutler not being able to win the big game against a good team. Obviously, that was a stellar performance with 2 wide receivers that were pretty dinged up. And my second point is about I think the job Emery did getting this Willie Young guy. When the Packers were really good in the 90s and they were frustrating the Bears a lot, they had a guy by the name of KGB that nobody could block. And yes, he was a one-trick pony. And maybe, Doug, I've heard you talk about this before. For lack of a better term, William has a weird body, and I would call it, for lack of a better term, a high ass. It's hard to block him. And if you could talk about that a little bit. I know, Doug, you didn't think that he went against the backup maybe, but you know what? He made the plays. And that is the key, and it's the guy we haven't had in a while. So you guys talk about that a little bit.
Well, there's no question he made the plays, and the fact is, too, when he made those plays, you would have to take a look inside and see what happened inside. When we get some kind of pressure in the middle with the two defensive tackles, then I'm telling you those outside guys can make better plays or more plays. And that's something we have to work on with the Bear defense. And Ed can tell you more than I can tell you because he played the defensive line for many years.
Well, Doug, there's no question about it. And Tommy, exactly what happened. It was not a mystery. The kid does have a high motor, okay? And he's got some quick speed. He's certainly not a huge man weight-wise. That's for damn sure. But I'll tell you what he did. He played against the backup, and he killed the kid. And that's what you're supposed to do. And that's exactly what happened. And it would have been a shame if he did nothing in the game. But it's all those little things that, you know what I expect. They didn't give up. The defensive line didn't give up. The linebackers didn't. The D-backs. Nobody gave up on that team. The offensive line, they didn't give up. Nobody really gave up. We couldn't run block very well, but I'll tell you what, they made Cutler come through and play some terrific football, our offensive line. So kudos basically to almost everybody on it for that victory, and mostly the 49ers, Doug, for shooting both of their damn feet.
Well, the fact, too, Jared Allen had a pretty good game. And you can see that maybe he's coming along. And maybe we'll go back to your theory.
Well, let's not go too far there.
Well, no, here's the key. The key was, we talked about it and you talked about it, is the fact, how much playing have you got so far this year? They didn't play during exhibition season.
No.
So you have to get lathered up. This game is you have to be able to get out there and work and do it and practice it. And so during practice sessions, you don't hit anybody. So maybe this is the start of something for that defensive line. Let's go out to Tim in Racine. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing, Doug? How you guys doing this evening? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Robin, I don't know why she's calling you. She may not know the history. I'm a Packer fan, but I have to give props to Cutler. But what do you? The Packers had an 18-point deficit, but I'm gonna have to tell you what. You said one guy gave San Francisco a chance, but you guys are wrong on that. Kevin on the score said they were going to win, and they won. They did? Yes, he did. He said they're going to win. You just had that feeling.
Well, he's probably the only one I know of, because after the Buffalo game, and I look at it pretty seriously, and I say to myself, it can't happen. They're out there, they're opening of the new stadium, the way San Francisco plays defense, the way they come after you. But the San Francisco was totally off tonight. You can't commit 118 yards worth of penalties. You can't turn the ball over for 4 times.
16 penalties on top of it.
So, it's, they deserve to lose. How's that sound? And so the Bears stayed with it. They stayed with it. And finally, when the game was over with, the Bears are on top when the smoke cleared.
Same thing with Green Bay today.
Yeah.
They were behind.
Sure they were.
They were behind big time. You ever see Rodgers? He never quit. He stayed in there, and that's what you got to have. You got to have leadership on the team and guys that can make it happen. And finally, I saw Jay Cutler really step up to the plate in really adverse conditions when they thought nobody had a chance that they could win this game. We're down 17-0. It's all over with. And Jay never gave up. Neither did the rest of the Bear players either. But I'll tell you what, if Jay doesn't stand up, Doug, I don't know if it all follows him. I really don't.
Well, the King, like you said, stand up. Do the certain things. Don't do what everybody says Jay does, is just throw the football, the gunslinger, the whatever. He didn't do that today. But again, too, he had help. Look at those catches that were made. The one Marshall made in the end zone. I mean, there were some damn good catches made by all the guys. Jeffrey, guys that are limping coming out of the backfield.
Damn good throws by him, too,
Yeah,
also.
absolutely. Let's go out to Matt in the north side. Matt, you're on the score.
Yeah, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Matt?
All right, the Bears, baby. It's all about the Bears. That's about it.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for the insight, Matt.
Thanks for that information.
Yeah, I'll put that down in my notebook. Let's go out there. Chris at Midway. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, it's a pleasure talking to you.
What's up, Chris?
A complete team win. Just everybody brought their lunch bucket. And God forbid we didn't lose this because, Cutler would have been torn to shreds for, his inaccuracy. But with Tillman being hurt, is this the same injury that he suffered last year? And with this, if it's a tear, does that put him out for the year?
I'll tell you what, be honest with you. And I don't know exactly how bad it is, but there's something going on here with his arm as far as the tear is concerned. And then let's face this also. Cutler's not 22 years old anymore, nor 23. Trust me, I understand and I know why and when. Things get real tough on you as a ball player when you get older. In my 14th year, a lot of things just didn't go away. That piano jumps on your back, and all of a sudden, you know what? You're carrying extra load. You're not doing the same things you did before. You saw what Fuller did today. You think that Tillman could have done that? Not this time, but when he was younger, sure he would have done that. So that's what we're looking at here. And then, I don't know how serious the injury is, but, Tillman's a good guy to have on the club, a good guy to have out there to be playing. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, I think you're going to start seeing these younger guys playing more and more and more.
Yeah, but even so, I think when you got guys that have played some brilliant football for a long, long time, year after year, game after game, and guys like Briggs and Tillman, I'm going to tell you something. Don't count them out. Don't anybody count these guys out. Whether it's an injury now, they may come back next week. You don't know. It's a Monday night game. But don't count any of these guys out. They have great knowledge and great ability, and it all hasn't left them yet, but it's getting close. But I don't think these guys are going to go and hide somewhere.
No. And the fact is, though, that you have somebody to replace you. That's the whole key. There's who's going to replace Briggs. No one's going to replace Briggs. But Fuller can get in there at cornerback. And after what he proved tonight and what he did, that's something you're going to look at. You have to. You have to take a look at it. Those were turnarounds. Those 2 interceptions were turnarounds. They were game plays. They're gamekeepers. They're out there to turn this football game around. And that's what this kid did, Fuller. So you got to take a look at that and then to say to yourself, can Jared Allen keep continuing playing? Can he get better? Can he stay out there longer? We'll find out. But there's no question, a guy has the ability. But once again, I'm telling you, it's old age in football is really brutal on you. It really is. Let's go out to Linnell in Southeast Side. Linnell, you're on the score.
OB, and teach me how to Dougie. How y'all doing this evening?
What's up, my friend?
Hey, not much. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something real quick. I picked the Bears. Not only did I say it, but I put money on it. And I'm glad I did, because here's how I looked at this particular game. When I took a look last week at San Francisco and Dallas turned the ball over so close to their side of the field where it made it real easy for San Francisco to score. But when you watch that game throughout, Dallas moved the ball. San Francisco really didn't put any protection on them or pressure on them. The Bears has, in my opinion, a better pass protecting line than Dallas. And I just felt that the line will hold up. We should be able to move the ball and just don't make mistakes. And that's exactly what they did. They didn't really start off the way I would like for them to, but at the end of the day, they persevered. They stuck with it. They fought through injuries. They did exactly what they were supposed to do. Kudos to that offensive line for making it where they were able to protect and give Jay Cutler a chance to survey that field. and make plays when he needed to make the plays. And San Francisco is just not the team that they were last year or the year before. And it wasn't as much as the Bears was going to be a better team. I just felt that the Bears could make the appropriate adjustments. And I know you couldn't take away certain runs in that Buffalo game because they all count. But just like they were saying throughout the week, they said that we just need to stay disciplined. And if they could just coach to that, and that's exactly what they did, they would be better. And that's what I was hoping that they could do. And that's exactly what they did.
Okay, and Al, well said. Thank you.
Thank you, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Okay.
That's the key. And Ed brought this up at the beginning of the show. He says, well, you take a look at stats. When you take a look at the Bears stats, they're total yards. If I told you the Bears had 216 total yards, would you tell me they won if you didn't know what the score was? Of course you would. And the other guys had 361, talking about San Francisco.
And the Bears had 52 offensive plays.
Yeah.
52, we won the game. Three third down conversions out of 9. 2.7 yard rushing average. 4.9 yards average, which is anemic. Passing, 216 yards. And we won the damn football game.
Yeah, because 65 plays belong to the 49ers. So that goes back to what we've been talking about, what we always said. The game comes down to turnovers, their turnover ratio. San Francisco had 4 turnovers. The Bears had 0. And the penalties. They had over 100, so 118 yards, Ed?
118, I think 16 penalties.
16 penalties. That's the difference. We'll be right back. Obradovich and Buffon.
Cutler finished 15 of his last 16. 11 in a row. 3 touchdowns to Brandon Marshall. 1 to Martellus Bennett. And the Bears have beaten the 49ers 28-20 at brand new Levi's Stadium. The christening the Niners did not want.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from the Majestic Star Casino Lakeshore Lounge. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station.
That highlight provided by WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back. The Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And now, Eddie, we're going to go out to David Schuster, who was out there in San Francisco, I think, eating oysters, as we call. David, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys. Listen, I've watched a lot of football games in my lifetime. You guys have obviously played in a lot of football games in your lifetime. This one was way up there in the strange category. The first half was just an absolute comedy by both teams, to be honest with you. They kept shooting themselves in the foot, making mistake after mistake after mistake. The 49ers kept it up basically all game long, and then the Bears came alive. You heard the numbers from Jeff Joniak. Jay Cutler, that last 15 of 16 was after he took that vicious hit. Then he just was unconscious after that. 15 of 16 to finish the game, 4 touchdowns, 148 yards, 3 of them going to Brandon Marshall. What chemistry they have, OB. And from there, San Francisco kept shooting themselves in the foot, and obviously their favorite color is yellow because they just kept having one hanky after another on the field. So this was a strange ball game. The Bears are 1-1 like a lot of people thought they might be after the first 2 games, but everybody thought they'd win the opener and maybe lose here, and as it turns out, it's just the opposite.
Hey, David, you know what? For a Bears fan, even if you're a 49ers fan, that was a lousy football game. That was an absolutely lousy football game played by both teams, both sides of the ball. But I'll tell you what, you talk about the Bears needing a victory. David, if we'd have lost this game and we have to go into New York on Monday night, this would have been a god-awful thing to do in the game of football. We'd have been 0-2, going to the Jets. It would not have been good.
Obi, I'll be the first to admit it, and I'm not the only one. I had this game totally pegged wrong, at least as far as the final result goes. I just thought with all the injuries going into the game, the offensive line, you weren't sure that Marshall and or Jeffrey would play in this game. And even Brandon Marshall said 90 minutes before the game he wasn't sure himself. He did not feel good in the first half, but then the adrenaline, and you guys have experienced this a lot of times when you've had injuries, your adrenaline just kicks in, and then all of a sudden you feel great. And that's certainly how he played in the second half. And we've seen this in the past. I mean, Jay Cutler is such a teeter-totter, up and down, up and down. But when he gets it going, like he did in the second half, the combination with him and Brandon Marshall is pretty tough to top. So, that was the difference in the game, along with the 49ers just being, I hate to say it, a really stupid team. 4 turnovers, 16 penalties. 16 penalties. That was one of the major differences in this game.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think the key here is the fact that it wasn't a very well-played game. There's no question about it. But the fact is the 4 turnovers. You take a look at the turnovers are going to tell you who's going to win a football game 90% of the time. And the Bears didn't turn the football over. So that was a big plus. The other big plus I saw was some guys stepping up on defense. Mm-hmm. Briggs stepped up on defense. You're talking about Fuller, what he did on defense. Young with 2 sacks. So if that's the key, if you got guys that can really step up and play and have confidence in themselves, because I have all the faith in the world in our offense. I just don't have a faith in our defense going into this game. But if it starts happening like this and guys start making plays, they'll expect it of themselves, and that'll make that defense a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Doug. And you mentioned a lot of those names. And I thought Kyle Fuller showed why he was a high draft pick for Phil Emery. I thought Jared Allen finally woke up. I mean, we did see him hide her hair in the preseason. He was invisible in the opening week and was pretty much in the first half. But all of a sudden, he just kicked it in like a lot of the other guys on defense. I thought Ryan Mundy played pretty good in the secondary, along with Kyle Fuller. And a lot of these guys had to step up because of so many injuries. I really don't have too much of an update on the injuries. Charles Tillman, you saw him on the sidelines. I think he already knows that he probably tore that tricep again. That's just a guess. They'll have the MRI tomorrow, and he wasn't available in the locker room after the game. But, again, a really emotional win because the season, honestly, guys, in Game 2 was on the line here in the second half, and they snatched a victory from the jaws of defeat. And I love Martellus Bennett when I asked him, what kind of emotional lift is this for you guys? And I'm going to quote him now. He said, it's like when you think your girlfriend is going to break up with you, but she changes her mind. So that's how this game turned in the second half.
Well, that's the whole key. The whole key was that they fought to the end. The whole key was they didn't throw in, after that first half, especially after that first series, they block a punt. And all of a sudden they jump on top of you 7-0. You got to figure, here we go again. That's what I said to myself. And I got to be honest with you, I thought they had no chance whatsoever going into that football game to beat the 49ers. I said it during the week, and I kept saying it that the 49ers, I'll play the Chicago Bears. Well, I got to tell you something. The reverse happened, especially in that second half.
Well, offensively, I think what they did, we couldn't run the football. They recognized that, but they used Marshall. We did not go deep. We didn't go crazy in the passing game, David. We played a controlled passing game, and it worked. Cutler stayed in there, did a great job. Defensively, I tell you what, there's so many times that you could give up, and we could have given up a lot of times, especially in that second quarter. And that second quarter was unbelievable what was going on. But I'll tell you what, damn it, they stayed in there, they hung in there. And I'll tell you what, live to fight another day. We got 14 games left. Not a lot of them. But I'll tell you what, it's better going 1-1 to the Jets than 0-2.
It's so ironic, guys. Right across the street from this new stadium, and by the way, this new place is absolutely gorgeous. I don't think I've seen a better stadium, and that includes the new one down in Dallas. Right across the street from here is Great America, which is obviously known for all its roller coaster rides. That's what this game was. That's what this Bears season is likely going to be all year long. One big roller coaster ride. But as you mentioned, Eddie, and right on target, you live to fight another day. Now, with all the injuries, I don't know what they're going to do going into the next game, but you got to give a lot of credit also to the offensive line. They couldn't open up a hole to save their lives in the rushing attack, but in the passing attack, when the game was on the line, they protected number 6. and he did his job, and he won the game, or certainly he was a big part of winning this game tonight.
I agree with you 100%. One thing I saw, though, defensively, they had to change up their philosophy from the first week, David. And what I saw was this. I was looking for line tricks. I saw line tricks. I was looking for blitzes, and I saw blitzes. That's what you have to do. If you think that we're going to go man against man and man up with everybody that we're going to play, we're not that good defensively. So you got to be creative, and we were a little bit more creative. But I'll guarantee you, if we went with the same damn defense and the philosophy in the first game against Buffalo, we'd have got our backside handed to us.
And one other thing that I noticed at tonight's game, and I'm going back to that preseason game out in Seattle, which was a disaster, and that was a preseason game. But every time Russell Wilson got out of the pocket, he ran all over the place and made plays. Kaepernick was able to at least initially elude some of the pass rush, but there was always somebody there. He had very few patterns or pass up the field, so I thought the Bears did a pretty good containment job on him. Now, he threw up some bad interceptions on his part, but I think that's due to the pass rush that the Bears had tonight. So, again, a really emotional win for these guys tonight. They earned it.
Hey, Dave, real quick. Now, this is a different kind of a question I'm asking. Obviously, you're right there. You saw it and everything. Did you notice Harbaugh, the head coach of the 49ers, do you remember like that feisty?
Yeah.
When he's on the sidelines, how he's been over the past several years in college, then when he went to professional, how he was. Did you really see any of that tonight?
No.
I saw a guy that was really passive and seemed like he was going along. Totally not consistent with his demeanor that we've seen for years, week after week, month after month. And I just saw a guy that was very passive, and that struck me kind of funny, Dave.
No,
thinking,
that's a good observation, Eddie. And listen, I've read the same stories that you have, that he's had some problems with the front office, with the ownership. There's even been some rumors that he's lost the locker room. Who knows? I can't tell you for sure because I'm not part of the scene out here. Who knows? Maybe it's starting to beat on him. Maybe he knows his time is borrowed out here.
David? Hail to the valiant victors. Michigan, kid. That's where he's going.
You think he's headed back home?
Oh,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm not a gambling man, but I would bet on that one. I think it's yes, I do truly believe he's gone. He's going to Michigan. He's going to make a lot of money, and he'll make Michigan a big, big winner again.
The only thing I saw in this game, though, David, the fact that let's face it, the Bears only had 216 yards total yards.
Right.
And they had 170 passing. But again, too, that run game is not there. And I know San Francisco is pretty good against run, obviously. We know that. But, Cutler, I think, was they had the most yardage as far as running is concerned. And there was a time that Forte was averaging 1 yard per carry.
Dave, at the end of the third quarter, he had 9 carries for 10 yards.
Right. I don't have the final numbers, but I'm sure it had to be just about that because Cutler was just throwing the ball consistently towards the end of the game. So that's why I'm just saying this is a very, very strange football game. The Bears couldn't run for their lives, and yet they win the game. They were outgained. They made so many mistakes. The special teams is still an absolute mess. I mean, every special teams play on the Bears' part seemingly has a penalty attached to it, and yet they win the football game. So you guys were right when you said this was not a pretty game by any stretch of the imagination. But, as you well know, if it ends up in the left part of the column, the W column, that's all that really counts.
Absolutely. You know what? Everybody kept saying if the Bears would have lost this football game, all hell would have broke loose here in Chicago. And the fact is that, they won the game. And not only that, they didn't quit. They kept staying after it. They kept going after it. They kept trying to keep it, make that game and score points. It was the San Francisco 49ers they were playing at San Francisco, not the Buffalo Bills. So what they did was tremendous. Now, can they keep it up? Can they keep going? But the one thing you mentioned at the beginning, I don't know how bad the injuries are. How many guys have we lost?
Oh, my God. They lost another 4 or 5 guys who couldn't finish tonight's game on the heels of a few who couldn't start the game to begin with.
Period,
so,
right.
We were able to talk to Phil Emery before the game. Listen, he's been doing a juggling thing the last couple of weeks with his roster. I got news for you. He's going to really have to juggle starting this week because who knows what's going to happen. And again, there's no update, the night of the game from an injury standpoint from the management or certainly from Trestman or the training staff. But by tomorrow, you're going to find out that, there were concussions that happened in tonight's game. Ratliff had a concussion, certainly the triceps injury to Tillman, and 3 other guys couldn't finish the game. So it doesn't look good going forward, but at least for 24 hours as they're just about heading to the airport right now. And good luck with that because I'm looking at red taillights all over the place. This place is a disaster for getting out of here.
Dave,
the Bears will be happy going home.
There's injuries. You'll see it at 32 teams. They're all over the place.
Right.
After the second game, everybody's got injuries. It's how you adjust and how it works out.
David, have a safe trip back, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Take care.
David.
David Schuster out there in San Francisco.
Good guy.
Trying to try to get out of the traffic out of the new stadium. I would imagine they were just buried. We're going to take a break. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
This hour on The Score is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-4KIDS. And now back to Doug and OB.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino on The Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go right out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Blind Guy. Blind Guy, you're on The Score.
Hey, how are you guys doing? Thank you for taking my call.
All right, buddy.
Hey, I have two questions. I'll put them back to back. One is I want to know from you two, how impressed were you that the Bears kept their composure when you had easily the delay of game penalty that wasn't called, maybe the Charles Tillman interception and the Martellus Bennett bobble that they didn't call that took points off the board. But if you guys are like me, you're throwing something at the screen saying this game is over, and after half they kept their composure, and it was impressive to see them. You guys mentioned it into the interview with Schuster that they were sending Alshon Jeffries into long routes knowing that he couldn't run. But we were asking ourselves, why are you doing that when he can't run? But they used Alshon Jeffries and Brandon Marshall in the thing that they needed to because they just let them be physical and use them to just outpower people. And I want to know from you, how impressed were you that Jay Cutler and the offense didn't turn over a ball? And number two, I am the blind guy. I lost my second eye from cancer 2 years ago, been fighting it for a long time. And I have a 7-year-old son that plays Pop Warner right now. He's a quarterback, and I understand that people out there would say, football is dangerous. We understand that. He had 40 surgeries, and he's playing tackle football. We know the risk, obviously. I'm a dad that left my job to take care of my son. But it's National Children's Cancer Month, and nobody does anything about it in the NFL. In October, you will see pink everything coming everywhere from the NBA to the NHL to Major League Baseball to the NFL. But with the NFL doing the things that they did and the black eye that they got in the last week, why would we turn on the games today and not see anything for the National Children's Cancer Month? And I want to thank you guys for listening to me and taking my call. And I got to tell you something, Ed and Doug, there is nothing like listening to you guys as a blind guy, listening to people that tell people how it is. And when you have cancer, you fight it face to face. There's no lying. There's no middle line. There's no gray area. And that's what you guys do every Sunday, and I appreciate it. So thank you.
Well, let me jump in here a little bit. I know very much about About blindness, I've been involved with it through a gentleman by the name of Pete Mancini at Parent Petroleum, and it's Hope for Vision. And they have a big, huge golf tournament in August every year. And I never even heard of the term retinitis pigmentosa before, and which is basically your sight goes down, tunnel vision, and you eventually, lose your eyesight. So I'm familiar with it, and I don't want to say, do I understand it? And I don't understand it because, people say, well, yeah, I understand what you don't. No, people, you don't understand. Not until the people that you see go through it. And anyways, my hope for you, your son, and all the people with cancer and with blindness, hopefully down the road, not too far, there will be some light that will come in, and there will be some cures to how far, you're talking about. I have no idea, but I tell you what, there are people out there that care. There truly are. And you're talking to two of them right here. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Blank. I think, the fact that what Eddie said is true. We play this golf tournament every year under Pete Mancini, and I know it's a tough way to go. I understand that by listening to you that you're strong enough to handle it. To me, that's the key. So God bless you and hope everything turns around for you.
There you go.
Let's go out to Tim in Seattle. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight? That's a great win.
All right, Tim.
Hey, I got two things really quick. First, you got to give some love to O'Donnell. I mean, we had Pudlish last year that was kicking like 20 yards, and O'Donnell got us out of some tough jams with those big kicks, maybe 50 yards or so. Those are huge for us, I think, especially after that first punt they got blocked. The second thing I have is if Willie Young keeps playing this way, we're going to have to come up with a name for his little fishing dance. That thing is unbelievable.
Yeah, he had to end up with 2 sacks, didn't he, today? So he's playing extremely well. So, yeah, I got to tell you, we saw some good things in it happening. I didn't like the faith. I mean, the game itself was played kind of shoddy, but there were some things that stepped up, some things that you looked at with the Chicago Bears, now I'm talking about, that says, hey, hold it. Just maybe some individual play. I'm not talking about total team play, individual play. It could help the Chicago Bears down the road. And I think that's what we have to look at right now.
Yeah, when you see this game, Tim, and I'm going to tell you what, I'm talking about Cutler now. There's a lot of times Cutler, when that good J and bad J, and this was the time, there's a strong possibility late in that second quarter or in that third quarter, you could have seen a real bad J. But he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't. He stayed in there. I just thought, I can't say enough of what this guy did today. And I think that team needed it. Somebody had to step up after last week and say, hey, wait a minute. We're not going away. We're not going away yet, pal. And that's what Jay did. He stood up, and I think Jay's the guy that made it happen. I understand there's all kinds of things, other things that happen too. But I'll tell you what, if Jay doesn't step up to the plate today, we don't have this victory, period.
And the fact is, when you take a look at this, that in itself didn't start out that well. And again, too, it wasn't like Jay come out firing and everything was working well and everything was going well. It wasn't not.
But he didn't go away.
He didn't go away. And the fact is, before we would see, all of a sudden, he's going to play the gunslinger role. Start trying to fire it here, fire it there, fire it here. Hey, those 3 passes to Marshall for touchdowns were unbelievable. Great catches, obviously. So everything went well. Only thing that could help Jay Cutler more would be if we got a running game going.
When we really saw him in that last drive in the first half and then the third quarter and fourth quarter, Doug,
mm-hmm.
You know what? I haven't seen too many games where Jay Cutler, when his back was against the wall, answered the bell the way he did today. And believe me, somebody had to answer the bell, and obviously it was him, and he did it.
And then it was with not that many yards, 170 yards. It wasn't like the common, like
the fact is
Buffalo, he had 360 yards.
He didn't go nuts.
No.
He didn't go crazy, and he didn't start his pouting and God knows whatever have you. That was all gone. He stayed in there, and he was very professional.
Stayed under control. Let's go out to Charles in Connecticut. Charles, you're on the score.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Charles?
Big win. Thanks for taking my call.
Giants.
Just wanted to ride home now. I just wanted to bring up a few things when I thought about the game. Number one, Cutler Cutler was great. Marshall, phenomenal. Jeffries looked a little hurt, but, that's going to happen. He had a big catch at the end of the game. Keep us in it. Very impressed with Kyle Fuller's. I really, really think this season at the end he's going to be probably the best cornerback in the league. I'd say better than Richard Sherman.
I saw the way he tackles, too. Again, too, you talk about his 2 interceptions. He had 7 tackles. He's not afraid of contact. He's going to come up and play. Here's a guy that, again, too, like you said, and I believe this also. What I saw today, if he continues to play, continues to get in that football game, continues to improve, he's going to be one hell of a cornerback. There's no doubt about it.
Well, I'm going to tell you made that analogy with like Richard Sherman. And for those people that don't know, he's the cornerback for the Seattle Seahawks, world champion Seattle Seahawks. And people think he is, I would say, Doug, the best cornerback in the league?
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, if you saw him play today, he got his backside handed to him by the San Diego Chargers. I mean, he got ate up alive. So
it happens.
Yes, it does.
But the fact is, it's consistency. How many games? You played 16 games, and, you can't play all 16 probably, outstanding games. But what I saw today with Fuller was a little different. I mean, he was breaking on the ball. Did you see how he broke on the ball, Ed?
Yes.
When he was on, covering a guy, man
But,
for man?
I mean, we're saying that, like, oh, did you see that? Did you see that? Doug, and you know it as well. What the hell do you think you get paid to do at this level?
I understand that, but a lot of guys get paid for this level and don't do it.
And then that's always the question. That always begs the question, Doug. What the hell are they doing on this football team?
Why are they on it?
That's exactly correct.
Let's go out to Tom in Indiana. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
Tom, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How y'all doing tonight?
Good, Tom.
Yep. Smoking a victory cigar here. Blind man sort of stole my thoughts on the lack of the call on the Bears stand there after the block punt when the game clock ran down. I don't know how these officials could have missed that as long as that was, over the time clock running out. And both the Bennett call and the other call they looked at on that touchdown drive, where it looked like the San Francisco guy did drop the ball. He didn't completely hold on to it all the way through the play. So my next thought was the Bears' defense. That first half, they were on the field in bad field position most of that first half, and they gave up 17 points, but they hung in there, and they just got better in the second half against the run, which is what has been our downfall all last year. And so I'm just glad to see them win this game, and I think it'll really help them for the rest of the season.
I think you're right. There's confidence.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, 100%.
Tom, I can tell you this right now. You have no idea what the hell you just said. I'll tell you what. We blow that game tonight, and we're 0-2, and again, we're going in to play on a Monday night in New York. I'll tell you what. Woo!
A long night.
Oh, my God,
long
Doug.
Day of practice.
Holy cow.
We're going to take a break. Obradovich on the phone. We'll be right back.
Jeffrey and Marshall in the gun. Jay takes the snap. Jay winds up, looking to the end zone, throws it behind Marshall. He pulls it in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Brandon Marshall adjusting to that throw, and a beautiful catch. Jeffrey singled up to the right side. Safety cheating over the top. Snap to Cutler, looking left. Cutler throwing to the goal line. Touchdown, Brandon Marshall. Touchdown Bears. 20-13, San Francisco, 5-yard toss. Snap to Cutler looking left. Cutler throws, back shoulder, fade, touchdown! Touchdown Bears, Brandon Marshall. His third TD catch tonight. Bears extend their lead 27-20, and 4 Jay Cutler touchdown throws.
Those highlights provided by WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Well, Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Paul in Wheaton. Paul, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
I know you guys have been tap dancing around this a little bit all night, and you've been talking about the touchdowns and the penalties, but I think the most important play of the game was after Cutler got up after that hit. He could have rolled over and thought he'd be spitting up blood, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's on the injured roster for next week. And he got up and he made all those plays after the game, and I thought that was the most important play of the game. That was the fact that he got up. So I'll hang up and listen to what you have to say.
I think he completed, 15 out of 16 passes after that? He was just, and he was buckled over, too. He was hurting. You could tell that. No one ever questioned Jay Cutler's toughness. I never did in my life question that. Like I said, I've seen him play in Vanderbilt. I've seen him play in Denver. Even beginning here with Chicago, when they almost put him in a body bag when they had O'Neal playing tackle, and we played Detroit, and they must have sacked him 10 times or whatever it was and almost killed him. But again today, I thought he stepped up to the plate and did one hell of a job.
Well, there's no question about it, and I can tell you when he really stepped up to the plate, and when you're talking to when he did get popped, fine, you're going to get whacked in this game, okay? But I'll tell you what, when they had the first 6 times they had the ball in the first half, it was the 6th time they lost 19 yards. The 5th time they had a drive, they lost 9 yards. The 4th time they had to drive, they lost 5 yards. Okay? But on the 7th drive, before the half, they went 7 plays, 80 yards for a touchdown. That was the key to this game. That drive right there was the key. That's when he stood up to the plate.
And again, too, let's face it, there's no question about Jay Cutler, what he did do, but also we have to give kudos to that offensive line. It was beat up and put people in there that never played there before with the Bears, and they did an extremely good job of blocking. Now, the run blocking wasn't good. There's no question about that, but the pass blocking was. So you give them time to throw the football. You got the wide receivers who are playing injured, the tight end, Bennett. That all come into play, and they stuck together. I think that's the whole key of this whole deal. No one was complaining about anybody else, but they all stuck together. Let's go out to Rick on the south side. Rick, you're on the south side with Jay Cutler. Rick,
are you there? Ricky.
Yes, I'm here.
How you doing, buddy?
All right, you're on,
All
Rick.
right, man. I'm going to tell you, I'm not a big Jay Cutler backer. I always complain about him, but he played a good game today. But he got to play like this every week.
Yeah.
Consistently. That's the way the Bears going to go to the next level. We need him to play like this every week, no turnovers. You know what I'm saying?
Rick.
Don't hold on to the ball. If he play like this every week, then I give Jay Cutler his props, and then that'll take the Bears to the next level.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, Rick, to make him better, what we're going to have to do, and that's going to be starting Monday against the Jets on a Monday night game, we better start running the football. Because I'll tell you what, if everybody finds out we cannot run the football, Forte, 9 carries, 10 yards at the end of the third quarter, that's not going to cut it. And the reason why I'm saying that, if we don't get a running game here going, they're going to come after Jay, and then they're going to shut him down passing, guys. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's no way in God's green earth he's going to sit back there and throw the ball without a complimentary running game that's worth a damn. And right now, our running game sucks.
Yeah, isn't it a surprise to you, though, that we're in that position where our running game sucks? I mean, I never expected it.
I never expected it with the size of our offensive linemen and the quality of the offensive linemen and the quality of Forte. Running the ball and catching the ball out of the backfield, what a great threat I thought it would be, and it never materialized today. Yeah. And I'll guarantee you, we went into this game really relying on Forte with the run game, catching the ball out of the backfield. And I saw none of that. They tried, Doug, but my Lord, 9 carries and 10 yards in 3 quarters of football?
See what happened last week?
Not at this level.
Last week, Sam, when they played San Francisco, San Francisco played Dallas. Dallas come out running the football. They had, I forgot the name of their back, Dallas's back. He ran for 120-some yards. So they were running the football against San Francisco.
Against San Francisco.
So
well,
they should have looked at it and said, hey, hold it. Dallas can run against them. Why can't we?
Well, here's the point, Doug. Again, what Cutler did was phenomenal, but I'm going to tell you something. If we become one-dimensional, if we cannot run this football, we're not going anywhere.
No. Well, there's no
question about that. I'm talking Monday night. We got to start running that damn football, or we're going to get clobbered.
I'm going to tell you something, too. It's not going to be easy running against the Jets. They got some stuff going there defensive-wise.
We got time for another call?
I think so. Yeah, okay. One more call?
Yeah.
Let's go out to Fernando in Maryland. Fernando
in Maryland.
That's
Doug,
right, buddy.
OB.
What's up,
Legends,
my friend?
Brothers. You know what? Hey, look. My whole point was the defensive line, it was shaky in the first quarter, first half. It was scary. We didn't hear a darn thing heard about Lamar Houston. We barely heard anything about, Jared Allen. They didn't do a damn thing. But they were there when it mattered. Willie Young, he's the quiet assassin right now. He's playing that role. We're not mad. As fans, let's be honest. It takes that one guy who nobody expects to come out, that backside and sit there and play real strong. You know what I mean? And as a fan, I hate Chris Conte because we don't know when he's going to show up. He might make a play. He might not make a play.
Fernando, let me stop you right there. I'm going to tell you one thing about the defensive line, okay? I'm going to tell you right now, we're not good enough, game after game, to man up against a lot of teams, okay? So what we're going to have to do defensively, and there's only so many things you can do with this game, okay? And what you do with the line, if you overshift or you undershift, or if you line trick, or you come with all kinds of blitzes, and you don't have a pass, that's what you have to do. Look at Seattle. Look what they do. Look at you should watch New England today. They came after you. That's what we have to do. We have to come after people with over and unders, line tricks, and blitzes, because we're not good enough. 4 down linemen, we are not good enough to dominate any team in this league. We're just not. We're not like the New York Giants defensive line. We don't have these guys. So we got to be creative, and we got to come with fire. And that's what I think we have to do to win.
On top of that, I think the other thing that you need, not only your defensive line, obviously, but you need playmakers. When I say playmakers, you got to have guys that are playing. Let's take defense, for example. I was so impressed, and I said it many times, but with Fuller at cornerback. That's a playmaker. Those interceptions he made were not gimmies. He made the plays on that. And I think that's so important because that puts the other team, the offense, in jeopardy because now they're just saying, wait a minute, hold it. These guys got somebody back there that can really do something about it. And so that was a big plus for the Chicago Bears, too. All right, guys, we're going to finish it up, Eddie. Next week, the Jets.
Dougie, you know what? You guys, I'm going to tell you, we've got the ride home. And we're going to be listening to Les Grobstein.
I'll
tell you what, this guy, and Les, I'll be listening to you all night because by the time I get home, I cannot go to sleep. I'm absolutely too wired, so I'm looking forward to listening to you, buddy. Have a great show. And all our listeners, again, thank you so very much for being so loyal and so listening to Doug and myself. I can't thank you all enough.
Yeah, and Les is a walking encyclopedia when it comes to sports.
Oh, my God.
And enough of the damn 49ers already.
Hey, Les.
Hey, Les.
What are you doing, my man?
Come on,
buddy. We won.
Are you ready to rock and roll?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm ready to, were we a little bit lucky? Yeah. So what? Who cares? Up theirs.
Absolutely won the game.
That's how it goes.
Got a thanks to Majestic Star Casino, Motorworks, David Schuster, Mark Jolliffe, Rick Camp, Kiva Z-Pack. How about this one? Dave Miska and Brendan McCaffrey, whoever the hell he is.
He's our crack producer, director, president of everything.
Josh Christmas and Danny Kolenko. Up next, as we said, Les Grubstein, thank you for listening, and next week we give it another shot.
Have a great night.
Baseball season is here at last, and the excitement continues all season long at DraftKings.com, the official daily fantasy partner of Major League Baseball. Daily fantasy means no season-long commitments. Why wait until the end of the season to claim victory when you can win huge cash every day? Hurry to DraftKings.com now and enter promo code PODCAST20 to play for free. You could win part of the $300 million in prizes being awarded this season. Enter PODCAST20 for free entry now at DraftKings.com. That's DraftKings.com.
This sports podcast on Play.it is powered by DraftKings, a leading provider of daily fantasy sports.
They fake it left. Now they throw the back screen to the near side, and it is picked off. There he goes, 20, 15, 10, 5, end zone. Touchdown! Ryan Mundy, pick six. They didn't buy the fake screen left. They threw it back the other way, and a touchdown for Ryan Mundy. And the Bears are on the board. Now from his own end zone, the punt. It was nearly blocked. He got it away. A tumbler that falls out of the sky to Jalen Saunders. Cannot get it. It's on the ground. Pile up at the 40-yard line. Between the hash marks, Bears have taken the ball away. Rosario on the left hip with Cutler who takes the snap. Looking left. Pocket starts to collapse. Cutler moving, throwing, posting up. Touchdown. Touchdown, Martellus Bennett, right side of the end zone. Touchdown, Bears. Cutler with one on the play clock, needs the ball. Snap is back. Cutler with a lot of room to run. He's going to tuck and go. 35, 30, first down and more. 25, steps out of the jet, 18-yard line. Bears first down. 3rd and 6 from the 20. Snap is back in the pocket, throwing over the middle to the goal line end zone. Touchdown, and a penalty marker on Danny McCray. Catch is made by Curley for the touchdown. Jets could be bringing extras, and they are. Everything picked up. Cutler throws open, middle of the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown, Bears! Martellus Bennett backing up from the goal line in. And the Bears get that touchdown. 24-13 Bears. He takes the snap and drifts way back to throw. In the pocket, dancing around, looking, moving to his left, throwing into the end zone, and it's intercepted in the end zone. Coming out with it is Kyle Fuller. Fuller down to the 5-yard line. 4 defensive backs umbrellaed behind the front, and they're bringing everybody as Cutler throws up in the air. Jeffrey the catch at the 45. That was just get it and throw it up high. High pointed by Jeffrey. Makes the grab at a first down. They brought 7. What will Rex Ryan dial up now defensively? He staggers linemen all over the place. Quick snap and a pitch left. Tackle sweep. Push around the block. Forte the first down. Spinning inside the 30. Down near the 29. Love that play.
And now, live from Bannerman Sports Grill, 858 South Route 59 in Bartlett, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with your hosts Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Welcome to the Majestic Star post-game show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Bands in Bartlett. That's right, Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears 27, the Jets 19. That's right. What
the hell
was that game?
What was that game?
But
Lord.
Here's the deal. In the National Football League, you must do this to make the playoffs. You've got to beat the tomato cans. And the Jets are a tomato can. Don't take a look what that football club does. But the Bears went out and did it. They went out and beat them, and that's all that counts. So
that
now
football team,
they're 2-1.
The Jets do nothing. They do absolutely nothing. I'll take that back. They do stupidity real well. They really do.
Well,
Marty, their offensive coordinator is Marty Morningwig. He couldn't be the offensive coordinator for the Sheboygan Red Raiders. I don't even know if there's such a team. My God, what a horrible offensive coordinator. But Doug, this is 3 games now, and I don't think the Bears have looked good. I don't even think they've come close offensively to being what they really are, what they could be. But I'll tell you one thing. Very thankful, Jay Cutler, in 3 games, he's made some mistakes, but Doug, he never broke down. He never got erratic. He stayed in there. He hung tough again for 4 quarters. He kept the offense together. He didn't let it get out of hand. And so kudos to Jay. Defensively, we're in a whole world of hurt now, Doug. You got Monday, Tillman out. You got Monday, you got Conte. Now we got Green Bay coming into Chicago next Sunday. We've got a lot of guys hurt on defense, and we just don't exactly play great defense either.
Well, the good thing, the positive thing I saw in the defense, the positive thing was playing the run. I thought the Bears did a pretty damn good job stopping a run with the Jets, and that's what the Jets do well, is run the football. And I thought also, too, the containment. They did a lot better, their defensive end containing Geno Smith as far as him trying to roll out on the outside. But once again, you take a look at this club, and I'm telling you, football is crazy. Take a look what happened on Sunday. Take a look at the teams that lost. You tell me who in the hell's that good out there right now. Cincinnati's 3-0. You take San Diego, they whip Seattle. You're talking about teams that you lose. You figured, no way in hell they're going to lose.
The Eagles 3-0.
The Eagles 3-0. I mean, you're talking about just the deal is this, and I'll say it again. When a tomato can you are facing, you have to beat that tomato can.
Doug.
Because when you're going to face some good football clubs, but that the teams you're supposed to beat, you beat. And that's what the Bears did exactly today. They took that tomato can and crushed it.
In the third quarter, folks, I mentioned earlier about Marty Morningwig. This guy is hottest guys in the National Football League. I have absolutely no idea at any position or any official capacity. In the third quarter, the Jets, it's right about 35 seconds to go, and it's 3rd and goal at the 2.5, and he calls a quarterback delay. Are you kidding me? He calls a quarterback delay.
Well, Ed, you got to take a look at it another way.
I did. He's an idiot.
It's a positive for us. He's an idiot. I mean, come on, let's go. Let's say to ourselves, what we got here? You went up against a guy, you went up against a rookie quarterback or second-year quarterback that couldn't do anything. They're wide receivers. Their secondary is brutal.
Oh, my God.
But the fact is, though, what scares me the most is we had a lot of injuries, like you brought up from the beginning. How many free safeties are there out there? We're just polishing them all off. I mean, the guys are getting hurt right and left. But I'll say this about that Jet defensive line, and I'll tell you what, I call them the Sun brothers. You have Wilkerson, Richardson, and Harrison. And I got to tell you something, that they're pretty damn good. They really are. So all in all, when it's said and done with, their secondary was poor. We took advantage of it. Their run game, our run game, we weren't going nowhere in the run game. We knew that. There was a time that Forte was 7 yards out of 7 carries. So what you do is, the weakness is their secondary. Their secondary was just absolutely terrible. So we took advantage of that. We try to not turn it over, but don't forget, we got some breaks. I mean, Geno Smith just threw that football right into Mundy's hand, and he runs in for a touchdown. That was a break. We caught another break. Remember we fumbled the football? They called the ball dead on the, whatever it was, a 45 or 50-yard line, and the Jets couldn't take advantage of that. So sometimes there's breaks that are coming, but the bottom line is this. You beat the damn teams you're supposed to beat. Because if you don't do that, then you're going to run you out of town. Because I don't give a damn how bad they are or what they are. They're still pros. They still put the uniform on. Go out there and kick their ass and get home and regroup and get ready for Green Bay. That's what you have to do. Because other than that, what else are you going to do? What are you going to do? You go out there, you got to. This is what we have to do. So they played it safe. They played it safe the first half. They broke it up a little bit and they went deep. They did some certain things. But the idea was come home with the win. Come home with it. And I'm telling you, the most dangerous team you're ever going to play is a tomato can, because they don't give a damn. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. That's what I'm telling you what's going on. So what I'm saying to you is this simple. We got the damn win today. We come back, and then we'll see what happens, Eddie.
Well, Doug, again, they should have thrown a football. Obviously, we did. I thought we should have gone deep a few times. Those cornerbacks, Doug, they're just awful. That pass defense for the Jets, I'm telling you, it's unbelievable. That is not a good football team. But I'll tell you what, we've got some guys hurt in our defensive backfield. And we've been lacking a little bit in pass rush. And we got the Packers coming in town, and they're always tough to say the least. And I don't know what we're going to do with Tillman out. It looks like Conte's going to be out Monday. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, we're getting quite thin in that defensive backfield, Doug.
I'll tell you what's good news. The good news is Fuller. The good news is the way that kid is playing. Last week, he was the guy that became player of the week. Today, I don't know how many tackles he had, but he had a ton of them. Interceptions. The guy was there, punched the football out twice or once. So that's a plus. It's a huge plus for us because that's what Tillman used to do. Now we got Fuller. Now they did a hell of a job with this kid. This kid is in there playing. So, yeah, it's not going to be easy, but I'm telling you, just take a look what happened Sunday. Take a look at all these great football teams. New England barely got by. New Orleans, did they lose? You're talking about some real terrible football, but the fact is that, like I said, when the opportunity is there for you to win that game, you win it. And you come home and some of you, the Bears were terrible. Well, yeah, maybe. Oh, the Jets were terrible. Yeah, maybe. But that doesn't count. They don't put that in parentheses. What they put in the parentheses, the Bears beat the Jets. That's what counts. We're going to take a break. O'Brien and Buffon. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. And nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. And great food here, boys. I must put on 50 pounds just watching the game.
How about that chocolate sundae?
Oh, was that good or what?
Oh, my God.
That chocolate sundae was huge.
Yeah.
Our phone number is 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears.
For a herd of ponies.
27, Jets 19. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Hey, Doug, let me, or not Doug, OB, let me talk you off the ledge for a second. Obviously, you played the game, you know it better than anybody, but the last two games have been really weird. Bears should have won that first game against Buffalo, but hear me out here. The Jets are no slouch. That front seven are great. The reason Cutler didn't throw more balls down the field, he was pressured. He was sacked 3 times. They were in his face the whole day. Basically, he didn't have time to get a long pass out, in my opinion. And the other thing, guys, is let's not forget the last 2 games, Marshall and Jeffrey have been not themselves, especially Marshall. They're not playing to their potential. They're not separating from their coverage, and the bottom line is they're not playing 100%. We're not seeing the offense clicking, OB, because I think we got to get them back healthy. That's the problem on offense, and obviously the defense is bad. And
I agree with you, Mike, 100%. But my point is Cutler. If you look at we have 3. The victories we've had and holding this team together, it's been Cutler. How many times have you seen Cutler in previous years? He makes a mistake or two, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. He stayed strong. He stayed smart. He didn't panic. And last week he didn't. He stayed great. I'm going to tell you what, I think he's matured a hell of a lot this year. And he has not given up, Dougie.
Yeah, the other thing too, Ed, you're always one that brings us up the fact that let's look at the stats. Well, again, that's not the answer to everything. The Bears had total yardage of 257 yards.
216 last week.
Jets had 414. Okay? Now, the fact is they had 21 first downs, the Jets did. Bears had 17. So the main key would you take a look at the one thing you go back to, and we always go back to it. The Jets had 3 turnovers. That's a killer. The same thing happened last week. And also the Jets had 3 sacks against them. And time of possessions, the Jets had 31-52. So all these stats mean something or little, but do you want to take a look at the big things and pull it out? The fact is the turnovers. The turnovers is the key. What do you think happened to the Jets after Monday intercepts that football in the second play of the game, whatever, runs for a touchdown? Put a fork in it. Put a fork in it. You're cooked. That's exactly what happens. And so, in fact, too, if you don't take advantage of a turnover, when the Bears had that fumble, okay, and that ball really they called it dead,
Doug,
but they didn't take advantage of it.
How is it the Jets? How is it? I mentioned on third down on the 2.5-yard line.
Yeah.
And goal to goal, and they call a quarterback delay. How is it that when they get down there a couple of 2-3 times, and they're on the 8-yard line, and they need a score, and they're throwing it's second and what, about 8 or whatever at one time, and they're throwing 3 and 4 yard outs. Why aren't they throwing the ball into the end zone? Don't they have a play?
Eddie.
What the hell kind of play calling is it?
Eddie, remember this. Never get in an argument with a moron. And I'm talking about, what's happening with the Jets. It's to our advantage that they're stupid.
If you're the owner,
I'm not arguing at that point.
Of the Jets,
they're stupid.
And
they're dumbasses. I enjoy that.
Doug, what is going on that football field in front of your own fans? I mean, to me, that's unbelievable.
Ed,
how the hell are you down on the opponent's 8-yard line, 9, 2.5-yard line, and you don't try to get into the end zone?
Ed,
are you nuts?
Can I say this real simply? I don't give a damn. I really don't. I don't give a damn if they call a quarterback sneak, a draw, or punt the football through the end zone, or start a fight, or take their clothes off, join the band, pick up a trombone.
Take their clothes off?
Yeah, to pick up a trombone, play the band. I don't give a damn. I really don't. If you're going to make those kind of calls, then you live with it. I don't have to live with
Doug,
it.
I'm just trying to point out.
I know that, Ed.
My God.
You're being a purist talking about the game.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
And that's how you're going to attack the Bears defense when you get down into the red zone and you don't even go to the end zone. You try a QB delay on the 2.5-yard line. I mean, it's beyond me. It is absolutely beyond me, the stupidity of those calls.
They were down there 6 or 7 times in that end zone, red zone, and they just couldn't do much about it. Let's just face it. Like I said, Ed, the team is a tomato can, and you got to be very careful with tomato cans because if you give them too much rope, there were times during that football game I thought, well, they're going to turn. They're going to turn on us, and these tomato cans are going to beat me. And if you lose to a tomato can, don't come home.
I'm
telling you right now, don't come home.
If I'm the owner of the New York Jets and I watched that football game tonight, I swear to God, I'd go in there and take a chair and break it right over that head coach's name.
Think it as
over his head.
Think it as a blessing, Ed. Think it as a God-given blessing that they are that stupid. You know what? You say to yourself, okay, they're stupid. The play was wrong. A quarterback sneak, this or that or this or that. I'm just saying to you, good, they played right into our hands. They played right into our hands. But let me not say this and take a step back. I agree with you.
That's hysterical.
If you're looking from a football point of view, let's say we have no interest in either team, and we go and we're watching the game, we're saying to ourselves, well, I tell you what, those Jets are stupid. What are they doing? But they've done that all the time since he's been there. Since Ryan's been there. I mean, it hasn't changed. They're 8-8 from last year. You saw what happened last week to them. Geno Smith throws a touchdown pass, and that dumbass Morningwood calls a timeout.
Marty Morningwood.
Marty Morningwood.
the National Football League has an offensive coordinator.
Right.
Folks, you have no idea how funny this is.
Well,
I'm telling you.
This is good for us, though.
Oh, my God.
This is good for us, good for the team, and whatever.
Let's get to the
Let's go out to Ryan in Lincoln Park. Ryan, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Doug,
What's up, Ryan?
I love you guys so much, man. I just wanted to, so many thoughts after a big game like this. What an emotional roller coaster. I wasn't sure if they were going to win by 20 or lose by 10. It was just one of those games. I was like, geez, how are they going to blow it? How are they going to win? I don't know. But a couple of points I want to make is, what do you think about Cutler not being able to put two of those drives away towards the end of the game, and the inefficiency of the offense and whatnot? And then the last thing I want to say is, what do you think about Kyle Fuller? Wow, what a gem he's been. And is this a real credit to Emery, the manager, or is this just maybe just a lucky pick we got? What do you guys think? I love you guys a million, man. Talk to you soon.
You know, again, too, and Ed will talk about this, too, and talk about Fuller. Fuller is going to be around a long time. And not only is he going to be around a long time.
Well, after 3 games, Doug,
he's going to play some good
is he
football.
The real deal?
Oh, yeah.
I would say he
Now,
definitely.
We're talking about Cutler and about the drives. Here's the key. The key is when you make these drives. The Bears come out in the second half. They got the first series, right? They drive the football 80 yards in 3 minutes and 32 seconds to take a 24-13 lead. And they scored twice during that drive. Remember they called the one back? They went back and scored again. So that's what the key is, when to go after it. And that's what they're doing with him. They're controlling him. He's controlling himself. You know, we're not talking about a ton of yards here. He had 257 total yards. I think passing was maybe, 225 yards. So it's not the numbers that count. The count is when you do it and how you do it. And don't make a mistake and don't turn it over. And that's where all the guys make mistakes. That's what happened to Cutler in the years back. He wanted to make, I'm going to make this play. I'm going to make that play. He's throwing the ball in the dirt. He's throwing the ball out of bounds. He's doing all the things that he should be doing as a quarterback.
That's exactly my point. This week, last week, that's exactly my point. Cutler has grown up, and I'm going to tell you what, he stayed strong. He did not let the offense, the whole thing, get away from him. He stayed in there. He was in command. He did not panic. And I tell you, I'm very proud of him, and I think he's the main reason, Doug, why we won today, and the reason why we won, especially against the 49ers. He never gave up. He stayed cool. He stayed smart. He stayed brave, and he held that team together.
Well, take a look. Cutler had a 94.7 quarterback rating. 94.7. I think he threw for about 200 and some yards. The fact is,
225.
225. Here's the key, though. The key is 0 interceptions. That's the key. 0 interceptions. You don't realize how much these turnovers kill you. They absolutely kill you. They can take all these stats and put it where the sun don't shine because they don't mean anything. Because of the fact that those turnovers just mean so much. And so that's what you do. And Ed is right. Ed is correct. Ed nailed it down last week. Ed said, hey, hold it, Doug, here's the deal. Cutler's doing this, Cutler's doing that, and we're taking a look at him. He's become solid.
Absolutely.
Not only solid, but here's the other point. If you need it, he's there to get it for you. He can't do that. There are quarterbacks that can't do that. They'll be solid for you, but the fact is, if the game is turned against you, he can make a play. Some of those passes he made today were just unbelievable. He gets out of trouble. He moves around. He sits in the pocket, throwing sideways, firing the football, doing all that. Now, we had some good receivers. There's no question about it. But like some guy brought up, that they're banged up. They're banged up. So,
Doug's, but you know what we got to do sooner or later? We got to start running the football. I mean, it's not like we've got a pretty big offensive line, pretty mobile. And we got a pretty damn good back in Forte back there. And what's going on is unbelievable. I mean, Forte's averaging like 1.5 yards, maybe at best 2 yards a carry. I mean, come on, we're a better football team than that. And we're going to need a running game sooner or later. It just can't be pass. Cutler played great. We're going to need another phase to our offense, and it's called running the football. And we have the personnel up front, and we've got the back in Forte. Why it's not happening, Doug, I have no idea.
Why it didn't happen today yet? Because the fact that the New York Jets, I think, ranked second or third against the run. And so when you make a game plan, you put it together.
Isn't that who you want to run against?
Yeah,
if
but
that's the best, you want to take them on and show what the hell you
why
can
be
do.
a bonehead about it? Their secondary was terrible, Eddie. So if their secondary is terrible, let's they take conservative passes.
That, but what I'm saying, sooner or later, somewhere,
I agree.
In the next 13 games, we're going to need the running game.
Right.
And so far, anemic is the name of our running game. We're better than that.
The best run they had was when Forte had 8-yard run and picked up a first down. That was the best play that he had running the football. This we do know, and I know this, and you know this. We've been through many game plans. You take a team, you say, what is their weakness? And you take a look at their weakness.
Their weakness?
Secondary.
It's their coaching staff?
Well, but you don't worry about that because you're not playing against them. Ryan's not playing.
I'm sorry.
He doesn't have a helmet on.
Laughing,
Will you
Doug.
stop yourself with this?
That's the dumbest. That's the dumbest.
See, here's where you're making your mistake, Eddie. You're looking at it as a purist. Don't look at it as a purist. Look at it, what was done and how it was done, and we have a win. And let's worry about the Green Bay Packers.
I'm looking at
who
that.
looked like crap against the Lions.
Dumb, stupid coaches. That's what I'm looking at. It.
But the Green Bay Packers, did they look not terrible against the Lions? Did they not? Minnesota got beat up too. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at competition. I'm looking at what the fact is. What do we have to do to win the division?
Run the football. We're going to have to run. How many times
you do
I
what you have
tell
to do. Ed, you have to do what you have to do.
You take advantage of what the opponents give you. I understand that. But sooner or later, we're going to have to run the football. Do you not agree or do you disagree?
I agree, but the fact is,
well,
when do you
shut
do
up.
it? No, you shut up. When you do it, Ed. When you do it. That's the whole key is when you do it.
Yeah, Doug.
You don't have to do it today. Because there are mooches back there playing the secondary.
There's 16
Marty
games.
Morningwin was the best.
There's not 162.
Yeah, I know, but you take each one individual. It's not like a whole thing.
I
this
understand
is one thing
that,
I'm looking
Doug.
at.
Let me say it again. You're probably not hearing me. We're going to have to run the football.
I understand
sooner
that.
or later, and we have the big guys up front to do it. We've got a great running back. Why the hell it's not happening, I don't know.
Ed, we got to take a break. We'll be right back.
Okay, well, break your neck or what?
Welcome back to Majestic Star Postgame Shows presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. They're in your business. We are live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Let's hear it for Bannerman's. Well, Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears 27 and the Jets, the tomato cans, the guys that can't play, the dumbass coaches, 19.
Hey, Doug.
Did I sum that up all right?
Yeah, you summed it up. Right.
Okay, good.
You know, the old adage, statistics are for the losers.
Uh-huh.
Against the 49ers, offensively, we had a total of 216 yards, and I think the 49ers had about 470-some-odd yards.
Mm-hmm.
Today, we had a total of 257 total yards, and the Jets had 414. And not only that, one of the bad signs also for the Bears, 257 yards. We have 9 penalties for almost 100 yards. Doug.
That's not good.
No, it's not good, and we don't run the football. We don't get a lot of yards. But I'll tell you what, apparently we're not making a lot of mistakes, and it just goes back to what I've been saying, Doug. I think Jay Cutler, it's all about Jay. He's come of age. He stayed strong, and I think that's why we got in the victories. He has not panicked.
That is correct, Eddie. The fact is, when you take a look at it, and you brought those stats up, take a look at the one stat, and we talked about it at the beginning of the show. The one stat that's really tough is the turnovers. Now, if you remember the San Francisco game,
yep.
I think, how many turnovers they must have had? 2 or 3? We had 0. Today, the Jets had 3. We had 1. So basically they say, and I'm telling you, that when you want to look at a stat, take a look at the turnover stat and see which team turns it over the most, and that's the team that lost.
You know what? Normally,
that's what it looks like.
Normally, listeners, there's a thing that was set some time ago, and if you got 3 turnovers, you won a football game. If you got 5, it's a lock. It's an absolute deadlock. But if you get three takeaways, that normally means a victory.
And that's the way it goes. And that's what they did, and that's what they're doing. And they're taking their time. They're not being, remember last year, a lot of times we'd see guys would make some big plays. There's some tremendous big plays.
Cutler would get frustrated. Remember Cutler?
Get sacked, throw
he'd
the
get
ball
frustrated,
away
throw, come holler at the
Right.
sidelines, getting in people's face and all that. He hasn't done it.
Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, Ed and Doug. My
Mike,
MVP of the game is truly, I don't know, you're both defensive guys. I love the way that Paya played today. He pushed the middle all day long.
Wait a minute, Mike. If I was you, are you sitting down right now?
Yes.
If you are, well, get a glass of water, sit down.
Well, okay.
I'm going to turn this over to my partner about Paya.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Tell him what you tell me all the time during the game.
Watch him. Watch him.
Mike, he's not very happy with Paya.
Watch him.
You know,
that's all you got to do.
Yeah, and that's, again, too, I mean, there were some plays made inside. I'm telling you,
You don't
Mike,
think he pushed the pocket at all today?
ask OB, because OB played defensive line, and that time you bring up Paya, OB looks for a pencil to put in his neck at that point in time, okay?
Not today.
I don't know. I'm staying out of this
Ed,
one.
truly,
Yes.
Ed, did you watch the game defensively?
Of course I
Paya
did.
come up
He only watches the
4
offense,
times.
Mike.
That's terrific.
Mike, you're not going to change his mind. I mean,
Well,
I've tried.
no, I know I'm not. I'm just.
You're not going to do it, buddy.
I can't believe nobody's talking about Paya for the whole time I've been hanging on the line. He pushed the pocket in the middle today.
Well, all I know is I saw a lot of good plays out of Young. You know, I mean, out of Houston. Although he got one stupid penalty.
Allen played. He showed up.
Allen
he
at
played
the end,
pretty
he
good.
made a nice couple plays.
Yes, he did.
You know, but not. I mean, he's not overwhelming. He's not going to be overwhelming. You know, that's a fact. You know, again, too, it's like having Julius Peppers, the same guy.
You know what, Mike? It's you know, he came in, he made some good plays. They all do. But the main problem now and has been, it's our inside people.
Especially Paya.
You can't make it a play here and a play there. You can't do it. You got to have two dogs down there that can hunt, and we just don't have them.
Let's go out to Demetrius on the southwest side. Demetrius, you're on the score.
Yes, I was seeing that the defense is getting thin. I think this is a real golden opportunity that the Bears should go out and try to get Michael Sam for the defense, and I think that will be a real big plus. And I think he will really rally up. I'm gonna let you get your other call.
I don't see that's going to help us. I really don't. I think what we're going to we got to find.
Yeah, Demetrius, we have outside rushmen.
We got guys.
We've got guys in the outside that can rush. That's not the problem. The problem is inside.
We're going to need also, too, we're going to need defensive backs. They're going down like flies. Now, you know, there's Vereen probably is going to have to step up there and play. There's no question about it. Conte must be made out of brittle glass because every time I turn around, he's hurt. Nice kid, you know, but I got to tell you, you know, he makes a tackle, he gets hurt. Falls down, he gets hurt. I don't know what happened to his collarbone today. We'll have to take and find out what happened to that. We happened to his shoulder another time. You can't play this game that every time you make a tackle, you get hurt. It don't work that way. So they're going to have to make some changes there, Ed. I don't know how they're going to do it. Let's go out to Ellen in the west side. Ellen, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing? I listen to you guys every week, and I really appreciate your guys' knowledge. My biggest issue that I have for the future is if you look at the next 5 games in that with Green Bay and Carolina and Atlanta, you know, and New England, what kind of packages would you use to help our running game in that? I feel that with Carey and that maybe we should start using a 2 running back and try and, you know, utilize both running backs. I just want to get your opinion on that.
You don't see that. You know, the fact you're going to see one running back in the backfield, and that's what you're going to see. And the fact is that, you know, again, too, I don't know. The teams you talked about at the beginning of the year, I'd have said, whoa. The Green Bay Packers. I said, whoa. Carolina. Well, I got to tell you something. It's not there. I didn't see it. I didn't see what Carolina, they lost last week in Green Bay against the Lions. I'm more worried about the Lions. And I could make a strong statement here that the Cincinnati team is a better team than all of them.
Lions really took it to the Packers, Doug.
Oh, they did.
I mean, my Lord, they came after them big time.
And the fact is they couldn't do anything against against the Lions. So that's what you have to look at. And as far as bringing in somebody else, where are you going to find these people? You're going to find them on practice squads. You're going to find them, on Rush Street at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm not quite sure. I'd probably take my chances on the guy from Rush Street at 3 o'clock in the morning because you're going to get a wild animal on your hands. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, they're running out of players. I mean, we're just in the third game. What's the third game? We got 13 more. If you go to the playoffs or whatever. So that's a major problem, man. I don't know where you get these guys.
No, I don't know where you get them either, Doug. And I'll tell you what. Let's hope the guys that we do have.
Yeah.
Let's hope they got some talent, pal.
Well, that's it, and that's why
we'll know real soon too.
That's so important. Everybody worries about that first string guy. Everybody worries about that guy that's coming in. That's going to play. You got to be worried about your whole team. You got to be worried about, and you got to think as a GM, if he goes down, who do I play?
Hey, Dougie, let me ask you a question. You got the Packers coming in here, okay? Obviously, Aaron Rodgers, and they've got some great receivers up there. Let's say, we're going to be out 3 of the 4 defensive backs. Do you come after the quarterback? Do you come after the quarterback with blitzes and hopefully put the pressure on and get to the quarterback and help cover for your defensive backs? Or do you lay back and give them help?
Well, here's the way I look at it. The way I look at it is this. Any other quarterback I'd go after, but I won't go after him. I won't go after the quarterback from the Green Bay Packers because he's going to rip you apart. That's what he does best. He reads and he fires the football. So what you have to do, I think, myself personally, and then we're going to go back to what you were talking about. You've got to kill the clock. And you kill the clock only one way. You just run the football. And that's why that's so important in that football game because he won't have an opportunity to play. Keep his ass on the bench.
Keep him. That's exactly correct.
Right.
But there's going to come a time in that game, Doug, when are you going to lay back or are you going to go after? Are you going to go after Rodgers and try to take him out? Or do you lay back and hopefully take away what you think he's going to do?
Well, I think this, Ed, and you know this as well because you play enough defenses. You can't strictly play a defense and strictly play soft. There are times you have to be aggressive at certain times. So this is when that defensive coordinator's got to feel it when they're going to make a move. When they make that move, they're going after that quarterback. But you can't constantly do that because I'm telling you, he'll pick it up and you'll ruin us.
Right. Here's the thing, though, again, Doug, going back, here's the unique situation. So as it stands now, 3 out of the 4 starters are gone in the defensive backfield. So that's a hell of a problem with Aaron Rodgers coming into town.
It is. There's no question. So like I said, the best offense or the best defense is for the offense to take the football, run the football, move the chains, move the football, go 10 yards, and do not make a mistake. They do that, they can beat the Green Bay Packers. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Baseball season is here at last, and the excitement continues all season long at DraftKings.com, the official daily fantasy partner of Major League Baseball. Daily fantasy means no season-long commitments. Why wait until the end of the season to claim victory when you can win huge cash every day? Hurry to DraftKings.com now and enter promo code PODCAST20 to play for free. You could win part of the $300 million in prizes being awarded this season. Enter PODCAST20 for free entry now at DraftKings.com. That's DraftKings.com.
This sports podcast on Play.it is powered by DraftKings, a leading provider of daily fantasy sports.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. And we're going to talk about game ball. Maybe game balls, because it is brought to you by Al Piemonte Ford in Melrose Park. Go to apford.com. And, Eddie, we go with 2 guys.
Yeah, I think so.
You go with the quarterback?
Yes.
Jay Cutler?
Yes.
and we go with one more with Kyle Fuller.
Yep, you got it last week.
He's
half
done.
a ball. Absolutely.
And so you got two damn, I don't know, they're pretty damn good ball players right now. And I hope nothing changes. I hope nobody gets hurt. But I'll tell you what, they are really coming to the forefront.
You know what, Doug?
What?
Excuse me. Talking about this.
You can't get it out of your mind, can you?
I can't.
You can't get it out of your mind. They run a quarterback sneak or whatever
it was.
There was
a coach in 2002 for the Detroit Lions, folks. The Bears were playing their games down in Champaign-Urbana. And Detroit Lions had a head coach by the name of Marty Morningwig.
Will you get off his back? Seriously.
The game, folks, goes into overtime. And Detroit wins the toss. And it was a windy day, so he defers. He takes the wind. They kick off to the Bears. We go down, kick a field goal. We win the game.
He
won the toss.
And
he deferred. He wanted the win behind his back.
Yeah. Well, Brett.
Okay? Doug, that's what he did. He kicked off to the Bears. The Bears marched down the field, kicked the field goal, and won the game.
Brendan,
he won the toss.
Brendan, you were at that game, right?
I was at that game, 2002.
And that's exactly what
Couldn't
happened.
believe it. And
this is the coach, the offensive coordinator of the New York Jets. Now, Doug.
Why are you all over this guy's ass?
Last week, what happened with him again? Douglas?
Yeah.
What did he do
a
last
timeout.
week?
Yeah, he had a timeout. Eddie, maybe he had a senior moment. I don't know. But the fact was that he did call a timeout. But unfortunately, it was a touchdown pass.
Yes. The Jets threw a touchdown pass. Everybody's jumping up and down. Touchdown pass to win the game. At the end of the game, guess who called the timeout?
You make the
call.
absolute
last second.
What was the worst call? You make the call. The Illinois game or the touchdown pass? Marty Morningwig.
All the above, Doug. You can't separate them. I mean, this guy actually has a job in this league.
I like
actually has a job.
Brendan, go back over this thing in Illinois. You were down there.
We're at the game with some friends, and we looked.
It went to overtime.
The coin toss, and we looked at each other and said, "This guy is taking the wind." And we talked to Alex Brown last week, and Alex, a couple things I can't repeat, but he said basically like, "We can't believe that this clown is taking the wind," and they just went right down the field and kicked the field goal and won.
And won the game.
In sudden death, no, we don't want the ball. No, you take it.
That's when he was head coach of the Detroit Lions.
Let me give you a question, okay? Who would you rather take? Who would you take, Marty Morningwig or Mike Martz or Mike Tice? Make your call. I'll sit down and listen to your answer.
No. Let's go to the callers. That's enough already.
Got to Tom in Fort Wayne. Is that Fort Wayne? Yes, it is. Tom, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
All right, Tom.
Yeah. I'm having another one of those victory cigars. I
there
was
you
wandering
go.
there for a while. It was a strange game.
Wasn't it? Yes, it was.
But I was wanting to say I thought our defense really stepped up. I really love the way this Ivory runs the ball. And, he got quite a few yards, but for the most part, the Bears shut that running game down, which is what I think everybody feared, that the Jets would maybe be able to run the ball on them. And I'm like, Ed, I think we need to put a little more pressure on the quarterback. I think that kid might have folded up a little bit with a little bit more pressure because he completed a lot of passes there in the second and third quarter because he had time to throw. And the last thing is a couple of penalties, just so undisciplined, kept a couple of their drives alive, gave them great field position on the fair catch penalty, and just another win on the road. Can't beat them.
Well, that's the key, the win on the road. You're right about that. I mean, there's no question about that. And the fact is, though, there's certain things you look at. Every game you play, you try to find yourself, how do I improve? How do I get better for next week? I'm going to play next week. And what did you see today that says, what do we need to improve? What did you see? We say, well, first of all, Doug, they couldn't run the football. Then we have to work on it. There's no question about that. The fact is, I like to get more pressure on the quarterback. We got to work on it. I thought the specialty teams, though, was better than it was the first two games. It was a fire drill out there with that specialty teams. I thought this was better. I thought ourselves, like you said, against the run, I thought we were better. So there are certain things that you work on in this game of football. It doesn't happen automatically overnight.
Yeah, Tom, the one thing that I can tell you, and Doug and I look at a lot of stuff and a lot of different games, and you watch and you see, and I'm going to tell you something. I don't see any world-beating teams out there. I mean, there's 2 or 3 teams that are 3-0, but I'm going to tell you what, you're not talking about the dominant run game, the dominant pass game, defense that is second to none. It's almost non-existent. It doesn't exist in the National Football League so far. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 3-4 games, but I'll tell you what, as silly as this is going to sound, we're 2-1, and I don't think the Bears have to take a back seat, Doug, to anybody. I don't think anybody's dominating in the passing game. I don't think anybody's dominating in the run game. I don't think there's a super-duper defense out there that it stops the run and the pass. I think we're in the hunt. I don't see any great juggernauts out there, Doug. I really don't.
See, that's the key. The fact that, I think that Seattle's a very good football club. There's no question about it. I also thought San Francisco was a good football club, but they lost to St. Louis. And Ed brought up something really interesting last week in talking about Jim Harbaugh. I just didn't see something there on the sidelines. And I had no idea about this because Ed has a home in Michigan.
All you had to do was just view him on the sidelines, Doug.
Right.
And there's been some things going on for quite a while. And I have some thoughts about it, but I mentioned it last week, and I don't care what anybody says or how, whatever, just my opinion. He is gone from San Francisco. He will be the next head coach at the University of Michigan.
And so he's having battles with the GM, excuse me, and he's also having battles with the owner.
Ownership, absolutely. Right. Absolutely.
And, again, what are the battles, Ed? I mean, the fact is he wants more or they won't give him more? Who knows?
Yeah, and you know what? And then Michigan, Saturday, folks, you had words between the head coach, and it was either the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator. I can't remember. But they had words on the sideline, and another Michigan lost. And I'm going to tell you something. Michigan will not tolerate that. And who's the perfect guy? Jim Harbaugh.
And that's why you take a look at these football clubs and you say to yourself, okay, who's the best out there? I don't think after 3 games you can really say anything.
I just said
about
that. There are none. There's nobody dominant in any phase of the game.
But you always have to look at history, and that's what happens. You look back at Seattle last year. You look back at San Francisco last year. You look at, New England. You look at Denver. So these type of football clubs. But one thing that you have to take a look at is that the Bears are improving. But here's the sad news about this. And Eddie brought it up at the beginning. There's a lot of injuries. There's a lot of damn injuries. And like I said, where in the hell do you find these guys to play?
Yeah, when you have 4 D-backs and 3 of them are down. And you got Green Bay coming in, it's going to be
tough.
Some kids got to grow up real quick here.
Let's go out to Bill in Rockford. Bill, you on the score.
Yeah, I was falling asleep there for a minute, guys. You were making me laugh, and then I fell asleep. And then
good. I'm glad we're keeping it up.
Quick point. 1 for 6 in the red zone. The old Bears, remember, they'd bend and they wouldn't break. They were 1 for 6 tonight.
Right.
Better. It's been better. 2 big drives. Halftime, 17-13, come out and score. You guys said it at the right moment. And then the score was, 24-19? They go down and get a field goal. I mean, that's what winning teams do. But here's my problem. I'm so ticked off. I'm so tired. And I know the special teams have been better. But you guys remember the score was 24-13. We just scored. We got a 3 and out. We got a great punt return from Santonio Holmes. Penalty. Backs you up to the 10. You kick. They come down. Now it's 24-16. They get a field goal. We go 3 and out again. And they punt it. Short punt. Penalty. The guy fair catches it. Penalty. They get them they get the ball at the 29. Another field goal is 24-19. It seems like the special teams, they're getting better. But my God, tonight it was like we had a chance to put the game away. I thought a couple times, and then the special teams just put us in bad spots. I mean, it's driving me nuts. I don't know. I've never been a Dick Millis fan. I know they're getting better. Ahmad Dixon looked really good tonight, but I swear, those 2 possessions, I thought we had a chance to kind of, put the game a little bit away, and then you back us up. It's just driving me crazy. By the way, who leads the league in picks? Kyle Fuller. Who's second? Do you guys know who's second picks?
No, I don't.
Chris Conti. Who's second in the league in touchdowns? Jay Cutler. Who's second in touchdown receptions? Marshall and Martellus Bennett.
Well, those are great stats. You're talking about, again, talking about individual players. But, again, like I said, I'll go back to it. There's little things in a football game, and you brought it up, especially in special teams. I never, in my wildest dreams, watching football, playing the 14 years, even Ed playing with the years he played, a guy throws a block and hits him in the back. You know damn well what you're doing out there.
Absolutely.
You can't do that.
They know when they're hitting the guy
in the back.
Oh, I didn't know it. You're a damn liar.
You know, you taking stupid pills or what? It kills you. It brings it back. Once again, that's got to be instilled in the player. If it's not there, don't throw the damn thing. You're better off when it comes to it. Well, Bradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Well, Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767.
By the way,
this place is just phenomenal because the way they treated us has just been unbelievable.
The
food is just terrific.
Murray has been phenomenal.
Oh, he's just been great.
This place was packed beyond belief.
Yeah. Well, the fact about it is that the food is so damn good. I mean, you eating that big Sunday, too, that kind of threw me off a little bit.
Don't even.
Bannerman's famous roasted chicken, the original recipe from the Chicken Bowl and Tasty Chick since 1953. Also on Wednesdays, our roasted jumbo bone and wings, 50 cents each, sets of 10.
Guy's a perfect gentleman.
He really is.
Murray's
and he's so great. And
absolutely.
Again, too, like I said, we just basically ate all night. Let's go out to Javier in Glen Allen. Javier, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
I just have a quick comment and 2 quick questions, and I'll hang up and listen.
Right.
First of all, I'm sitting here with my dad, who's 87 years old, been a Bears fan forever, and he thinks number 87 should be retired in the name of Ed O'Bradovich. First of all, that's my comment. And second, and one of my 2 questions is, if they that touchdown that was called back on the Jets and the Alshon Jeffries penalty call, would that have changed the game in any way? And my second question is for OB. OB, my dad wants to know that if you guys would have played the Chargers in 1963, if there would have been a Super Bowl, they scored 51 points against the Boston Patriots. If you guys would have beat them, guys, I'll listen, and you guys are great. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Tell your dad they might have scored 2 points.
Well, you're overestimating because your offense didn't score but 3. So you'd have won a lot of games, I mean, the thing about it is, that fumble would have cost. And Eddie, as soon as it happened, Ed says to me, he says, hey, hold it, that's a fumble. I said, yeah, but
there's no question about it.
I didn't hear
how those referees came up
with
their decision and said, that it was. I mean, that's unbelievable. Right in front of your eyes.
That made a big difference in the football game. There's no question about it. And on top of that, made things worse. They didn't get the touchdown, but they also didn't get points from that. And there it is. They had to eat the football after 4 downs. And so once again, they didn't, come up to the challenge. Let's go out to Brian in his car. Brian, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing tonight?
What's up, buddy?
Bears victory. Pleasure speaking to you guys. I had 2 points. I'm sure you remember talking to me 2 years ago after the Vikings game. I called and was livid about Forte not being able to block whatsoever. I wanted to compliment him recently over the past year and a half. Really picked his game up big time. And I also wanted to get your thoughts on number 36, Dixon. I saw him flying around all over the field tonight on special teams. Can you tell me a little bit about him? And I'm going to hang up and listen, but I just want my friend Jason, he's driving here, to say hello. What's up, buddy?
What's up? What I think is this, I don't know much about Dixon myself. I mean, honest with you, because it usually was mostly a special teams. But the fact is, though, again, too, the fumble was a big part of the game, a big part of the Bears. The game could have turned right around. There's no doubt about it. But, the Bears hung in there, and the fact that, the Jets made a lot of mistakes. They made a ton of mistakes, especially not doing something or coming up with something after that fumble recovery, which I thought should have been a touchdown. But again, too, you're going to see guys out there playing, which I never even thought about, was Dixon. I mean, again, too, he's on special teams. He's this, he's that. The punt returner or kickoff returner, Ross, I don't know anything about him. But, obviously the Bears do, because they have to keep track of all this in case there are injuries. Well, there are injuries now. And so they're going to have to try to bring some of these guys back, Ed, if they're going to try to do something else with them.
Well, Doug, you're going to have to take a look at a lot of people. I'm not quite sure. They might go outside this week in the next. They're probably on the phone right now, Doug.
Yeah,
looking for people, talking to their scouts, their pro scouts, the college scouts, kids that are out there that have been cut and let go by other teams, and that showed some promise. There's only so many you can keep. But I'm going to tell you, there's just way too many guys out there. And I think this kid here, Dixon, he was signed off the Vikings practice squad, Doug, and he was drafted. He was drafted by Dallas in the 7th round, and we got him, and we took him. But he was signed off the Vikings practice squad, drafted by Dallas Cowboys in the 7th round. And we'll see what happens. I mean, I can't tell you if he's a ball hawk. I can't tell you if he can do tight coverage. Doug and I, we know nothing about him. We really don't. And there's a very simple reason why. Kid doesn't play.
Doesn't play. Yeah, and again, too, the fact is that even that.
But that's basically where he comes from.
The fact with him and a lot of other players out there, they're going to get their opportunity on practice squad. You can go in. Any team in the National Football League and raid their practice squad. You go in there and you try to find out, I want him. You can do that. And there it is. They have to let you go. They have to let you go to that team that wants you. So is the guy out there? I don't know. Just like what the Bears picked up Monday.
Well, Doug, here's
from Green Bay. I didn't think the guy could play. Be honest with you, I'm telling you, he was with 4 different teams.
Yeah, here's the thing.
I think he couldn't play dead.
Here's the thing with Dixon. I mean, he didn't play at a small school. He played at at Baylor, Doug, and he was first team all Big 12. So the kid has some ability. How much, I don't know. Can he start with the guys being hurt? I don't know, but we'll damn sure find out.
Well, again, too, like I said, that's why I like to see where you have a lot of ball players, and I'd like to see the squad increase. Now, you say, well, they have the practice squad, but like I told you before, teams can come in and raid your practice squad. So I like to see the more players, maybe more players out there. I mean, probably more special team players, guys out there where you're not putting guys out there that are starters that have to go out and do cover kickoffs, cover punts, and do all of that. There wasn't 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. I saw Tillman on the damn punt team, and he was making a tackle, and I said, oh, my God, why would you do something like that? Just like Fuller. I wouldn't have him on any of these teams. So that's why I think you should go out and bring some other guys in who are special team guys. That's the name of the word, special teams. Let's go out to Jim on the northwest side. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, Doug? How are you?
Hi, buddy.
I used to hang around your old place up on River Road, brother.
The old
still alive.
Nickelback. You made it through it, huh?
Nickelback, man. Yeah, I play with your old buddy, Jack Lewis.
Yeah.
Remember Jackie Lewis?
Yeah, sure do.
Great guy, brother. Great guy. Yeah, we had some battles together at some touch football games. Hey, listen. Who figured out this Bears schedule, man?
I don't know.
This is ridiculous.
I have no idea.
West Coast, East Coast. Now we come back, boom, 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 right home with the Green Bay. Come on, throw some bones once in a while. What's that about?
Well, first of all, the Bears are, and people love to watch the Bears play. They've always in the past. I mean, that's good for television. Because if you hear the Chicago Bears are playing, I don't care what kind of game or team you have, they're turning it on. And so that's why, they're trying to get them on a Monday night, a Sunday night, 2 Thursdays. They're playing Thanksgiving Thursday afternoon, and then they follow up with another Thursday. So you're getting a lot of national attention. And again, as a player, I think it's dead-ass wrong. I don't consider myself, looking at a game. It takes at least a week to get back and ready to go again, not an early Thursday game.
Yeah, I think we're playing Thanksgiving Thursday during the day, and then I think the following Thursday we're playing on that Thursday night game, and then the next game after that is on a Monday night game again.
Yeah.
I mean, so Jim is right. Who the hell is the guy scheduling the schedule, especially the Bears? Crazy. Play Thanksgiving Day, then you don't play till next Thursday, and then you're playing on Thursday night. Then you don't play for the following Monday. And you play on a Monday night again from a Thursday night. Crazy.
It's called money, Ed. And exactly what it's called. It's called the Jason and Lake in the Hills. Jason on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. What's going on? How are you guys?
What's up, buddy?
All right,
Good.
Jason.
I love your guys' show. I think it's awesome. I think you guys are so passionate about football. I just love your guys' show. So
thank you.
Thank you.
And I was just going to ask you guys about Jay Cutler and the offense and the fact that, do you think this guy's capable of taking them to the next level? Or, what's your guys' take on Jay Cutler, at this point in time in his career? So, I'll hang up and listen. So thank you guys for doing what you do. So
thank you. Again, too, when Jay Cutler came here, I'm a big Jay Cutler fan. And I know a lot of things. He's done a lot of stupid things. I think a lot of time, they call him jerk face. They call him this. They call him that. But the fact is, I watched him at Vanderbilt. He's a tough son of a gun, this kid. Did you see the hit he took 2 weeks ago? Any other quarterback could have been just sprawled out. He bounces back up and goes, 15 for 16 after that? That's the guy I'm looking for. And so, like Ed was saying, and Ed brought him up first of all last week, saying this is what we're looking for.
That's exactly correct.
Ed, they call it managing a game, but every time you hear managing a game, you're saying to yourself, well, that quarterback's not that good. Well, he does that, and he can make those big plays. So I'm saying if he continues to where he's going, if he continues to get help from his wide receivers and his tight end and his line, there's going to be a lot of good things happen to Jay Cutler.
Jason, you just have to – I go back – when I played, and I go back to the 85 Bears, people that you can relate to. They won a world championship. We won a world championship. I thought we were coming back the next year, the following year after that, the following year after that. We had talent unbelievable. We had some monster people playing defense, monster people playing offense. 85 team. Why still, all in all, who's the best team across the board to ever win a Super Bowl? I got to say 85. Prejudice, whatever, yeah, fine. But I'll tell you what, I think most of the pundits agree to that. Here's my point. My point is this. You get one shot to get there. And you think, and if you win it, you think you're going to go back to next year like it's going to be an automatic. It doesn't happen. Very few teams repeat. So when you get the shot to take it, there is no tomorrow. There's no guarantee that you're going to come back the following year. There's no guarantee the guys you have on a team are going to be there.
Well, that was the whole key with your team, though, in 63. I know you telling me stories because I didn't get there to 66. And the fact was, it was your defense. And I remember you used to call the offense 11 sticks of dynamite. And I remember you saying that. And you said when they walked off the field, you'd yell, hold them. That kind of So you guys had to basically do it all yourself.
We gave the offense a lot of confidence.
I know you did. Well, Brad, before we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. And those who are left here, we appreciate you guys hanging out with us and finish it off. That's right. It's a true fan. And guys, we appreciate it. Trust me. Ed and I are really considerate of the fact that you guys have good input, ask good questions, in between take pictures and that. We love to do that, and we love that you are a Bear fan. Let's go out to Scott in Oswego. Scott, you're on the score. Is that Scott? Scott's gone? No calls, huh? Okay, okay, fine. You know, I won't take any calls if you ask me not to take calls. I won't. I mean, don't take it personal. I mean, you know, why are you doing this stretching routine? What's that mean? Get on there and tell me. Talk to me. Don't give me sign language. You're not Tonto.
We had to hit a button, so hold on.
Oh, you hit a button.
Talk about the game. We had to dump something.
For me? Yeah. I didn't say anything. Did I?
I said something.
Well, you said something.
I said something.
So then they had to.
I'll take some calls.
No, I'll take some calls. Okay, I'm going to go back. Gee, you want your bad.
You want to
tongue?
explain to me what the hell went on here? What's going on?
Ed, wake up, okay?
Wake up.
He started. I was trying to get this Scott on, and he said
he was our crack producer.
He was. Yeah,
he was.
He was. You'll like Peoria. Don't worry about it. All right, let's go out to Scott in Oswego. Scott on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys, for taking my call.
Thanks for calling,
Scotty.
I'm getting to the point where I actually look forward to your show rather than watching the game, and I don't see no sense of urgency with this offense. And Ed, you were talking about Forte or the running game. I've been watching this Forte guy, and he doesn't run downhill. He kind of runs into the lineman, bounces off, lays down. I don't see any certain sense of urgency. He never wants to change direction. He kind of glides along, and he just doesn't work for me. And you're right, they got to get the run game going. Cutler settled down in real nice. They've got some great receivers, but they do need some help on defense. But I just don't see the sense of urgency in the fourth quarter, and it seems like it's all clock management. And thank you for the Bears, for all the play for the years you played for the Bears. And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Scott, let me say this about Forte. I mean, that guy could play for me any day of the week. I mean, him coming out of the backfield, catching the ball, and he can run with power. But what I've seen this year especially, after 3 games, and believe me, we've got some quality offensive linemen. I mean, we got some behemoths out there. That can Kyle Long. I mean, people that can move people, and they're mean people. And for some reason, in 3 games, Doug, I haven't seen them. I mean, there's not a sliver, a little sliver could get through. I mean, there is nowhere for him to go. I don't see it. I mean, I like to see him at least get through the line, cut back, which he does. He cut back. Scott, he cuts back great. I mean, he's got good vision, but I mean, so far this year, Dougie, I haven't seen him get past the line of scrimmage. I mean, I haven't seen any holes open up. If it's an end run or whatever, it's just not there.
The thing he did today, and the one play that it looked like the old Forte was, remember the toss? He took an 8-yarder and he got a first down. I mean, that was power. I mean, he went through there and dragged somebody with him. That's his whole key, and I think that's what he needs to do more of.
But what Scott is saying is right, but the fact of the matter is, you know, Scotty, I just, again, not to talk in circles here, but boy, I'm going to tell you something. We got some monsters in that offensive line, and why the hell they're not moving people out of the way, I don't know.
Well, again, too, yeah, you're exactly right, Dad. If there were more holes, this kid, you give him a hole, he's going to take advantage of the hole.
Oh, he's a quality back, Scott. Believe me, quality.
Yeah. And so he's not. But the other thing, too, that's important when you got to talk about, Forte, is that he really improved on his blocking. Picking up blitzes. He does a hell of a job there. And also, coming out of the backfield, catching the football. I would try to find a more way to incorporate him more in the passing game. especially just on checkdowns, on screens and stuff like that.
I think he
that's
caught
so
6 passes today.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's
6.
a big part of it. But again, too, I don't care who you are, what back you are. If there aren't any holes there, it gets kind of tough for you to do anything with it.
And that's the mystery. We got the horses up front to do it, and it's not happening.
Let's go out to Eric in Charlotte, North Carolina. Eric, you on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Eric?
Well, hey, I just wanted to comment. I do agree with Forte. He's not a running back that can go in between the tackles. But you gotta give Cutler props. I've been a diehard Bears fan since 80, and he's jumping around, slapping offensive linemen, jumping on them, and I think it's fun to see.
Well, yeah, it is fun to see because, first of all, you got the wrong impression, I think, of this kid years ago, 2-3 years ago.
Well, he brought all that stuff on himself.
He
Doug.
did, but I got to tell you something, Ed. Let me tell you something. If I played quarterback for the Chicago Bears and that offensive line that he had, I'd kill half of them.
Oh, those guys?
Me almost had him killed in Detroit. They almost put Cutler in the body bag and dragged his ass off the field. Okay, that was it. That was the kind of protection he was getting. And then not to mention, he's got guys telling him what to do. Offensive coordinators were dumb as a rock. You thought Morningwing was stupid? Please, stop yourself. I mean, he had to put up with all of that. So then, consequently, what happened was he got out of control. He tried to do it himself, try to make a play here, make a play there. Then he started to defend himself, Ed. And that's exactly when the jerk face came out and all that kind of stuff. And remember, he pushed somebody away that one year. Somebody grabbed him, whatever.
The key is what he has done
now.
These 3 games.
Right.
Boy, I tell you what, he's shown a lot of leadership.
Let's go out to Mike in Hoffman Estates. Mike on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you tonight?
All right, Mike.
Just found an interesting stat. Jay Cutler is the number 1 quarterback in the red zone. He has tied Andrew Luck for red zone touchdowns. Not even Peyton Manning's up there with him.
Well,
he has 6, which is tied with Luck, and then Manning's got 4.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at it, when you do have this, the red zone, you got to have the players to make the catches. And you see that a lot of times he does. He puts that football up in the air knowing that either his tight end's going to go get it or his 2 wide receivers are going to get it. And that's exactly what he does.
Here, Mike, you got a tight end 6'6". You got 2 wideouts 6'4".
Go to him. Exactly right. And that's exactly what he does. Let's go out to Sly on the south side. Sly on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
I'm on the air. How you doing?
What's up, Sly?
Hey, Mr. Buffon. I was enjoying you out at the casino when you're coming back.
My wife won't let me.
Oh, man. That was a great show. After the show was over with.
I know.
Hey, it was a wonderful thing. You need to figure out how to do that again, or I'll go do it and call you up, okay? But
okay.
My question is what happened to the Walter Payton sweep? Pull the guard and tackle from the left, run behind the center, and come over to the right side. They pull him from the left, and then Walter would go down the field for yards.
I'm going to tell you something that maybe is going to throw everybody off a little bit, but the fact is this, and Ed will tell you this too. The Green Bay Packers practiced that sweep 100 different ways, kept going after and after. But you know what the difference was? They had guards that could move, Ed.
Right.
They didn't have these big lumbering guys that you go forward with. They had guards, when they say pull, they pulled, and they're coming around that damn corner 100 miles an hour. These guys can't do that now. They can't do that. All they got to do now is they want to stand up and, wrestle somebody with like a bear. And hopefully the guy takes the right crease to the back. And that's
well,
exactly
like you
what
saw
do.
today, that toss.
The toss one, right.
The toss and the tackle came out and pulled out and around. That's probably about the best you're going to see. But the basic in runs, sweep to your left, sweep to your right, I don't think you're going to see too many teams running those anymore.
Let's go out to Jim in the west side. Jim on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Yeah, hey, boys. Yeah, listen, hey, OB, you're an old guy from the old days. Hey, what's with all these cheap penalty calls, man? It's ruining the game. These owners with these officials. These guys are killing the game of football. No one's going to watch it. It's going to be like basketball, NBA. It is no good, brother. Fix it.
Yeah, Jim, it's a good point. I'll tell you what, the Bears had 9 penalties today. And last week against the 49ers had 16 penalties for roughly about 120 yards. I mean, they're throwing the flag like you can't believe. I believe the top crew in the National Football League is averaging almost 29 penalties a game. You know, you got to let the guys play the game. And a lot of them are mystery calls to me. And so why they're calling it so tight, Dougie, I don't know. Maybe that came down from the league.
It probably did, Ed. And the fact is that it's simple. In my mind, it's simple. They want the offense to score more points. Most of those calls, you take a look at it. I like to figure out how many defensive penalties there are compared to offense. But the fact is, though, they want to score. They want to give you an advantage. They want that wide receiver to have an advantage. I got to tell you something. You know, there are many times I said guys tell me, I wonder if this guy could play, let's say Johnny Morris, if he could play in this era. Yeah. Because let me tell you something. I'm going to ask you a question. Take a wide receiver and put him back when we played. I'm going to tell you what they did to that wide receiver. Everything but kill him. He would get out there, they would call destroy. They hit him. You were allowed to do what you want to do it, when you want to do it, as long as the ball wasn't in the air. You know what the difference that makes? It makes a ton of difference. Now these guys come off the line of scrimmage. You can't jack them up. You can't hit them 5 yards. I mean, there was a call today, I swear, I don't know where the hell it was, where the penalty was. I mean, you can't possibly always be that clean. You know, there's a fact that you got to say, hey, hold it. That's part of the game, like Ed said. And I think they're taking a part of that game away.
Absolutely, Doug. I like, let the guys play. Let the guys play the damn game, okay? I mean, what Ed Hockley, remember him, Doug?
Big arms? Yeah.
Ed Hockley?
Yeah,
he used to wear the double extra small striped shirt.
Yeah, the one that walks on his arms, yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was all about him.
We'll be right back over at Jim Buffon. Welcome back to the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're at Bannerman's, Bradovich and Buffon, Majestic Star post-game show brought to you by Majestic Star and all of our guys that we want to talk and we want to thank. Yeah, all the guys that jumped on bandwagon with us as far as, again, the advertisers and all that. And we got to especially thank all you people for that. And Motorworks, what they do. And, again, too, we don't take you guys for granted. Trust me. We really appreciate you jumping on board with us. Let's go out to Matt in Rochelle. Matt, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
I wanted to touch on something you said, Doug, about being able to raid practice squads. It'd be nice if you could protect them. I mean, because they're people that you believe in enough to put them on the practice squad.
Right.
That somebody can come pluck them and with all the injuries. That would be a nice little switch to make. And then I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No.
I thought it was a great point. And then there was another caller while I've been waiting said he was talking about Forte. I heard Patrick Manley say today that Forte, he likes to run with a line that's like a shifting line, like a zone block kind of line, and look for that cut. And that makes sense when every big running game that Forte has ever had is usually just one or two plays that he breaks. He runs with those guys and then sees a cut and then jumps it up.
Well, what's happened with the running game, too, another part of the deal, which, we don't talk too much about, is the fullback. Guys, they don't use fullbacks anymore. I mean, again, too, they may bring, they had a tight end in the backfield most of the time.
They went with another offensive lineman, and they put Martellus Bennett in the backfield. And they went strong left or strong right, number 62. And we had three linemen to one side or the other, and Bennett was in the backfield.
And so what happens, when you do that, I just think it takes away from the game itself. That fullback still is important. A lot of times what happens is if you ever go back and watch Peyton and Roland Harper. Roland Harper 1 year had over 900 yards. But Roland Harper was a hell of a blocker, but also that confused a lot of the defensive people because he could run the ball, number one. Number two, catch the football. There's nothing more discouraging than a fullback coming out of the backfield with the back going the other way and a fullback coming back on the opposite side that they catch the football and they go for first down.
In today's game, it's all about a quarterback,
That's all it
one
is.
back, and wideouts.
Right.
That's what it's all about.
No question about it. That's why defensively you need a ton of defensive backs because you're playing all these guys. You got the slot guy, this guy, that guy, and that's what kind of still concerned about the Chicago Bears with all their injuries. Let's go out to Joe in Peoria. Joe, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for letting me come on. Can you hear me okay?
Got you, Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
All right. Tell me as someone that's pretty excited about the start for the season. To be 2-1, I think is a good spot for the Bears with some tough games to start off with. And I just think these last two wins maybe is a good way to build character. They didn't look that pretty, maybe overall, but man, they still count. And if you can keep your head above water with these really tough starts of the season and maybe make some hay in the second half and get rolling towards the playoffs, count me as someone who's very excited. And I just hope Jake continues to take care of the ball and not make any dumb turnovers. And maybe this can go somewhere. I don't know.
I think, I agree with you, Joe. I think he's going to continue the way he has been. I mean, it's no secret what this guy's been doing and how he's been playing and being a team leader. All that silly stuff he used to do, we're not seeing anymore. We're seeing a guy lead the way he's supposed to lead, and that's a good sign. And we'll see what happens. We got Green Bay coming in. They're not going to come in here and lay down. That's for damn sure.
Eddie, let's wrap it up. Again, Chicago Bears win today, 2-1. Should be excited, and we'll bring on the Packers. Bring on those meatheads from up north. Let's see what we can do with them.
I'll tell you what, Bears just got to stay focused, stay within themselves. And the way this league is going, Doug, again, what I reiterate what I said earlier, there's no barn burners out there, pal.
No question about that. We got thanks to Rick Camp, Herb Lawrence, Joe Ostrowski, Dave Kiska, Brenda McCaffrey, Danny Kalenko, Kevin Zepak, and special thanks to Murray and all of the staff at Bannerman.
You bet.
That great guy, that knows all about sports, knows everything that's going on. Les Grubstein is coming up next.
Lester.
He's up till 5 a.m. talking about the Bears' win over the Jets.
I'll be
hey guys.
listening to him.
Yeah. What's up there, buddy?
Mike Martz, Marty Morenwig, Mike Tice. They are Mo, Larry, and Curly. Those are the three stooges.
You think?
With Martz being the biggest moron based on what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Well, I got to tell you, though, it pushed up Morenwig to the top.
Well, look at what he's done.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one.
Yeah.
He's the one.
Win a coin flip in overtime and kick off? Are you kidding me?
Let's have a good
Lester,
show, buddy.
Can you believe that? That is.
I saw it too, and I still don't believe it. And now, now Ryan has hired him as offensive coordinator?
That's right. It's called Take Care of Your Friends.
I wish the Packers would hire him.
I wish anybody would hire him in our division, except us. All right, buddy. Take care, Les. Have a good show. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Have a good show, Les.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Carolina and fumbled, first down.
Bears football. Snap to cover, throwing middle screen. Forte 5. Goal line end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Forte with the touchdown after the catch, 10 yards. Snap back, Cutler looking. Cutler leaving the pocket, running right. Cutler keeps 10, 5. Goal line, walks in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Touchdown, Jay Cutler. Snap, play fake, throwing left, open. 28-yard line, Jeffrey 20, 15, 10. Cut at the 5, untouched, in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Bears. Alshon Jeffrey. Safety cheating this way. As Cam looks that way, try to double move it in, work, and they bat it down again, and it's intercepted by the Bears. Up with it is El Boogie. Lance Briggs running with it, and he stumbles down to the 22. How about that? Snap placement down. Kick is up from 35 yards. Robbie Gould is no good from 35. Snap is back. Newton gives it a look now. Fires it right. Snagged out of the air. Back to the end zone behind McCray. Touchdown, Greg Olsen. Touchdown, Panthers. Snap and no pressure. Another boomer. Spinner. Returnable. Philly Brown makes the grab. Gives it up at the 15. Piled up at the 13-yard line. Maybe on top of it for Carolina was Kaysen. Antoine Kaysen had the first crack at it. Philly Brown did not make a clean grab. That is a rookie nightmare for punt returners. Snap Newton handing off to Obaniah. He punctures the end zone. He's in for the touchdown. And the Panthers a point away from tying it up.
Personal foul. Offense number 17 with the blindside block. 15-yard penalty. Remains second down.
I need a blindside block explained to me, because usually if a player doesn't have his head on a swivel, that's something you capitalize on and you get a good decleating block. If it has become a penalty in football, it's unfair.
Snap is back. Cutler going to throw out of the shotgun. Works it over the middle. Overshot his man. Holmes is intercepted. 32-yard line up with it. Deku to the 40. 45. Splits defenders and runs to the Bear 38 out of bounds. Not good. Snap out of the handoff goes to Matt Forte. Blocked from Morgan. Forte runs over a defender and gave up the football at the 20-yard line. Piled up at the 18. Panthers say it's their ball. It is. Matt Forte fumbles.
And now, live from Bannerman Sports Grill in Bartlett, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. This broadcast is also brought to you by UV Vodka.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Thanks to UV Vodka this football season. BUV. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett and talking about the Chicago Bears. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to the Carolina 31-24. And I'm going to tell you something right now, and you take a look at this game. There's no way in hell they should have lost the game. This game here was a tomato can they were playing. This game they should have been put in their back pocket. They had it in their hands, and they blew it.
Doug, what did they have? Carolina had no running backs. Nothing. They had 3 running backs, I believe, that were active for this game, and not a one of the 3, I believe the 3 running backs ever carried the football for the Carolina Panthers.
And they put him in, and they played him. And they come back out, and the Bears made 2 crucial mistakes, obviously. The Cutler interception, crucially, that was crucial. That was stupid. And then you had Forte with the fumble. That in itself was a big thing, big turnaround. But you take a look at this game, you say to yourself, wait a minute here. Here, let me give you a little. I don't want to get into this football business, where I tell you about, certain things you should do. If you're down near the goal line and you know their best receiver is a guy named Greg Olsen, let me tell you something. When I played, and I'm going to bring it up, I don't give a damn. When I played, you got on top of that tight end and you beat his brains out. You netted him off the line of scrimmage. Then let the kid go right out there and get a touchdown. What the hell are these coaches thinking about? What are they thinking about? That's their main guy. That's the only guy. The guy Benjamin couldn't catch a cold. And they've got a guy that they're going to go to, and you let him off the line of scrimmage and go right into the end zone and nobody touch him. That to me is just that's sacrilegious when it comes to football.
Well, what should have happened in this game, the Bears should have put this team away, folks, a long time ago. The first 30 minutes, we were up. We had the momentum. We had everything going with us. I just talked about 3 backs that never even carried the ball for them. They had out of their defensive backs, I believe, 3 out of the 4 left in the free agency. this team was decimated with injuries on the offensive side and on the defensive side. It's incredible. We went down there. This is a team, folks, that we should have put away. This was a victory. And for us to go down there and not take care of business, this never should have happened, folks. Never.
And we looked terrible. I mean, as far as certain things that we did out there, it just didn't make sense. And then you come back down to usually what turns the games, turnovers make a big part of the football game. There's no question about that. No question about Cutler, what he did, which was stupid. I backed this kid all the way, but that one play just to do today was just stupid. Forte gets clobbered. Okay, so he fumbles the football. But I'll go back to the defense again in a little bit and talking about, you got a specific receiver. You take that receiver away. You do that. They didn't do all of that. And so now, consequently, what happens, they don't have a running game. Carolina doesn't have a running game. Carolina, in the last 2 games, they've given up 38 points and 37 points. Trust me, this is a tomato can football team, the Carolina Panthers. And we didn't take care of it. So what does that tell you? What the hell's going to happen for the rest of the year? What happens when we get to somebody's decent? That's I don't have. It's tough for me to say. That's all I can tell
Doug,
you.
I saw the defensive line do a few positive things today.
Well, they did
First
a lot
of all,
stuff, yeah.
They came with some blitzes and some line tricks. Okay, that was nice to see, and especially I remember the Panthers. They were marching down in the fourth quarter. They were on the Bears' 38-yard line, and they call a blitz. Williams comes up the A gap, and Paya comes around in a Rex, which is a line trick on the right side, and they get the sack. We had our defensive line in the middle. I think it was Sutton a couple times, jumped up, tipped the ball. We had a sack. I saw some activity by the defensive line, and that was good to see. Unfortunate, it takes a hell of a lot more to win a football game. But, boy, I'm going to tell you what, folks, to go down to play the Carolina Panthers, a team that's absolutely decimated, and we don't come away with a victory, shame on everybody. On everybody.
That is correct. I can't say any more about it. That is correct. What you just said is correct. And how the hell are you going to fix that? What are you going to do? I don't have the answer for you.
I don't know. Let me ask you a question.
I don't have the answer, no
Doug,
more.
and, everybody on Cutler, yeah, he's great, and he's the guy to win with. But when is this guy going to stop shoving that ball or trying to make it work where it doesn't work? The guy is making what, $23 million to play 16 games? Am I correct? Somewhere in there,
yeah.
right around $23 million a year. My Lord.
That's why when you look at the time, see, everything is timing. You have the lead. Why would you want to throw the football away? Why make the mistake there? Why make that mistake? Why do that? And I don't understand it. And again, too, I'll go back to the defense. And I just from instinct, we knew, Ed and I looked at each other. First thing we said to each other, we're going, watch out for Olsen for going to the end zone.
Absolutely.
First thing we said to each other.
And nobody touched him. Nobody touches him.
Nobody touched the guy. Let him come off the line of scrimmage and just go right into the end zone and say, here, please just throw me the football so I can get a touchdown.
With any tight end at any situation like that, you either have a strong or a weak side linebacker, whoever it is, would be on the tight end, or if he's in the slot. All you have to do is put somebody on his nose, pop him, that'll screw the timing up, and that'll stop that play.
Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
Back to Cutler. Pressure coming free. They hit him. The ball is out. It's on the ground. Panthers recover at the 27. That's going to be your ball game. The Bears blow a 21-7 lead. They lose it 31-24. A loss that certainly will not sit well as they try to go 3-0 on the road. Game over. Clock doesn't say 0-0 yet, but everybody's on the field, and that's going to wrap it up.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Bannerman Sports Grill in Bartlett. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station. This broadcast is also brought to you by UV Vodka.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Thanks to UV Vodka this football season, BUV. We are live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. And the host here, Murray, outstanding.
The best.
The best. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number is 312-644-6767. Let's head out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Jim in Joliet. Jim, you're on the Score. Jim.
How you doing today? Yeah.
What's up,
Doug? How you doing?
Good.
All right, I just watched that game. I was pretty entertained. I just want to say overall, the NFL has still got a lot of issues. We're watching guys twitching on the field after all these rule changes supposed to protect players, and there's a really bad call, in my opinion, on Kyle Fuller. But at the end of the day, turnovers decide the game, and the Bears just committed too many of them. And I also want to say, Daniel Carcillo, really? I mean, we swap out Hunt.
I don't know what you're talking about, Carcillo, because I'm not really concerned about Carcillo at this point in time. But what I'm concerned about is, I know, but the concern about the fact is that some of these calls were made. What the hell's going on? And I'm going to say this. They called the offensive lineman Bell. What did they call him, Ed? Something about block from behind? Wasn't even close to that.
He was his hand hitting him in the face.
Hit him in the face. So there's calls out there that are brutal.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Bears had 10 penalties. 10. Okay? The Panthers had 3 penalties. But we had 10 penalties for 80 yards. 4 turnovers.
The one that bothers me the most, is that when they have these returns and blocks in the back by a punt return team, Ed. I mean, that is just put yourself in bad field position. And to me, that's not football. That's not being smart out there, you know. And you got to have some kind of brains. I mean, you got to think about what the hell's going on out there. And it just doesn't seem that works a lot. Guys just fly all over the place, do what they want to do when they want to do it. And I'm against it. Let's go out to Joe in Schaumburg. Joe, you're on the Score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Ed. Love you guys. Hey, what do you think of the Bulls this year?
Oh, jeez. Ed, go get something to drink, will you?
What did he say?
I don't know. He's probably laying on the ground smoking a joint. How the hell I know? Let's go out to Chris in New York. Chris, you're on the Score.
Hey, what's up, guys? I called last week, and I'm going to stick by what I said. You know, you guys do a great job with, you know, breaking down the defense and talking about the defense and stuff, and I know why you stay with your expertise. But when it goes to that offensive side of the ball, I'm going back to where it begins and where it ends. Cutler is not your guy. He's not a kid. He's a grown man, and he makes these same mistakes. First quarter, we had the ball on the, I think, inside the 15. We ran the ball all 3 times. Why do you think we did that? Don't you think by now Trestman is starting to understand what Cutler is? He's an interception machine. We're not throwing the ball. We're handcuffed to 2 touchdowns he threw were screens. Don't you see the trend here? And you guys keep protecting him.
No, I'm not. Come on, stop yourself. Protecting who?
Come on.
Come on.
My
the
God.
first 3 games, he helped win the goddamn games. After that, the only effect he made mistakes today. He will make mistakes. There's no question about it. I'm not going to say he's not Aaron Rodgers. He's Cutler. He's going to make mistakes.
First of all, who called the plays? Trestman called those plays.
He doesn't call the plays.
Right? He didn't call the play.
So, I mean, get off the kid's back. The guy today he did a stupid thing. He made a stupid pass, stupid play. But let me tell you something. There's more than stupid, just him on that team. And it goes back, starting with some of the coaches, what the hell's going on out there. So don't just put it all on Cutler's back. He could pick part of it. Part of it is him. But I'm telling you right now, a lot of it out there goes to these coaches, what's happening. And you got to talk about the fact that, you know what, you make mistakes. You think Forte wanted to make a fumble then? Forte ran the hell out of the football, but he made a fumble. He made a mistake. So, again, The Carolina Panthers are not a good football team.
No, they're not.
They are
even
tomato
close.
cans. They should have been beat. They should have been busted up.
That's Doug. That's the worrisome thing about this.
That's what scares you.
You're thinking, well, I think we have to go down to Atlanta next week or whatever have you. I mean, this game was a no-brainer, folks. I'm telling you, it was a no-brainer. You're playing a team, my God, they're a mess. And for us to go down there and put up 21 points and just absolutely fall down dead after that, you got to put it on the coaches. You got to put it on the players.
Absolutely.
I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you something. And after this game, there's nowhere for Tressman and his coaching staff to hide, and there is nowhere for those players to hide. They're the ones that are out there. This was a game that they had to take, and they didn't.
And they blew it.
You want to be a world champion when you go out there, these are the games you win. Come hell or high water. You win these games.
Especially when you have the damn lead. You're winning by 14 points. What more do you want? Come on. Then you let the offense drive 86 yards against you for a score. Come on, you're up that many points. Jump on them. Finish them off. Put your foot in their throat. Choke them. I don't give a damn what you do to them, but start getting some nastiness in you.
Doug, a total and complete loss. And again, I mean, I don't want to say it was a surrender, Doug, but I'll tell you what, there was a lot of stupid football played by the Bears on both sides of the ball for 4 quarters.
And I think the right word is stupid. It's exactly what I think. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
In the gun. Play fake to Reeves. Zips it over the middle. Touchdown, Greg Olsen. Touchdown, Panthers for the lead.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Thanks to UV Vodka, this football season, be UV. We are live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Murray, our host, outstanding. A terrific guy.
What a gentleman he is.
He surely
What a
is.
hell of a restaurant he's got. Listen, Doug, I've got to make this statement.
Go ahead.
Okay. Doug and I both been talking about Bears going down and playing his team, and Cam Newton, their quarterback, has got an injured leg, okay? And we knew that he could not run the football. And that's one of the great positives that Cam Newton brings is his ability to run. We knew he couldn't run. We knew the team was decimated with injuries. We knew they lost a lot of people to free agency. We have Jay Cutler healthy. We had Slauson was back. Our right side of our offensive line was intact. We go down there and lose to this football team. We're winning 21-7 in the first half. 21-7. And can't put them away. On a quarterback playing basically on one leg. And we couldn't take him down. We couldn't put him away.
You know, it's amazing to me in this game. What just shocked the hell out of me. Also, maybe give us a little ray of sunshine. Buffalo goes into to Detroit and beats Detroit 17-14. That should not have happened either. I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. But watching today's game with the Chicago Bears, this should have been a win, especially when you get up 21-7, up by 14 points. Then they have to make a mistake. They have to come after you. Instead, you went the opposite.
Doug, you got the Packers came in last week and really took it to us, okay? And you know where the hell you're at in our division. You know what's going on in the league, and to go and it's a game. It's a must. It's a must win. We're not coming back with a loss. We're coming back with a victory, and to have a healthy quarterback and a team a hell of a lot healthier than they are, and have this game taken away from us because why? Because I think of poor coaching, very poor coaching. And poor play by our football team.
Well, there's no question, you can play good defense, but it's when do you play good defense? what particular time of that game do you come up with a play that's going to stop them on third down, or it's going to make an interception, or you're going to do something to stop their momentum? We're up 21-7. You let them drive the football 84 yards. There are times out there I wonder what the hell are they thinking about. And I'll go back to it again. And I'll go back to Olsen. And I'll go back down to near that goal line. You do not do that. You do not let that tight end off the line of scrimmage, especially when that's their best receiver. We do it. We do it all the time. Somebody's got to take a look what the hell's going on up there. Let's go out to Rashad on the south side. Rashad, you're on the score.
Doug O.B., what's going on, fellas?
All right.
You look at the trend that we're starting to see with the losses we're taking. It starts with the turnover battle. Doug, I know you're a real big stickler on that, man. You can't turn the ball over on the road.
No,
Special teams finally bit us in the behind today. Missed field goals, a penalty which led to a return for a touchdown. Now, and then you talk about the defense. This team should not have scored more than 14 points on you, considering you only had 2 weapons that he threw to all game. And you sit back, Mel Tucker, and you watch your linebackers and safeties allow the guy get past the second level of the defense. It continuously catch passes, and then he gets in the end zone on the same route, untouched. How do you let that happen? At some point, somebody needs to get cut. Somebody needs to get fired. There needs to be a message up there in Alex Hall, and I'm sick and tired of watching this crap.
You know, Rashad, you made a great point. Not only just what's happening down the goal lines, but you have to get depth by your linebackers. Your linebackers got to get back there. As soon as they recognize pass, they got to turn around and haul ass and get back there. Not set up. Get back there. So you interfere with that quarterback trying to throw those crossing patterns. I don't see any of that. I see none of that. So, I mean, I just, you know, it's beside myself what I see what's going on out there.
Speaking about crossing patterns, the middle was open all day long for the Bears.
Yeah.
Middle was open all day long.
Digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie, Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit Illinois.com. Call, and the penalty would be, I think all the penalties. How many penalties do we have, Ed?
We had, I believe, we had 10 penalties for 80 yards.
That, you know, that counts.
Big time.
So 10 penalties for 80 yards. Let's go out to Brandon. Let's try Brandon. What's up, Brandon?
Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey,
Go ahead.
so, you know, I'm so angry over this game, I'm still shaking. I don't know where this team goes from here. I mean, they're way too mistake-prone on offense. The defense sort of shows up when you play your tomato can. And B&B told me that you're an Ancient Aliens fan, Doug. So while Dolphins and Joe D need to get beamed up to wherever they came from because Devin Hester's coming in, and he's going to remind us why he still should be in town. We should have somebody to replace him that doesn't cost us the game like Chris Williams does. I mean, I'm tired of this return man carousel. Where do we go from here?
It's too late to get anybody now. I mean, you got to go out to, you know, the junk pile and find somebody, or find somebody down on Rush Street who's working the late night shift and a bartender. It's too late. So what you need to do is, you know, in fact, you got to correct with the ones you have. You chose them. You picked them. They're yours. And so that has to happen on special teams. But then on a defense concern, they got to do some other stuff. Like I said, these are not juggernauts that you're losing to. You're not losing to juggernauts. These guys are coming up. Those are the guys you have to worry about. So now you take a look what happened. The best thing that happened to us today was Detroit lost to Buffalo. Figure that one out. Detroit lost to Buffalo. Figure that one out. So, I mean, maybe there's some light here, some hope, but they got to sit down and go through all this stuff, this mess that they're in.
Doug, I agree there is hope because the way this league is, across the league is just, there isn't really the great quality of football. That's why I thought with our team, we still might have a fighting chance, and I still think we do somewhat. But, boy, I'll tell you what, this is a game where you just check it off. That's a win. Going down and playing against a quarterback basically on one leg, you know damn well he can't run the football, and it's one of the things he loves to do. So your game plan should have been blitz him, go after him, knock him out, okay? What are you going to do?
And so the other thing, too, though, we got some good play out of our defensive line, our defensive tackles. Ferguson had two hits. You got Young hit we score on. But like I said, and I keep coming back to this, it's when do you do these things? And we don't do them an important part of the game. We have to learn to do that. We're going to take a break. Bradford and Buffon. We'll be right back.
Back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Bannerman Sports Grill in Bartlett. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station. This broadcast is also brought to you by UV Vodka.
Welcome back to Majestic Star postgame show, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Thanks to UV Vodka, the football season BUV. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And this segment is brought to you by Al Pamani Ford in Melrose Park. Go to apford.com. And let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to the Black Physicist. Black Physicist, you're on the air.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, Mr. Physicist.
Okay. I want to start off by saying that I agree with you, Ed. We should have won this game. This was just stupid. And let's not point out the blame on Matt Forte only. This was a systemic failure. In the first quarter, you had the Bears caught asleep when they're punting the ball to Carolina, and it's a live ball. They fail to pick it up, and Billy Brown runs it in 79 yards for a touchdown. That was the first uh-oh time. Our second uh-oh time occurs with Jay Cutler being Jay Cutler, throwing interceptions and failing to make the proper reads in order to prevent that, or just hold on to the damn ball.
Well, yeah, you talk about Forte, and I'm not going to jump all over Forte for this. I mean, for that fumble. I mean, it happened. There's no question about it. But the one part that does bother me is the fact that, you know, we had 85 yards in rushing. 85 yards in rushing. Do you know the Carolina Panthers are ranked 28th against the run? Wouldn't you think, though, that you'd go back more to that run, control the football, kill the clock, do more stuff like that? Wouldn't you think that? We didn't do that. Because you know they're not that damn good as far as against the run is concerned.
How about running the football, coming up with play action, moving the damn huddle out?
There's a million things, Ed. If we look at it, there's a million things we could talk about. You know, we could talk about the defense and special teams. Like you said, they fell asleep on that damn thing. You let a guy pick the ball up and run 79 yards for a touchdown. I mean, come on.
You know, when we opened up, Doug, I talked about defensively, we tipped a couple of balls. We got a sack.
Yeah.
You know, and it was a hell of a play in the third quarter on a reverse by Bostic. He stayed at home, and he shut that play down. If he wasn't there, they'd still be running, Doug. So that was smart by Bostic to read his keys and do exactly what he's supposed to do, and he did.
Well, the fact is, you know, like I said, you make those plays, but you have to learn to make a lot of these plays in specific times during a football game. And a lot has to do with coaching. A lot of it has to do with what they tell you to do when you're out there. And I'll go back to it again, and I'm not going to stop not going back to it again. You best start taking care of the tight end. You do not give that tight end that kind of room to work, especially when the tight end is your best receiver, which Carolina is. The best receiver is our tight end. The fact that the other kid they all talked about how great he was, the rookie and Benjamin, I don't know. I mean, he has no hands. He dropped out on how many footballs. So the fact was, they're going to go. And what they were going to do was a play action. So if they go with a play action down the goal line, with the tight end there, if you disrupt them just a tad, he can't do that. The rhythm's gone. So he's got to pull the football down. So once he pulls the football down, there's a good chance that you could sack him. But you saw what happened. 1, 2, 3, fake fire. There it is. Just doesn't make sense. Let's go out to Chris in Oak Park. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug O.B., I know you guys seem kind of reserved, but I think you've resigned yourself to the fact that this defense is not going to be consistent, because I've watched this, and I hate to beat up on Mel Tucker. He might be a great guy, but I looked at his numbers all the way back to Cleveland, and this guy
They're terrible.
He doesn't know how to game plan, and he doesn't make adjustments properly. And there's what saved us in that San Francisco game? A great rookie. And I give Emery all the credit for drafting some talent. We got some talent. He's made some busts, and that's what GMs do. But Mel Tucker is not a coach, and I don't dislike him. But I've been watching football for a long time, and I'm a Bears fan. I'm a football fan. And he does not make adjustments, doesn't know how to game plan. We should have won this game. And I don't care about – I'm like you, Doug. You know what? I looked at them throw interceptions. I watched Brett Favre throw 5 interceptions in a game, and they won the damn game because they played great defense. We should have won this game. And you know what? Carolina had injuries, OB, just like what you said. We went in there and this team was lame, and we should have beat this team. They don't – and what if we get Mel Tucker? Mel Tucker's got injuries. Mel Tucker's got injuries. I don't want to hear that. Fire him. I'll say it. Fire Mel Tucker. Goodbye.
Well, the scheme's not working. The defensive scheme is not really working if you take a look at it. And so, consequently, what happens today when you got a team like Carolina, go through it, Ed. How many guys are – everybody was busted up on Carolina.
Let me tell you something about schemes and what's happened here, in 5 games here, I believe we played now. What has happened defensively, Doug, is that, either through – as silly and as simple as this is going to sound, through lack of knowledge, through lack of planning, how do you go from week to week? You have defensive line that really can't put the pressure on a quarterback. I mean, last week against Green Bay, Rodgers had a free-for-all. Now you come up this week with a little bit of blitzing and some line tricks, and it worked a little bit. But, God, we've gone through 5 games here, Doug, and these kids, I don't think they know what the hell they're doing. I don't think they know what the hell they're doing on the special teams. And how are you 21-7 in the second quarter? You blow a field goal and go in the half 21-14. You had them down. You've got to learn to win these football games. You let somebody hang around, and they're going to come up and they're going to get you.
There's no question. You can talk about the Green Bay game. Go back last week. See, the defense does not take people away. The Green Bay had two ball players, wide receivers. Jordy Nelson and Cobb. And I'll go back to it again. They're down near the goal line. It's 3rd down. They put Conte man for man on Cobb in the slot. No way in hell can he watch him. No way. And what happened? It happens like they thought was going to happen. They scored a touchdown. Same thing today with Olsen. I'm telling you, the calls at certain situations are not there.
Geez, you know what, Doug? Again, going back, think about this offensively today. Doug, we should have had 35, 38. We should have had 42, 46. We should have scored a ton of points today.
Sure we should have.
Against that decimated defense? My God, how is that possible when we think we have a great offensive coordinator and Trestman, a great play caller, and we've got pretty much a healthy offensive team, and it doesn't happen? Why did it not happen? How in the hell did we not put this team away? Their quarterback was half hurt. Ours was healthy as hell.
And the running backs were not even there.
Yeah, folks.
They're all 3 of them were hurt.
That's incredible. The running backs weren't there. The 3 running backs
they just got that
they had, folks, exactly correct. They had never carried a football for the Carolina Panthers. That's a fact.
Well, let's go out to Roy in Round Lake Beach. Roy, you're on the score.
Yeah, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, my deal is that I thought that Tressman came out with a game plan that was really impressive. I mean, little dink and dunk passes that worked. But then he did the same thing in the second half, and Rivera made the adjustment, and he didn't. The defense is what it is, and it's not that good. But they made a couple of stops. That we should have won this game if I think Tressman would have made a couple of different adjustments. That's all I'm saying.
See, well, the one thing you're just talking about, the fact about adjustments. Here, you're up 21-7, correct? So if you're a coach, you say to yourself, what can I do best to kill the clock, control the ball, move the chains? And that's run a football. He says, you know what? The Carolina Panthers are 28th against the run. So what am I going to do? The first thing that pops in your mind, I'm going to run the ball. I'm going to do this. I'm going to kill the clock. You didn't do that. You're dependent too much maybe on Cutler's arm to get you out of trouble. And the fact is, with as good as Forte has been playing, take a look at how many rushing touchdowns we have. None. So that means we have to start getting a little more of that football sense in. When you do get a lead, 21-7, you don't have to fire the football. You have to control the football. And that means by running the football. So that's a big part of it.
The thing is, Doug, and I'm just sitting there thinking kind of like, what the hell? The hell happened here today? I mean, God almighty, your goal, obviously, you win the Super Bowl. You want to be a world champ. And when you got something right in front of you, we played the Packers at home last week. They're hurt as hell. We go down to North Carolina and play a team. They're really not a team. Basically, they've got guys coming from off the street that are putting a uniform on for the Panthers. And we go down there and we lose. And we're talking about winning a Super Bowl. We're talking about getting in the playoffs.
What makes
what?
What even makes it worse is you're winning the football game 21-7. You're on top. They have to come to you now. They have to make those plays. That's, to me, that's the part. That's why I get so pissed off at the defense. 21-7. You got that lead. A lot of times what then does happen, that forces that offense to try to make plays. And when they try to make plays, then you take advantage of that. Well, the second thing is we couldn't control the clock coming in the second half by running the football. So we got to gun it. We got to try to throw it. And Cutler does. He will. He made a stupid mistake by throwing that football.
Doug, when we needed defensively, when we needed the pass rush.
It wasn't there.
It wasn't there.
Absolutely.
It just was not there.
Let's go out to Sean in Aurora. Sean, you're on the score.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
All right,
How you doing, Sean?
I wish I was feeling a little bit better about today, but I'm not. And I'll tell you right now, on the defensive side of the football, we have, again, Chris Conte goes down with an injury. Again. And we just have one issue after another with this. And then on the offensive side of the ball, all we asked the defense at the beginning of the year to do was to be average and mediocre, get a couple turnovers. That's what they did today. The offense needs to win the football game, not turn the football over. They didn't do it, and we're in the situation we're in, and now we're 2-3. And Detroit losing hurts. It's like rubbing salt in the wound because we had a chance to take control of this division and we couldn't do it.
Well, that's the negative side of it. The positive side of it is the fact that, the Bears lost to Buffalo, too. So we all thought that the Bears were going to whip Buffalo, remember? Boy, I'll tell you what, this ain't going to be a game. The Bears are going to beat Buffalo. We didn't. The fact is that Buffalo then goes up to the Lions and beats them. So what does that tell you? I don't know what the hell it tells
Doug,
you.
I thought this was going to be a no-brainer again, too, just like Buffalo Bill, our opener. And then against the Green Bay Packers, I knew it was going to be tough, but we got them at home, and it was a beautiful day. And I'll tell you, and we were set, ready to take them and get the victory. That didn't happen. Today, another loss. That didn't happen. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't know where the hell we're going, Doug. I tell you, I'm actually depressed about this more so than I have been in a lot of years because I'm telling you, we're playing bad football teams, and we're losing. So what the hell are we?
That's the scary part of the whole deal.
That's exactly correct.
Obradovich and Buffon, we'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. Turn your business. Thanks to UV Vodka, the football season BUV. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett, and we want to give a special thanks to Murray, who has been just outstanding here. Murray Bannerman and Ed and I just like...
a lot of great customers here.
Oh, this is one of the best places we've ever gone to. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Steve in Park Ridge. Steve, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, Steve?
You know something, guys? I'll tell you what. I'm going to make this real short, real sweet, okay? This wasn't Cutler's fault any way whatsoever. For some reason, all of a sudden, we become a bunch of geniuses for game plans, okay? We walked right into this. All of a sudden today, can you explain to me why we have every week in, week out, everybody in national football says how great our receivers are, how big they are, how dominating they are. And what do? We turn around and say, guess what? Today's going to be the Forte day. Everything goes to Forte. Forte left, Forte right, Forte screen pass, Forte this. All of a sudden, I understand this. The secondary for the Carolina Panthers, nobody's more than 5'10". Okay? We have receivers that are over 6'5". Nobody throws the football. After the first half, we decided, guess what? The secondary is Hall of Famers. Every time the Bears turn around and do this garbage, we make a secondary that's nothing into a bunch of Hall of Famers. Okay? Everybody's sitting there watching. The Bears have the ball. 6 minutes left. What do you think they do? Oh, let's give it to Forte. Why not do a play-action pass? Why not do something for the tight end? Let's move the football. No. All of a sudden, we have to say, let's run the ball.
Well, there's nothing wrong with running the ball. When I say run the football, you run it when you're up 21-7. You know, that puts a lot of pressure on the defense when you do that. Then you come back to your play action. Then you come out to your play action. Then you hit your tight end. You know, all in all, I'm not always blaming Cutler. I'm not blaming Cutler. But I'm saying, though, that was a stupid play he made. It was a dumb play. There's no question about it.
I don't think he was saying Cutler was stupid. I think he's watching the play calling.
Well,
is what I think he was
questioning. The other thing, too, was Forte. I'm not going to blame Forte. Forte fumbled the football. In fact, it doesn't happen all the time. He happened to fumble the football. But where's the defense? Where do they come in? What do you think defense is all about? Defense is there to make up sometimes a lot of mistakes for the offense. Well, to be tough, to be mean, to stop somebody. We don't do it.
Stop them from third down conversions. That's
correct.
What a defense is there for.
That's correct. And don't give them another shot at it. And I'm just starting to feel like, hey, hold it. They say, well, give Mel Tucker time for his scheme. What scheme? We saw some stuff that I thought was pretty good when they did the blitzing head with the tricks with the linemen.
But I tell you what.
But overall, what scheme?
When we needed to put the pressure on,
Didn't do it.
It wasn't there. It just wasn't there.
Let's go out to Mike in Platteville. Mike, you're on the score.
Hello, Mike.
Mike.
Hey, I'd just like to say, up here in Cheesehead land, I'm just frustrated. And God knows I don't miss Lovie Smith, but I watch 67 Mills all game long. And is he that fat and slow, or is it just me? But the whole game, he's walking around getting the Bears way more than he is blocking. Am I wrong, or is this true?
Who's he talking about? Jordan Mills?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His ass was dragging the whole gosh darn game.
It might have been. I mean, let's face it. You got the Bushrod is out of there. That that injury to that offensive line, they stayed intact all last year. But all said and done with, I mean, there was enough plays to be made by our offense. There were enough plays to be made. And we just didn't come. Again, too, go back to Cutler, and I'm not blaming all on Cutler, but that one play was a stupid play. The thing with Forte, it happens. But again, too, when you get these turnovers like that, especially when your defense can't hold on specific times, then you're going to have a major problem.
Mike, against this defense, this Carolina defense, the middle was open all day long. The middle was open all day long. What I would love to have seen are post patterns, crossing ends, fly pattern up the middle. I would love to have seen them attack the middle. And we've got, 6'4", 6'3", 6'5", 6'6" receivers. I'd attack that middle all day long, Doug.
We didn't have any significant drives in the second half. We got 3 points. We got caught on 3rd down and 2. We got caught down on 3rd down and 3 one time, and took a tackle for a loss on a sweep in the fringe area. We made some stops defensively to put ourselves in position, and we didn't get it done.
That was Mark Trestman.
More of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Bannerman Sports Grill in Bartlett. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station. This broadcast is also brought to you by UV Vodka.
I hate when that guy interrupts me a lot. I really do. I'm trying to do a show here. I'm trying to talk about the game. And he has to jump in there, just telling me information that I'm going to repeat. All right? Welcome to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. They're in your business. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Murray, our host. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Carolina 31. The Chicago Bears 24.
Hey, Doug, let me ask you this question. How tough is it to put a defensive scheme together for a quarterback who cannot run, and they have running backs who have never taken a snap in a Carolina Panthers uniform? Now, the last time I checked, you either run the football or you pass it. How is it possible we couldn't game plan to shut this team down?
See, he had
absolutely no running game whatsoever. And how the hell do we lose to that football team? Explain it to me.
Well, here, I'm going to explain this to you, and you'll remember this correctly. A lot of times we called our defenses when we were playing. We made our defenses. We called the defenses. What we did was we took a look at that football club and said, wait a minute, who could really hurt me? Who's the guy that's going to hurt me? The guy that's going to hurt me is I'm going to take him away. There was only one guy that could hurt them, and that was Olsen. And they let him go. They let him go. That's part of game planning. You take that one guy away. Whatever happens, happens after that. We didn't do that. Time after time after time, they got given the football to Olsen, especially on play action passes. So that's what we talk about game planning. Game planning is saying what's their strength. I'm going to take that strength and I'm going to nullify it. We didn't do that.
Doug, that's what I was saying. They had absolutely no running game whatsoever. None. So what do? You game against the past. Okay?
Yeah.
And how the hell do we lose that football game? How is it possible?
I have no clue.
How is it possible we could lose that football game to that football team? It's mind-boggling.
Especially when you're up 21-7. It's not like you're fighting from behind. You're up 21-7. You've got them. They have to come to you. It's amazing to me. Let's go out to Dion in Detroit. Dion, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? Glad to speak with you.
What's up, Dion?
I keep hearing you guys talk about the defense. I know last week they didn't play well, but the offense, they got 500 yards last week and only scored 17 points. That's an offensive problem. Today, the offense only scored 3 points in the second half. That's an offensive problem. The offense is supposed to be the strength of this team, and they're supposed to be able to carry us, and they haven't done it. The defense really is doing what they're supposed to do, except for last week, keeping them in the game. The defense has kept this team in the game every week. We should be 4-1 right now. That's it. This is all an offensive problem. We already knew the defense wasn't that good. So what were we to expect? You know, the offense is actually only scoring 22 points a game. That's 6 points less than last year. They should be doing better than this. We already knew the defense was bad.
This is an offensive problem.
Yeah, well, you could say that.
You're
you
right.
Could say the offense is right.
I ain't gonna argue with him.
But don't put up the flag and say how terrific the defense is. I don't give a damn what you think about the defense being in the middle of the road. There are certain times during a football game the defense has got to step forward. They have to. We're not doing that. We're not doing that whatsoever. Sure, the offense is not scoring. Last year, the offense was number 2 in the National Football League in scoring. Number 2. This year, not as good. But the mistakes that are being made. And here's the other thing. Stupid mistakes on specialty teams. Stupid penalties. We had 10 penalties for 80 yards. Come on. It's more than just the offense. It's the whole damn operation. And sooner or later, you got to adjust yourself because I'm with Ed. I'm fearful now because this was not a good football team that we played today.
I can't
understand
that enough. That is, my God, folks, this team is a horrible football team that we lost to today.
Let's go
horrible.
To Don in Mount Prospect. Don, you're on the score.
Yeah, guys, Doug, you keep talking about 24-7. Well, listen, that's the 7 I want to talk about. I mean, we're up 21-7. That's the 7 I want to talk about. How in the hell? How can you punt the ball to a guy, knock him on his ass before he gets the ball, and then let the guy get up and run 70 yards on your ass and put that 7 points on the board to start with? Let me tell you something. Everybody on that special teams that was on that field for that play, got to put them on a Greyhound bus and let them come home on a damn bus and think about what the hell they're doing out there to let that play happen and cost you 7 points. That's wrong.
It is wrong, and you're absolutely correct. It's been happening all year. Whose fault is this? The fact is you take a look at China being alert out in the football field. You never stop until the whistle. Isn't that right? You play enough football, everybody knows. Not till the whistle's blown. Here you let the guy pick it up and run for 79 yards. Again, go back to the specialty teams. Again, stupid plays. You know, and talking about the Bears, you want to talk about the Bears' offense? You know about scoring? Well, they rank 18th in points per game. That's not too shabby. I'm telling you, it's a lot more than that offense that's going on with this team. Let's go out to Vince in Florida. Vince, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Obi. My brother, you probably know him. I'm Vinny B, but I'm in Florida. They don't have too much information on any team but Florida teams here. And my brother is Angelo, and he passed away. But I was brought up I played at Weber for Coach Sassano and Coach at high school, and Coach Righeimer. And I also brought the Little Bears out to Wrigley Field, Obi, when 5 minutes Mr. Hellis I met him. It was real nice so the kids got to feel the field and you played. Anyway, I just was taught when I went to Weber and I played, and I lived vicariously through watching you as in the 50s and 60s and 70s, and I was there at the 86 championship. And I just wonder why the gentleman just before that said about the special teams, but this isn't the first time that you play to the whistle. And this happens more than once to the Bears, and I'm sure other teams. Just like a pilot goes through a checklist saying, before you do this, you got to make sure you do this. Or like you said, Doug or Ed, you got to hit the tight end, Olsen. Don't let him. You got 5 yards to hit him. Don't make that. Would have been the play. Wouldn't have been there. So, are they not going through the basics of just playing? When you get a fumble, you got to go to that fumble. And I mean, I just don't understand why is that happening like that today in football, even though they're faster and bigger than ever before.
Well, it's called coaching. I mean, that's what a coach is for, and I talked about it last week. Don't tell me you're a coach because you put a whistle around your neck and you blow it and say, wait a minute, time out, come on over here, guys. You got to see what's going on. You got to teach. You got to understand. You know, part of that is right. You don't quit ever until the whistle blows. That's talking about defense. That's talking about fact when you're on the special teams. This is important. This got to be buried into the ball player's head. What else you got to bury into his head is that if the block is not there on a return, don't take it. All you're going to do is hit somebody in the back. What the hell have you done? You've cost us 15 yards. Like we had a good return coming back off of what's his name, returns the football. And then what happens is we get a penalty. So
I think that was Sharpton, wasn't it? I believe that was Sharpton that caused that.
So you can't do that. again, it's football IQ. There's more to somebody looking in the mirror and saying, look at these muscles in my body. Look how tough I am. Look how big I am. Try to look in between your ears.
You know what,
and
Doug?
figure what the hell's going on.
You want to, right now, after this game and the opening game against Buffalo, the Packers coming in, and this game, you wonder, really, how tough are we physically, and how tough and how smart are we mentally? Both of those things.
I haven't seen it yet, Ed.
How good are we?
I haven't seen it. We'll be right back.
Second week in a row, no touchdown in the second half. Our team's adjusting at halftime, and you're not able to adapt?
I think that's, again, it's an overwhelming point of view at this point. I mean, the fact of the matter is we've been down there, and we haven't been able to push it through, and we've been there in field. We've had some drives. We've gotten down there. We haven't finished drives today. We got caught on the back end in the fourth quarter. We were on the other side of the field, and we just couldn't get enough going to get a couple of first downs.
That was Mark Trustman talking about the offense not scoring in the second half, and the fact is, they couldn't put it all together to make some plays, but part of it would have hurt them. A lot would have hurt them was penalties. The Bears had 80 yards in penalties, and they brought a lot of plays back. So there's no question, all of them lost it today.
Doug,
Trustman, the offense, defense, special teams, they all did it.
Look at our firepower in the passing game. Just look at it. 6'6", tight end. Bennett. 6'4", 6'3", and quality people. We've got a quarterback that can throw the ball. We've got a line that can block. How the hell is it possible that we don't emphasize that? How is it possible with those guys with that firepower, and the last two games, we don't win? We don't score enough points. We play stupid football. But when you have guys like Brandon, Marshalls, Jeffrey, Forte in the backfield to run or catch a pass, Cutler to throw the football, how the hell is it possible we don't have 35, 38, 40-some points on the game? How come we don't accentuate that passing game?
Well, we did last year.
I'm serious. I mean, how the hell is it possible?
I agree. I don't know. I know we ranked 18th as far as scoring points. I understand that part of it. I understand the fact that, we make mistakes, Cutler especially, to be crucial mistakes. We had changed that offensive line. Don't forget we juggled that around a little bit. And again, too, let's go back to the defense. I'm going to keep going back to the defense. Because there are times when you have to make certain stops. There are times when you have to make plays. And let the offense go to work and let them cook. And the fact is you're up 21-7, that's the time to really take the football and shove it up somebody's nose. We didn't do that. That's what I'm talking about, power. Power plays. Get down near the goal line. Should you not be able to run a football in for a score? We have not done that. That's power football. You need some of that. It's not only the arm or the quarterback that counts, like you were saying. Sure, we got all those guys. But a lot of times, there was a third and down in one situation. We didn't get it today. If we get it, it changes everything. You're going to move the football. You're going to kill the clock more. That's what I'm talking about, not getting certain plays done defensively and offensively when it counts.
Offensively, we should have thrown a football, accentuate the positive, complement it with Forte, with the lates, screens, delays, and had a game and went after this team that was decimated. I can't get this out of my mind. How the hell do you go down there and let that team, they got running backs that they were on the street a week ago?
Oh, that's the point.
Jesus.
The point even worse than that, Ed, worse than that, is you're winning 21-7. Against the tomato can. You got 21-7 and you're winning. Now what?
You got Brandon Marshall, all our firepower, and why the hell didn't we put them to sleep, Doug?
I don't know, Ed.
We're up 21-7. Why didn't we put them out?
We didn't put them out. We didn't put the foot in the throat routine.
Obviously, we're not a great running team, but we are a great passing team. Why didn't you take advantage of that? They don't have anybody in the defensive backfield. I'm talking about the Panthers. We should have went after them, play after play after play.
Everybody else scored 38, 36 points against them the last two games against the Carolina team. Let's go out to Bob in Midlothian. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. You know, you guys just talked about exactly what I wanted to ask you about. We had them down 21-7.
Yeah.
Whose fault is it that we don't put, like you said, our foot under
It's Trestman's fault for not making the things he needs to do.
Trestman, absolutely.
You got to put it on the coach. I mean, the Cutler's not calling the plays out there. You know what? You want to go after him, then come up with some damn thing to come out and go after him with.
But, Bob, the point that I just made, Bob, was the fact that you've got this firepower. I mean, we've got it. A lot of teams don't have that in the National Football League, and we don't use it against a team that is
That's exactly my thought. I was sitting there watching the game with my daughter-in-law. My son went to Carolina to watch the game with all his buddies. And I knew as soon as Gould missed their field goal, something was going to happen. We were going to shut down. Something was going to happen where we weren't going to go for the kill anymore. And it drives me nuts. You know, I'm an older guy. Whenever I play any type of game, my goal is to put my opponent down, out, and be done with them. But it doesn't seem like this team wants to do it. I don't.
You know, you're especially right about the missed field goal. Even that should have been touchdown area. That should have been like fire coming out of your mouth. Saying, listen, we get a touchdown here, they're finished. But we get a field goal.
How about Brandon Marshall on a post passing pattern into the end zone? How about a fly pattern? How about a corner pattern? When you're on the 35, 38-yard line, why not take one of the three downs and try to score? You got them down. You're crushing them. Why the hell don't you try to score a touchdown?
28-7, 21-7. How would you like to have?
I mean, come on,
21-7.
Especially again for the umpteenth time with the people that we have, the talent we have in the passing game, and I'll be darned if we don't use it, Doug. We don't go after it. We don't exploit the other team with the talent we have offensively.
We'll be right back. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Bannerman's in Bartlett. Well, Bradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears loss to Carolina 31-24. Let's go back out to the phone lines.
Hey, Doug, before we do that, did you, in the newspaper, who'd you pick to win, by the way? Was it
Carolina?
You did? Really? Dirty rat. Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead. Now you can go ahead.
Let's go out to Big O on the west side. Big O, you're on the score.
What's up, gentlemen? How you doing?
What's up, Big O?
Hey, couple quick things.
Go ahead.
One, the Bears for the last 3 years now. You play the Bears. You guys have been in the NFL. Can you guys tell me what the game plan was today for the Bears, first of all? Secondly, the Bears are not a physical football team. They're straight fluff finesse. It's not
Big O. I could tell you what I think the game plan should have been against this team. And that would have been pass, and pass. They had no defensive backs. Their top pass rusher was out.
I think, too, though, Ed, the fact that they jumped on them so early, 21-7, they're sitting there, just skating along instead of really trying to.
The best thing we do offensively, we don't run the football, okay?
We don't.
We don't run. So what do? We pass again. Big O, we have some terrific receivers, huge people that have proven they can get the gosh darn job done, okay?
There you go again.
And
I can't work with you anymore. You keep doing that.
I'm gonna put my hands around your throat in a minute.
What? You show me your 1963 championship ring? What?
Oh, I'll show it to you. All right.
Let's go to Elliot and Madison. Elliot's on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Doug and OB. Damn it. I'll tell you what. How is it? We were up 21-7. I got two things here. Okay, first of all, I don't want to really hear any more about our high-powered offense. If we had a high-powered offense, we should be able to score 35 points a game minimum.
How about low-powered coaching?
Oh, no, hey, you might as well get, Bubbles from the Trailer Park Boys up in Canada to come down here and coach our team for right now. The second thing is our defense. Yeah. The Panthers had no running game. They had a quarterback who was the equivalent of a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest, and we couldn't stop him? Are you kidding me? What's going on here?
That's the point. The point is the fact that, you know what, they didn't make stops. See, here, again, I'm going to go back to it. I'm going to go back to game planning. I'm going to go back to, if you're playing a football club, who on the Carolina Panthers, if I'm playing defense, can hurt me the most in crucial situations?
Tight end.
Tight end Olsen. Adjust to that. Do something about it. Don't let him be the one. The other kid everybody's talking about, the rookie Benjamin, he has a hard time catching a football. So that's the guy. And Olsen killed us on 2 plays. And the last one on a touchdown, they put him out there, and all of a sudden it's real simple. Fake, 1, 2, 3, throw the football. If you take him off his route, and you don't let him off the line of scrimmage, he can't throw that ball. He can't do that. So it's little things like that, which just adds up to the Bears. And that makes it even worse for everything else. So all I know is that they did a little more tricks today, which it worked. Some of it worked. Why not stay with it?
Yeah, I tell you what, they didn't blitz a lot, but they did blitz from the Packer game, and he coupled it with some line tricks is what they should do, and they've got to accentuate that a little bit more, Doug, because we don't have 4 dogs that can hunt game after game after game. So it's exactly what you have to do. So the other team games for it, and they play for it. So what?
Sure.
You're not getting there with 4 down linemen, that's for sure.
Arvin in West Side. Arvin, you on the score. Arvin.
Harlan. You're up, Harlan.
Hello, you're on.
You're on.
Me?
Yeah, you're on.
Are you there?
Yeah. Harlan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead and start talking, Harlan. Put the beer bottle down, Harlan. Next, let me go to Larry in Oak Forest. Larry on the score. Larry?
You said earlier that Cutler's no Aaron Rodgers. And you know what?
Yeah.
He's not Josh McCown either. I don't know why. This offense seemed to play a lot better when he was at the helm. I mean, I don't know. Cutler is just prone. He makes major mistakes. I think he's just hugely overrated.
Oh, I don't, get into it. That's going to be a battle with this Cutler situation, and it's still going to be, the fact that, his quarterback ratings probably coming into this game was 98.5 or something like that, which is real good. There's no question about it. There's no question he makes mistakes at certain times. But there's other people out there that on that football team that can make things happen. That can, it's just not one guy. Granted, like I said, he's no Aaron Rodgers. Well, I'm not expecting him to make a comeback all the time.
The bottom line to our callers, the bottom line here is, if it's Cutler, you're damned if you're damned if you don't. It's Cutler. He's our guy, and can he get it done? Yeah, he can get it done. But I'm going to tell you what. It's the game plan, folks. They game plan for this. They do like 3 to 4 weeks prior to like say we're playing Atlanta next week. They've already dissected the last 3 or 4 games, offensively and defensively, by quality control people. Hand it to the defensive coordinator, hand it to the offensive coordinator. They come up with the game plan, and then Trestman puts his okay offensively and his okay defensively on the game plan. Let's not put this all on Cutler's head. Again, we do have some weapons, but I want to tell you what. It's game planning, folks. Last week against Green Bay, poor game plan. Today, worse. Absolutely worse. and there's no excuse for it, period.
Yeah, because you're playing a team that you should whip. There's no question about it. Thank yous. Producer, Ethan Shaw. Our engineer, Dominic Mendocino. Promotions, Aslan Snuckle. And on site, the only guy, our producer, Rick Kemp. Hopefully next week something will be better. They're going to go to Atlanta. Let's see what happens. Thanks for listening. And from OB and myself, thanks so much.
Thank you much. Have a good week. Let's get out of here.
Snap to Cutler from the 3. Back to throw. Goes. Caught right side. Josh Morgan. Goal line in. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And they have the lead here in Atlanta. Got him in the gun. Takes the snap. They run it to Matt Forte up the right side. He bangs in. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. They're back in front. 6-yard touchdown. First rushing touchdown this season for Matt Forte. Forte and the Cutler right hip. Garza sends it back. They run it to Matt Forte. Blockers in foot. He explodes to the goal line and into the end zone. Matt Forte's in. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Well-designed front wall led the way and paved the way for Matt to get in. Snap is back to Matt Ryan. Here comes pressure, and they get him again. Willie Young and Jared Allen meet at the quarterback, and down goes Ryan. Back to the 30.
And now, live from Old Town Poorhouse at 8 Oak Brook Center, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino post-game show with your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show brought to you by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Also brought to you by Tito's Handmade Vodka. We're live at the Old Town Poorhouse in Oak Brook. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 27, Atlanta 13, and a very impressive win today. We'll talk a little bit about, let's start out with the offense, Ed. They knew what they had to do. They knew the defense of Atlanta was poor. The Atlanta defense ranked 28th. They only had 4 sacks coming in.
4 sacks all year
coming in. But what they did do is what you talked about last week, maybe we should have done more of, was to get our big guys involved more.
Attack downfield.
Right.
Fly patterns. They ran a fly pattern, post patterns, push them, go deep. That's what we do best. So if you need to stop, then stop us, because that's what we do best, and never give up doing that. And by the way, Doug, before you go any further, I want to say one thing. This game, Trestman's been here approximately a year and a half. I guarantee you this game was a must-win for Mark Trestman. Period. If we'd have went there and wound up 2-4, Miami coming in, and then we're going to New England, if he didn't win this football game, all hell would have broke loose. This was his biggest game as a Bear coach, and he won, so good luck. Great job.
Also, too, the biggest game for Jay Cutler. Now, look at what happened to Jay the last 2 games, the beating he's been taking. Comes out this game, and I believe he's thrown for more yardage than ever since he's been a Chicago Bear.
That's correct.
And I don't know if that's over 277 yards, as close to 300 yards, but whatever it is, he's tossed more. Why? Because what you said, they moved that football downfield. They threw the football to the guys that can make those catches. And here, I've been beating up the Bear defense all this year. Not today. Today they went out there. Don't you know that Atlanta Falcons are ranked number 2 when it comes to passing, and number 3 overall offense? That Chicago Bear defense did one hell of a job today.
Doug, how about the 3 young linebackers?
Oh,
3
please.
new starters. You got Jones, number 59, Sharpton, middle, 53, calling the defenses, and Green, number 52. Those kids were all over the field, disrupting, hitting hard, playing their hearts out. What a job those 3 young guys did.
And Sharpton, a middle linebacker, the one thing you liked about him, and the one thing I liked about the set of linebackers they had in today.
They got depth. They finally got depth.
Right. They got back there to help out, to get involved more. And then, too, we'll talk a little bit what the defense did. And you, again, have been saying this for I don't know how long. They've done the line tricks along with the blitzes.
Oh, God.
They comboed them together, and that in itself has made a difference in that defense.
Doug, that is obviously that's the only way we can get there, okay? The fact of the matter is, and it's just a fact, 4 down linemen, we're not good enough to just go in there and rip people apart. So we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. So if your opposition knows you can't get there, they know you're going to blitz, then stop it. But I'll tell you what, they came with the blitz. Again, Doug, come with the blitz coupled with the line tricks. I don't know. They did it. They came almost every play with a strong linebacker, a Mike, a weak safety, a strong side safety, a cornerback. They came with all kinds of blitzes coupled with line tricks. And that's what we have to do every week. And if we do that, Doug, I think we can put on enough pressure and make a run here. And we're 3-3. I don't think anybody's running away with the division, and nobody's running away with the league. Dallas just beat
Seattle.
Seattle in Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
So, folks, listen, a lot of things could happen. But one thing that we're seeing now that did happen, we attack the field down. We've got 6'6", 6'5", 6'4", 6'4" receivers. Throw the damn football down the field. And defensively, Doug, we got to blitz. We got to come after them. So what have we done? We're throwing the ball down the field, and we're finally coming with all kinds of tricks on defense, and it worked.
And also what worked, again, I said at the beginning, was Cutler. Now, I know, like I said, he's been taking a lot of heat, but he made some great throws today by keeping the ball alive, by getting out of that pocket, by rolling around, hitting certain people he had a beautiful 70-yarder. Who was that to? That was to Jeffries, right? That was just unbelievable. So all this stuff has been put together. But again, I'll go back to it. Atlanta's not, they're no juggernaut when it comes to defense. They're ranked 28. But the fact is, though, you attack them where you should have attacked them.
Absolutely,
in
Doug.
the air. And that's exactly what the hell the Chicago Bears did.
Cutler, the first half, folks, he was 17 of 26 for 227 yards and an 18.1 yard per average with a quarterback rating of 106.7. As opposed to Ryan, he had 69 yards passing with an average of 4.9, a quarterback rating of 71.6. Too bad.
Yeah, and exactly what happened in that first half was the fact of the time of possession. The Bears held the football. That's another important part. We saw Forte, again, getting the football out of the backfield thrown to him, plus the runs. Put all these together. Now, the only thing in the first half I was a little worried about was, again, too, we got to back up on these penalties. We had 5 penalties in the first half. So, all in all, you talk about a team that went down to Atlanta that did exactly what they were supposed to do. That means the coaches, that means the players, and the fact is that the game plan, both offense and defense, I thought was terrific.
It was all on track, and it worked.
It worked. And that's that's exactly what you need to do. That's all you have to do is make it work. Let's go out to Brian on the north side. Brian, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Obie and Doug, it's a pleasure. You guys make me happy whether we win or lose. Thankfully, tonight we've won.
Yep.
All I have to say is Matt Forte had 27 touches for 157 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot diminish anything Matt Forte does for this offense. But Jay Cutler, it seemed to me, played with a passion that he hasn't played other weeks, and he got everyone involved in the offense. And I just wanted to hear what you guys have to say about
Brian,
that.
What they finally did is they came up with a sensible game plan. For heaven's sakes, you pay all these receivers, you pay Cutler all this money, and the last the week ago, the week before that, for Christ's sake, it looks like we're hiding our receivers. And let's not show what Jay Cutler can really do. It was not smart football. And they finally came unleashed and took advantage of our receivers, Jay's arm, and it worked. And then once you do that going down the field, guess what it does for Forte? Helps the running game and helps him in receiving too. And let's not abandon that. And then again, let me just say this one more time, Doug. I don't give a damn if people say, well, that's what they have to do. And, that's right, that's what we do and whatever. But you know what? Stop us. Stop Bennett. Stop Marshall. Stop Jeffries. Pretty hard thing to do, Doug, when you're aggressive offensively.
Well, there's no question. That is the power of this football team, especially, again, we talk about the offense. Jay Cutler had 368 yards. 368 yards with a 9-yard per attempt. You know what a 9-yard per attempt means?
Huge.
You're up there. You're up there with the big guys. So that was outstanding. And there's third down situations for the Bears. 47%. 47% of the time they converted.
How many first downs, Doug?
Well, the first downs, they ended up with 23.
Wow.
23 first downs. So you take a look at they're controlling the football. Not only are they controlling the football, but they're putting the ideas to score. The last two games in the second half, I'm not so sure what the idea was in the second half because we only put up 3 points for those two halves. But again, today was an all-around thing. And the other thing that was very important, that you won't think about till maybe later, they did not let Hester beat them. That's very important.
And the other thing, I really don't think there were any key injuries. Although Conti again, he went down again. That poor kid, I tell you. But I think we came out of this game injury-wise pretty damn good. And Miami comes in to Soldier Field. I'll tell you what. Who knows, folks?
Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
And the Bears are the first NFL team in history with 750 wins. They took 3 tries, but they get it here in Atlanta, beating the Falcons 27-13.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show, brought to you by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. That is correct. And also brought to you by Tito's Handmade Vodka. Terrific stuff, trust me. We are live at the Old Town Poorhouse in Oak Brook. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And talking about the Chicago Bears win, 27-13. Also, digging into the numbers, we brought to you by Julie, Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit IllinoisOneCall.com. And those numbers are?
Douglas, about Cutler, okay? Cutler was 26 of 38 for a total of 381 yards. But obviously the 3 sacks against, that goes against him. So it's actually 26 of 38 for 368 yards, which is 9 yards an average, which is unbelievable. Quarterback rating of 109.6. But, Doug, the 368 yards is the best day Cutler has ever had as a Bear passing the football.
That's good news. That is good news because what happened in the last couple games, like I said before in the opening of the show, it was taking a lot of heat, especially about the second half where the Bears only scored 3 points total in the second half of 2 games.
Doug, you want to know what? I really don't think that's Cutler's fault. I don't. Somebody puts that game plan together, okay? And you go in at halftime, something's not working, you adjust. So I'm not going to put that on Jay's head. And by the way, with the first quarter, Doug, I'm waiting. Come on, guys. Let's start peppering that ball down the field. So we get in the second quarter, and I made these notes. Fly and corner routes. Doug, they know what's coming. Let them try to stop it. But that's what I wrote down. Fly pattern, corner routes, deep middle routes. Let's get going. And the second quarter, lo and behold, we did.
That's exactly what they did. They put points up. That's exactly what we were looking for. The other thing, too, I'll tell you what, to me, this is very important. It's so important that I saw some progress in the defense. And I got to tell you, those three linebackers they had playing today, Sharpton, Green, and Christian Jones, I don't know how you're going to undo those guys, because I saw depth on them. I saw them hitting. Sharpton ripped some guy's head off.
But Doug, they were
everywhere.
They were quick.
Yep.
I mean, the change of direction, plant, boom, stop, gone. And they were all over the field. That was really nice to see, especially, Doug, from Sharpton. Here's a kid that came in out of nowhere, folks, and he called the signals. And I think he played one hell of a game, as did Green and as did Jones. Very active today. The defensive line got going, did the tricks with the blitzes, and then late in the fourth quarter, they turned them loose, and they really got after Ryan, their quarterback, and they did a hell of a job.
And we saw Jared Allen coming around a little bit in that second half, Ed.
Yes.
We didn't know if he was alive in the first half, but in the second half he started playing. Then you start taking a look at what those defensive linemen were doing. Paya had a good game today.
Yes, he did.
There's no question about that.
They all did.
They all did. I mean, you take Fuller. How about Hurst? It's an interception. He makes a heck of an interception. So, yeah.
You got Radcliffe came back. That was
right.
important.
Can I get excited? When you see that some of these things like this, maybe you say they're going to get better with that. We know their offense is there.
Doug,
you know what? They just have to work it. What? That defense was always a question for us.
Why? Again, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier in the program, why you can and you legitimately can get excited, because every team in the football league, there's really nobody crushing anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just to mention, Cowboys go into Seattle and beat them and take them down. There's nobody. We're 3-3. We got Miami coming home next week, 1 week at a time. We could still maybe be in this hunt, folks. Why? Again, there is no damn really outstanding football team in the entire National Football League. So let's hope what we saw today we'll see next week and the following weeks.
And Green Bay struggled. They won the football game, but they struggled
but the damn problem
to win
thing
that game.
They got this guy.
Maybe we can do something about that.
They got that kid number 12. What's his name?
I don't know. Some guy they pulled off the street.
Right.
Let's go out to Brandon in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Brandon _OB and Doug.
Doggy OB, how are you guys?
What's up, Brandon?
All right, Brandon.
Hey, I want to talk about, let's talk about Daryl Sharpton a little bit more.
Yeah.
These linebackers, man. These guys actually look like
linebackers.
Yeah, NFL players. I mean,
yeah,
they did.
They really did.
How do you go back to DJ Williams and leaving the middle of the field open? I mean, what are your thoughts there?
No, I wouldn't go anywhere, because remember last week my biggest complaint was I thought the linebackers didn't get enough depth.
Doug, you've been saying that all year. They're not getting depth, and they have to get depth.
And these guys today were active. They were all around the football, number one. Number two, their drops were right there. They were right there to help out in that middle. So I don't know how you change that. I wouldn't change it. Why would I change it? We'll see what happens. But the fact is, kind of things start to glue together now a little bit defensively. And maybe what's going on here is they're finding out guys that can play together. Because if that defense gets rolling, and that offense does what Ed was talking about, fire that football down the field.
You betcha.
Do a lot of stuff like that and score because you have all the weapons. Who the hell knows what could happen? Let's go out to Alex in Beach Park. Alex, you're on the score.
It's great listening to you guys. You guys are my favorite talk show host people out there in Chicago.
Well, thanks, Alex.
Let's talk about the secondary of our Bears.
Yeah.
Fuller came up again. He came up again against one of the toughest wide receivers Atlanta had to offer, and he played an amazing game. That's 1 point.
I tell you, you know what, Alex? I hold on. I think, was it like 6 drops or 7 drops Atlanta had today? Seven drops.
Mm-hmm.
So that means they were tiptoeing through the tulips and looking around where that ball was coming from.
And you had Hurst come in there. Made that interception we talked about. Fuller, let me tell you this right now. This kid's got a long life in the National Football League. But this kid is a football player.
Well, I was thinking, Doug, he came in and, rookie thing, and it's a couple of things. But, boy, this is the 6th game?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, this kid, does he jump on the ball? And he knows where to go.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows how to jump a route, and he's not afraid to do it.
No.
He's not afraid to make that move.
Well, it was a great pick. We'll be right back. Obradovich on the phone.
Hold on. Poor Alex. I think I cut him off.
I'm
sorry, Alex.
Alex, he gets that way once in a while when we win.
Poor guy.
Giddy.
Forte and Cutler right in. Garza sends it back. They run it to Matt Forte. Blockers in front. He explodes to the goal line and into the end zone. Matt Forte's in. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Well-designed front wall led the way and paved the way for Matt to get in.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Old Town Poorhouse at 8 Oakbrook Center. Majestic Star Casino, experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio, Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back. The Majestic Star postgame show brought to you by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Also brought to you by Tito's. That's right. Handmade vodka. Outstanding. We're live at the Old Town Poorhouse in Oakbrook. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. OB, cough it up. I mean, cough up the money.
All right.
You owe me for what you did.
All right, here was the bet. Doug had the Bears, and I took Atlanta, just like everybody else. And Atlanta and that stadium are 38-10.
That's right.
Ryan's throwing a football, so I bet Doug a brand new set of golf clubs, which, Doug, I will get you. Tour Edge golf clubs, and I will call Bob Ochoa, and I'll get you the best set of Tour Edge golf clubs that they make, and they sell all over the world, Doug. And nobody makes a finer golf club than Tour Edge, and I promise you, I will get you the best damn set that they have, along with the best golf bag they have.
Well, I think what we're going to do is after the show is over with, you and I are going to take a ride over to Tour Edge, okay? Because I don't trust you. I don't trust you. What? You'll take the damn things and give them to yourself. Meanwhile, we're over there, I'll give you Lou Malnati's pizza. All right? How's that for deal?
You don't trust me. You see that Tito's bottle that they just put in front? I like if I break it over your head.
No, don't do that. Don't.
How about that for the bet?
Let me drink it first, then break it over my head.
All right.
All right, and we're talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-13. Ed and I are in great form because we're just happy to see what happened. And what happened was very simple. Cutler is on his way. Trustman is on his way. Mel Tucker is on his way. Even the special teams. So we saw something today that we really, really liked.
And it had to be, Doug.
Yeah.
We could not, as I said earlier, this was Trestman's biggest game as a Bear, as a year and a half being the head coach here. We went down there and we lost this game. All hell would have been broken loose. And especially this program, my Lord.
That was for everybody. Everybody had to, step up. And again, too, boy, it's amazing to me. Again, I think about those 3 young linebackers they put in there in a job they did. I can't say enough about it, Ed.
And I agree with you 100%, Doug, and about Mel Tucker figuring out what the hell to do with the defensive line and how to attack a team. And then offensively, finally starting to figure it after 2 games. We were in a coma, couldn't score a point in the second half, couldn't change our game plan. Until they finally figured out we got about 3 or 4 giants that can catch the long pass, and guess what? We got a quarterback can throw the damn football down the field.
That's what they did. Let's go out to Joe in Lake Villa. Joe, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Joe?
Good. Just wanted to call and talk about how the Bears defense definitely stepped up today going into Atlanta.
Yes.
Where they don't lose very often, stepping up in a big way without Briggs and Bostic. A big statement win by that defense.
Huge statement. It's I can't tell you because Stan and I were talking about it. The Atlanta offense was ranked overall number 3. The Atlanta pass game was ranked number 2. That was not a tomato can they were playing against. And you saw what they did, and the hits, there were a lot of drops by Atlanta, but a lot of times that happens because the defense is smacking some people around.
I tell you what, Joe, what Doug looked at when this game started defensively, because I know a little bit about what the hell Doug's likes to look for. And Doug's been talking about those linebackers. They got to drop. There's a word called buzz. They got to buzz out of there, okay? For some reason, we don't do it. Well, today we did. And if you watch, and all our listeners, if you taped it or you know where you go see it again, watch those 3 young linebackers. I'm telling you, they got depth. They were everywhere.
And also on the blitz, Ed, you combo the blitz with defensive linemen. Defensive linemen will run their tricks. You take your linebackers, and
blitz them with line tricks. That's super. That's great.
And you go after them. You do not become and stay a punching bag like the Bears have been, I thought, in the last couple games.
That's exactly correct, Doug. That's exactly what the hell they were.
Let's go out to Russ in Orland Park. Russ on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, Doug, and listen, I have a question about the Packer game. I don't know if you guys were watching the end of the Packer game, but Miami's got the ball. There's 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. 3rd down or 4th down coming up on both plays. Why don't they run the clock down? They get 40 seconds to play with. Run the clock down, take a timeout. They got 2 timeouts. Do it twice. Now that takes another 80 seconds off the clock. I've seen it done so many times, and I didn't know why they didn't do it.
Russ, I didn't see the end of that game.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
And
I didn't see it either, Russ.
I don't know what happened. It sounds like there was a clock management problem that should have been corrected. But the fact is, once again, I do know this. That number 12 up there won them the football game. So, yeah, there may be a call there. There may be something there. But overall performance, there's no question about what that kid has done for the Green Bay Packers and will continue to do for the Green Bay Packers.
You know what, Russ? I agree with Russ a lot of times. I'll tell you what, you see, even with us, with Mark Trestman, he's supposed to be the guru, the offensive genius, even our clock management. And you see so many teams when it comes to crunch time and they don't work it right. They don't use it right.
I think
and you just wonder, it's the year 2014, what the hell are you guys thinking about?
Well, I think a lot of that, Ed, is the fact that, it's like maybe you and I, you get excited. You start working, and that's why it's really, you have to stay cool. You have to understand what's going on. You have to think.
That's why they paid these head coaches. That's why they paid these head coaches $3, $4, $5, $6, $7, $8 million to understand that situation.
Absolutely.
And not make it a mystery.
Or else have a guy right beside you who understands it.
Right.
Let's go out to Chad in Antioch. Chad, you're on the score.
Hey, Obi and Doug, man. So glad you guys took my call. It's been a couple of years. I'm finally through.
What's up, Chad?
Hey, I got a few points to make. The first point is, hey, Mel Tucker, look at what the blitz does for you, first of all. The second thing I want to say is, I'm glad Matt Forte got in on that run, the last touchdown of the game, but I feel like that shows a lot about Mark Trestman, and he doesn't want to put the dagger in anyone's neck. I feel like he's playing for a field goal there. And if you bear with me, I'm my father's son, so I'm a little negative right now about the Bears. I'm real happy about the win, but what's going on with these bunch formations in the red zone? You got 2 big guys, put them on the outside and throw the back shoulder pass to either one of them, and you got Martellus Bennett and you got Matt Forte working the middle of the field. I don't understand what's so hard about that.
Well, I think let me take my first shot at that. I think what you're talking about when they just flank them out, basically like 3 guys in the slot, so to speak. Is that what you're saying? What happened? Yeah, I believe that's what he's saying.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
It's called confusion, and there's also a little thing called a pick play. a pick play that's in
exactly
there.
why they do it.
Okay, that's you betcha. Confusion. You got three great receivers right next to each other. You don't know where the hell who's breaking what, but I'll guarantee you what it's all about is a pick play, and they get away with it.
And you're talking about Forte in that one play, and Rick Camp brought it up to me, which I think he's right. That was an audible. He got out of it. He was going to throw the football. He saw something that said, no, that's not going to be the point. We can run this football up the middle, and, of course, he did. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys.
What's up, buddy?
Great to talk to you guys. Hey, Doug, or OB, there's a guy that called last week. I was dying. My buddies and I were sitting around the couch listening to you guys after the game, and honest to God, we all said that was OB's double call. And this guy sounded just like you. He's same mannerisms and everything. Did you guys catch that guy that I'm talking about?
No.
I can't remember what his name was. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, me and my four buddies were all said, that sounds like OB calling.
Hey, Michael, let's see if our crack producer caught that. Did you catch that at all?
Not at all.
No.
He said to ask you guys. But
It was some guy named B.O., but I don't know. Go ahead.
Oh, funny.
Listen, guys, I want to
I'll
ask
break
you.
those Tur-Edge clubs over your head. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead, Mike.
These guys that filled in today at linebacker, they really played a great game. I don't know what the extent of the injuries are at linebacking right now with Briggs and I can't think of the other guy that's out. All three of them are Bostic and Briggs
Williams.
Yeah, Williams. Now, I mean, what they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know that those are your money players. You want to play them, but these guys played, in my opinion, a lot faster. They got to the ball a lot quicker. I mean, what do you suppose is going to happen? And do you know the extent of their injuries? I'll hang up and listen. Thanks for taking my call.
I'll tell you what. I'll just say one thing. Mike, I agree with you 100% on those linebackers and Douglas.
Well, yeah, there's no question about it. Now, do you change in midstream? I got to think you got to look at what the team can do, and you got to look what that player can do. We all know that Briggs is a hell of a linebacker, but he's getting hurt. We see Bostic make mistakes. He doesn't read very well. So McCollum's got the broken hands. I would just, my question is, I look at this and say, look, I'd go over to film. I check these guys out, and if it was really good, they're back as my linebackers next week against Miami.
Before we go, you know what? I was just wondering here, and our caller, Mike, Shea McClellan, how long has that been with that broken hand? What has it been?
A couple of weeks, 3 weeks.
3 weeks going on 4 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, yeah, sometimes it takes longer to heal.
Okay, Doug.
You're not going to hit me with the clubs again, are you?
No, I won't hit him. I'll just ram him down your throat.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Post-Game Show, brought to you by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. They're in your business. Also brought to you by Tito's Handmade Vodka. We're live at the Old Town Poorhouse in Oak Brook. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-13 over Atlanta. And if you take a look at these stats, Eddie, another thing that jumps out at you is the Bears' time of possession. They held the ball for 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 69 plays. Atlanta, 54 plays and 23:45 as the number that they had holding the football.
Well, what attributes that to, Doug, the ability to convert on third down. We had 23 to their 12 first downs.
Correct.
That's the ball game right there.
There's no question about it because our third down was good. Their third down was not good. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Brian in Fort Dodge, Iowa.
Hey, guys. It's an honor and privilege to speak with you, too.
What's up, Brian?
Hey, OB, I agree with you about Trustman. This was a must-win game for him.
Oh, my God.
Especially after the last two fiascos that he went through.
Absolutely, Brian.
And is it me or is the defensive line play a lot better with Ratliff and back in the lineup, getting pressure and sacks?
Well, what happened today is what you saw, and you saw a little bit of it last week, but you saw a ton of it today. There was almost almost on every play, Brian, somebody was coming. If it wasn't a strong or a weak linebacker, it was the Mike linebacker, or was a strong safety. They kept coming, and tons of line tricks with the blitzes, and when they didn't blitz, they came with line tricks. And that's what you have to do. When you don't have 4 guys, Brian, that can hunt, okay, and there are some teams that have them. Detroit Lions do. We don't. So what do? You got to make changes. And I think, I'll tell you what, if they didn't do this today, if they didn't change what they've been doing defensively, Doug, with the blitzes and with the line changes, I'll tell you what, I don't know if we'd had this outcome, because they put pressure on Ryan all day, and the reason why they did is because of the game plan put in by Mel Tucker. They became, Brian, aggressive. They went after him. They didn't sit back, and they came with those blitzes. Everybody came flying and going after them. That's what you got to have. Nice to see.
You have to adapt or die. And that's exactly what a coach is, and I always say.
And we were dying.
Yeah, the coach is not a guy just with a hat on and a whistle around his neck. There's things you do. There's things you have to do to make something different that's going to help your team out. We were going to a dead end on the defense. This is a spark.
Same thing
It's
offensively.
a huge spark, yeah.
Doug, how the hell the last 2 games or so we're not attacking with all that firepower, passing firepower,
and we scored
with a quarterback? For Christ's sake, we're not lucky if we threw a 15-yard pass. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah. And scoring in 2 halves, 3 points, stop yourself. So today was a good day for everybody.
They were aggressive today on both sides of the ball and in special teams. Let's keep it up.
Let's go out to Jim and Racine. Jim, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You got, buddy.
Yeah, just a quick question. What happened to Chris Conte? I haven't heard what happened to him at all.
Shoulder.
Oh, really? Any idea how long?
We don't know, because I don't know if it's the same
yet.
shoulder he got operated on, but if you know.
He hurt that earlier in the year, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Then he's had 2 or 3 concussions. He's hurt his shoulder a few times.
Right.
You look at it, I look at the poor kid.
Yeah.
Seems like almost every time he makes a tackle, bang, something happens.
Exactly. He's injury prone.
Yeah, and again, too, the fact is, though, they didn't miss a beat, though. They had kept their guys in there, and they did what they had to do. And now, as far as Conte's concerned, again, you won't know until tomorrow. But if it has anything else to do besides the shoulder and the concussion, then, they're going to keep him out. There's not even a question about it.
Yeah, Jim, if there was one word to define the Bears today in their 6th game to the prior, 5 games, and in the 6th game, if there's one word on both sides of the ball, absolutely, the word is aggressive. We became aggressive. And I believe that's what you have. You're passive in this league. You're going to get thumped.
You're going to get thumped, and the fact is you have to go and put what you have on the board. In other words, you have the weapons. If you didn't have the weapons, Ed, you do the old sneak routine.
Precisely. So
you
what?
Sit there and go, let me get 2 yards, 5 yards, kill the clock. We'll do it, and we'll lose 7-6.
One word, and that's the word. Yeah. Aggressive. That's what they were today.
Let's go to Pat in Calumet City. Pat, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. It's a pleasure to talk to you, but you guys make me a little bit crazy mispronouncing names. Urlacher told us his name was pronounced the first year he was in the league, and tonight I heard both of you called Alshon Jeffries. That's just disrespectful.
That's Jeffrey. That's what it is. I'll tell you, wasn't it a hell of a catch he had? That 74-yarder? Unbelievable.
What'd we do? Cut him off?
I guess so. Somebody put a pencil in his neck.
That would be our crack producer again, so blame it on him.
Take no crap. We're aggressive. Let's go to Mike in Plano. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Michael, you're up. You're on board.
All right.
You're about to go off board.
Jump off. Let's go out to Jeff in Rolling Meadows. Jeff, you're on the score.
Yeah, hey.
Hey,
you know what, guys? I'm going to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
I respect you guys, but you got to realize Mel Tucker did a freaking awesome job today. At the end of the game, what won the game was there were sorry, Dougie. There was no linebackers. They had maybe one linebacker. They had the rush, and they had, what did they have, 6 or 7 DBs back there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that won the game. But they don't need the linebackers. This is not how football is. This football nowadays, you don't need linebackers.
Guess again, Bill. Guess again.
You don't need linebackers.
What
you need
the hell you don't?
In the middle, and then all you need is DBs because it's a passing game.
On third down, you may need those guys, but first and second down, let me tell you something. Go out there with 6 backs on first down. They'll shove that football so far up your ass, your head will smoke.
Like linebacker, we don't need your outside linebacker.
Yeah, you do.
You don't need it anymore.
Yes, you do.
It's old school. Look at what they did. Look at what Mel Tucker did. Look at what Mel Tucker did.
Everybody,
linebacker.
Everybody does that.
No, I'm talking what he did at the end of the game.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. That was good.
What he did, that's what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do.
He put a pass rush on and he put all DBs. He had one linebacker.
Oh, good. You start the game that way.
Jeff, at the end of the game.
I'm sorry, Doug. OB, you're good because you're a lineman.
Doug,
you're not worthless. Linebackers are worthless nowadays. Sorry, Doug. I loved you. You're great.
Say this. Well, let me put it this way. You go out there and play with 6 backs the whole game, I will guarantee you'll have cleats up and down your back that you never known you had before.
Doug,
what?
You're worthless.
You're
worthless.
There's sometimes
you're worthless. You're terrible. You're a horrible person.
There's no question.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about. And by the way, you meant to say backside, didn't you?
I did say backside, didn't I?
You were. No, you didn't.
Well, I was just trying to tell the guy something. Come on, get real. You got to get certain times of the game. There's certain times of the game you do that. You do the coverage.
Does that mean if he gets fined? Does that mean I get fined?
Yes.
If he's going down, does that mean I'm going down
too?
You're
going with me.
I'm going down with him?
That's right.
Because he misspoke, so to speak?
You're going down with me, so don't worry about it.
Why,
because,
you dirty rat?
No, Ed, because you're a defensive lineman.
Yeah, that's right. And don't ever forget it.
I'm just a lousy, rotten linebacker.
That's right.
All right, we're going to take an update. Goodbye.
Ryan will be in quickly trying to get things going. 1:30, clock is running. Takes the snap on 4th and 1, throws, passes, batted down! And that'll do it. There is your fade to black moment. Bears are going to come out of Atlanta. Will Sutton put the heat, and that front 4 did its job on cue in the 4th quarter.
That highlight courtesy of WBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Majestic Star Postgame Show, brought to you by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Motorworks.
Also brought to you by Tito's Handmade Vodka. We're live at the Old Town Poorhouse. Now, see, it's poor. Not poor, but Poorhouse. P-O-U-R. House in Oak Brook. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and the worthless linebacker are talking about football. And our football is Chicago Bears 27 and Atlanta 13. Let's go out to Patrick in Joliet. Patrick, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How you doing, Doug and OB?
What's up, buddy?
Pat.
All right. Last week, my wife heard 2 pissed off Chicago Bears fans. She never heard it before.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
So yeah. You guys laid it down. Now this week, better week. Linebackers got depth.
That's right.
Corners made their cues and shut down receivers and physical, and that's what the NFL is all about.
Very aggressive.
Very aggressive. Patrick, that's a beautiful thing, to see. You want to see that. I know Mel Tucker wants to see it, and I know I jumped all over Mel Tucker, and I jumped all over the coaches and this and that. But the fact was I didn't see it, but I saw it today. And I want to congratulate on Mel for what he's doing. At this point in time,
well, I tell you,
that defense looks like, it has a shot at something. A shot at something good. Because the Atlanta Falcons, I keep saying it, They were number 3 in overall offense and number 2 in passing offense. Trust me, you take White and you take Jones, those wide receivers, they're pretty damn good.
Patrick, I can say this defensively, and I know that Doug was really starting to get dead set against Mel Tucker. Obviously, why? Because there's no changes. He's not adapting. There's no changes at halftime or late in the third quarter or what anything. But what I think, I don't know, I'm just taking a wild guess at this. I think what he tried doing, he thought he had down linemen because they went out and paid a ton of money for defensive linemen to come in here. And they went after the draft. Second and third choices were defensive tackles. And they went out and spent a lot of money. And I think what Mel thought that these 4 people, whoever was going to be the 4 down linemen, because we brought in 3 defensive ends, and we got 2 guys, second and third round defense, who are defensive tackles. I think, Doug, he gave him time where he thought that maybe he had 4 dogs that could hunt, and he was trying different combinations. Wrong way to look at it. Wrong way, because by the time you go into the first game, you better have a damn good idea who's what and what's what on that defense. Not only the defensive line, linebackers, and D-backs. And he just kept going the way he was going, trying to think that the 4 down linemen could do it, and he makes some switches, and we didn't have to blitz, and we didn't have to do line tricks and all that. And he kept going after that way of doing it, Doug, and it was wrong.
Yeah,
until this week, they changed every damn thing up, folks. Believe me when I tell you. We blitzed like hell today. We did so many things that we haven't done all year, and we did them. And, again, not to talk in circles, but on the other side of the ball, very aggressive, attacking with the quality offensive receivers we got and with Cutler down the field. That's what we're supposed to do. And finally, we did it.
Exactly right. You do what you're supposed to do. Now, for example, you start out with that offensive line for the Atlanta Falcons. 3 new starters.
That's the other thing, yeah.
Number 2, Mike Tice was coaching them. So that gives you some kind of, some kind of thing to
Well,
think
maybe
about.
we caught them right, but still the fact of the matter is, Doug, they played the damn football the way they're supposed to play it.
And that's exactly right. You take advantage when you can. Let's go out to Kurt in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Kurt, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right,
What's up, Kurt?
Hey, I just wanted to point out, I know it was talked about already, but just the 3 linebackers we had starting, I'd read an article about Charles Tillman saying that the fans take the game too seriously. And
how the hell are they supposed to take it?
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you got these guys making millions upon millions of dollars, and then all of a sudden we have 3 guys starting at linebacker that are making, a fraction of the money that, Lance Briggs and DJ Williams make, and they play lights out. It's just, maybe they should care as much as we do, and the outcome would be different like it was today.
Who made that statement that the fans take the game too seriously?
Charles Tillman.
Really?
I read it on CSN Chicago this week.
Was it out of context, though? Was he trying to say something else?
He literally said sometimes the fans take the game too seriously.
Yeah.
Wow. What a misstatement that is.
Well, the fact is, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I've always loved Charles Tillman. I'm a diehard Bears fan. Lived in Green Bay, so I stick my neck out for the Bears week in and week out. And for him to say something like that, it's just like, come on, man. I mean, you're making $3 million this year to sit the bench because you got hurt, and we're taking it too seriously.
Well, the professionals, professionals are.
Tell that to the average Bear fan. Tell it to the average Blackhawk fan. You get your lights punched out.
Once a professional is a guy a dentist, a doctor, should I say, well, I don't take my dentist.
Tina Tillman's smarter
seriously.
than this.
I don't know. I mean, guys say some things that just
Kurt,
come
I have
out.
hard to believe that he made that statement. That's just hard to believe.
Because you and I went through it. You and I were played on some bad teams, and we turned around looking to the stands, and they were there. They were there in Wrigley Field. So that tells you who and what is here in Chicago.
Doug, we've got to go to a BREAK.
That means we got to take a pause.
We got to go to a broke.
Oh, okay. Well, they taught you a lot of Illinois.
That's right. It's got an S on the end, doesn't it, kid?
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Big momentum swing right there. We came into it knowing that we were going to have to get some chunks, so we couldn't just dink and dunk on. We were going to have to get some chunks, and I thought Chuss did a great job of all the coaches have installing this game plan and then dialing up some shots so that we could kind of push the ball a little bit.
That was Jay Cutler talking about the chunks. Same thing that OB was talking about, the chunks.
We could have told you that 3 weeks ago.
Go get them. This segment is brought to you by Alpamani Ford in Melrose Park. Go to apford.com. And before I was talking about Rudy Malnati's, and I happened to say Oprah. What did I say, Ed?
I don't know what the hell you said.
Okay, thank you.
Her name is, I think it's Oprah Winfrey.
Winfrey, right. And anyway.
Oprah Winfrey.
Winfrey. Yeah.
Oprah I don't know if there's another.
All
is there
I know,
an Oprah Winfrey?
All I know is that Paisanos and Rudy Malnati, outstanding.
I've known that family.
You've known them a long time.
Oh, my God. Whew,
Yeah.
Dad, I go back when we were young boys.
Let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Larry on the north side. Larry, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, Larry.
Buddy? Yeah, I didn't know the Atlanta Falcons defense was that bad.
They are.
But you can't win that one week playing good, next week playing bad. You can't win a champion like that, playing good this week, next week you're back to doing playing bad. I don't think we go too far like that. What you say about that?
Larry, we just hope what we've been talking about, and I've been saying for the last few weeks, this team's got to get aggressive. And I don't want to go through the reasons. I've said it a million times. But they finally came out and were aggressive. They went after people and did things that they haven't been doing, and they did them on a consistent basis on both sides of the ball, Larry, and that's what we have to do. Now, you look at Atlanta's defense. Their defensive line, going into this game, only had 4 sacks. So Jay should have had a great day, and he did have a great day. We took advantage of it, and I think Jay had the best day that he's ever had in a Bear uniform. He was 26 of 38 for 381 yards, but the bottom line is he was 26 of 38 for 368 because of 3 sacks.
See, that's the key. The key is that what if the Bears would have went down to Atlanta and flopped? I mean, totally flopped. Lost the football game.
Especially against a team that they can't rush the passer. 4 sacks, that whole defensive line in 5 games.
Now what happens?
There you go.
Where's your confidence?
What do you
got?
That's why they had to change and become aggressive, Doug. You look. Everybody's looking for 27,000 outer space answers. Oh, the Bears were. No, they were aggressive.
And you heard Trestman talk about it. You heard Trestman talk about his coaches and how they changed some things. They had to change. I said, football is real simple. It's adapt or die. If you don't adapt, you're going to die. I mean, that's that fact. Let's go out to Vinny. That's right, Vinny in Greenville South.
Doug, OB.
What's up, Vinny?
Hi, Vinny.
Hey, I'm down here in Alshon country behind the lines. I just want to touch on a couple things. Going into the game, I thought this was a game that would be a breakout game for this vaunted Chicago Bears offense, and Cutler would throw for 400 yards, and they'd finally score 30 points, and they almost did both. Alshon showed up, the offense showed up, but more importantly, it was the people that we've never really heard about. The depth that Phil Emery talked about in the offseason showed up today. You had Sharpton, Christian Jones, and
Green,
and that front four making plays, and Connie was out, and the back of that defense was making plays, and they shut down 13 points. If you told me that the Bears were going to allow 13 points to this offense, that's a win. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm really happy with this win, and I'll tell you another thing. 33% of the time when a team goes 3-3, they make the playoffs. When they go 2-4, it's 8.8% of the time they make the playoffs in the history of the NFL. So this is a huge win. Let's get behind this team. Let's
Vinny
hope this is a staple of the game. staple this season.
Yeah, it was the biggest game for Jay Cutler, and this game, Vinny, and just believe me on this one, this was Mark Trestman's biggest victory by a whole big bunch as a head coach of the Chicago Bears. This game was so huge, you have no idea how huge it was for Trestman.
And think about this, Ed. How big do you think it was for Mel Tucker? Playing the number 2 offense in passing and number 3 overall offense.
But Doug,
do what they did.
It still would have fell on Trestman's head today. We lost this one, and I'm going to tell you what, Trestman all of a sudden became the quarterback whisperer and quarterback and head coach guru, quarterback offensive guru. We go from a guru to a schmuru.
What's a schmuru?
I don't know. I just made it up.
We're going to take a break. Doug Buffone and Schmuru. We'll be right back.
Okay.
You would not know whether we won or lost. We lose during the week. Our players come back to work. They're trying to get better. They're in early morning, and a lot of them stay late. And it's just a credit to our coaches for their persistence and coaching these young guys up as we did, and the players just coming out with great demeanor and energy during the week in a positive way. And it made for 3 very fun practices. I said that during the week, and sometimes you get rewarded. We did today.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Old Town Poorhouse at 8 Oak Brook Center. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business, and by Tito's Handmade Vodka, America's original craft vodka. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show, brought to you by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Also brought to you by Tito's Handmade Vodka. We are live at the Old Town Poorhouse in Oak Brook. Obradovich and Buffone, the worthless linebacker. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Hold it. Worthless linebacker.
Yeah.
I have something special for you. It's from Mork's Candy in Palatine.
Yeah.
Since 1920, it's all homemade candy. And by the way, this is sugar-free. So from Mork's, Doug,
to me,
to the people, the owners, this is to you. It's sugar-free, and it's absolutely the best candy you could eat.
Well,
that's for you, my buddy.
For me, it is because I'm a diabetic.
So you're really not worthless. You're kind of semi-worthless.
And after that, I eat this candy. I'll have a Pisano pizza.
yeah. That's real good. You're fighting it good.
Let's go out to Blind Guy in Schaumburg. Blind Guy, you're on the score.
Hey guys, how you doing? And I want to start off, but I have my 7-year-old son who plays quarterback and defensive end for his Pop Warner. He's listening in the other room on the radio. I let him listen when we win, but could you guys say hi to my son Andrew? His nickname is Bobo.
Bobo, how you doing?
Bobo, how you doing, buddy? How's the team doing?
He's doing good, Nathan. Doing good.
Good.
And I'm going to tell you something, guys. Hey, Dougie, I don't have to defend either one of you, but when the guy called and said we don't need linebackers, I'm the blind guy, but he must not have seen Luke Kuechly sideline to sideline last week in Matt Forte. Apparently, the 15 tackles that he did last week, it didn't matter to that guy. But I want to tell you guys something. Great show, and you know what you guys call it how you see it. But I want to tell you something. Earlier, before the Bears game started, the reason why I called is my son. We were listening to the Red Zone. Calvin Pryor laid a hit on somebody, and you hear it. And I said, "Wow!" And the announcer says, "Calvin Pryor," and my son goes, "Yes, but it's okay, Kyle Fuller." And I want to tell you. Everybody, we passed up Calvin Pryor and got Kyle Fuller, and I wanted to call today because Kyle Fuller, my goodness, he is a big boy now. That guy is unbelievable because look at his assignments, and I want to ask you guys, have you ever seen a young guy step into it to have to guard the people he has to, considering Tillman went out? This guy's going up against Julio Jones, knocking the ball out, doing everything he can. It is so impressive what they did. This Kyle Fuller, he's unbelievable.
He's the real deal. He
is
really is. He's the real deal.
And again, too, Tillman. Peanut Tillman was that way when he first came up.
Doug, you don't play. Excuse me, to our listener, you don't play 6 games like that, and that's a luck thing.
No,
you're good. You're a good football player.
The kid is a ball hawk. He goes after the ball, and here's the other important thing: take a look at the tackles he makes. He makes a lot of tackles. Let's go out to Chris and McHenry. Chris, you're on the score.
How's it doing?
What's up, Chris?
You're up.
Okay, what do you think of the 2 rooks so far? If you had to grade them out, I know it's early. Sutton and Ferguson. What do you guys think?
Eddie, what do you think? I mean, Ed's talked about the defensive line most of the year.
Chris, the problem with the Bears ever since Tommy Harris went down, which was one of our defensive tackles, and boy, he was a great one. Obviously, he didn't last long until he got hurt. But you could ask anybody. You ask Allen. You ask any defensive end. A great pass rushing team, fine. You got a good defensive end. You can do all that. But I'll tell you what, just like when Allen was up in Minnesota, he had 2 people on the inside called the Williams boys. I mean, they were huge people. And that's really where a pass rush generates from. A great pass. When you have 4 dogs that can hunt, the pressure comes from the middle. And Jared Allen even said it himself. When he got traded to us, or we picked him up in free agency, what he said was, all I need are the people inside to push the people back 3 to 4 yards. If they do that, we'll be very successful. And the problem is that we can't do that. We get stymied at the line of scrimmage or maybe a yard push. You've got to have that consistent pass rush where you can tee off and take those people and push them back. Why? So the quarterback can step up and hurt you and make things happen. So great pass rushing teams, when there's only 4, the great pass rush comes from the inside.
Yeah, and I think if you take a look at Sutton and Ferguson, I think it's a little too early to make some calls here. Every once in a while you'll see them, a spot play where they excel.
Yeah, they'll come up and that's all well and good. But and another thing, excuse me about this, Chris, is that when you look at offensive line, they're massive people in the national. They're huge. You just take a look at our guys. Slauson is 6'5", like 320. Kyle Long is 6'7", and like 320. And who directly plays against those guys are the defensive people in the inside. Defensive tackle, I-men, technique 1, 3, whatever you want to call it, okay? Now, when you're at 6 foot and you're at 6'1", and you've got to go every week up against these monster people, you have to be next to Superman. And just think about what I said. You have to be so unbelievably good, and that's on a week-to-week basis, because you're giving up 5 inches, 6 inches, 4 inches, 3 inches on every week. So you got to be damn good. You really do, Chris.
Yeah, that's exactly what this Sue kid.
It's just the way it is.
Sue from Detroit. I mean, that guy.
Oh my God.
He makes that line, and it's.
And how about
awesome.
Farley, the other defensive?
Yeah.
What does he weigh? 330,
Fairly.
340?
Fairly. Yeah, another one. So that makes a big difference. There's no question about it. Let's go out to Dave and Palatine. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey guys, how you doing?
All right, Dave.
Oh man, great to talk to you. I got a few points. I'll try to keep it brief, and then you guys can comment. I just want to go back in the old days a little. I remember you, Ed and Doug, and also remember Butkus, Brubacher, and Jimmy Gunn.
Linebacker.
Way back in the old days, 60s and 70s for me.
Mm-hmm.
I have not seen, and I heard you guys talk about aggressiveness. I haven't seen this aggressive defense in so long. Honest to God, I was riveted to every defensive play.
There you go.
I watched everything to see what was going on, and I was so proud. They made Matt Ryan and that offense so uncomfortable it wasn't even funny. And it was total opposite of, I believe, what we've all been seeing. And there's so many other things. Look at the punting game. Pat O'Donnell. We didn't let Hester hurt us at all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And usually I'm critical of Cutler because I know everybody knows he's got a great arm, but I thought his footwork and the way he stepped up in the pocket and made a few things today, and even threw the ball away when he had to. I thought he did the right things. So thanks, guys. I love your show, and I love to hear from you again.
You hit it right on the head, Bill.
Thanks for listening, Dave.
Yeah, all those things, Dave, are true, and that's why they won. There's no question about it. And again, too, there's nothing like an aggressive offense. There's nothing like an aggressive defense, aggressive linebackers, defensive backs, all those things. And so when you take a look at this, you say to yourself, down the road, do we have a shot at this?
Yeah, Dave, you know what that does, especially defensively, when you constantly are line tricking with linebackers and two tackles are doing what they call an Isaac. They're switching with a blitz up the middle with the Mike linebacker. You're constantly doing that. I mean, offensive teams, they come up, they have all kinds of blocking. They have A block, sucker block. They have all kinds of blocks, okay? What you do, you force them into a zone block because they don't know where the hell you're coming from. They really don't. And you force their game plan. You force them to cut down just exactly what the hell it is they're trying to do in the run game and then the play action game. And that's what you do. You create a lot of havoc.
That's what they call trickery and deceit. Defensive linemen call that when you make all those moves, and you have to do that.
But that's the truth. You do it, and I've seen it. Yeah. I mean, we've been there. You know, they'll go right to that zone blocking. Well, watch out. This guy's coming. The right end's coming around, and he's going to the zero gap instead of the one gap. The tackle's going out. We got a strong side safety coming right up through the other A gap or zero gap. Okay? And they don't know where the hell to block.
Well, the idea of defense, and a lot of defensive coordinators do this, is called confusion. And you try to confuse that offensive line. And you need to do that once in a while. But you also, too, what it does, it gets somebody motors going. In other words, a lot of these guys, they've been sitting there and standing straight up and doing the same thing over and over and over. Now you turn them loose.
Getting stymied at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. And so now you turn them loose and say, hey, hold it. We're going to try something different. We'll be right back. Obradovich and Buffon.
And the Bears are the first NFL team in history with 750 wins. They took 3 tries, but they get it here in Atlanta, beating the Falcons 27-13.
715 wins. OB was there with 740 of them. So, hell of a guy. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show, brought to you by Motorworks. Isn't it something, though, when you win, the more jolly you are and cracking jokes and smiling?
Well, so are you, Douglas.
What's I'm saying, me? It meant, overall.
Well,
a person becomes,
Doug, it's very simple.
Yeah.
You sit there and you point things out on both sides of the ball. I point things out. I mean, it's like you played 14 years and I played 11. I mean, we didn't, whatever. Anyways, we were there and we played. And the fact of the matter is, when you see the things and what it takes in today's game to win, and when it's not happening,
kills you.
I mean, you got to make the points of it, Doug, and try to make some sense out of it, which I think we truly try to do. And what I saw today is what we all should have seen a few games ago, Doug. Okay, you're going nowhere in this league playing that kind of football that we have seen the prior weeks. Today, I think you saw the real deal, and they better stick with it. They better stick with it.
Let's go out to Dan in Rogers Park. Dan, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hi, buddy.
All right, Dan, you're up.
I had a 2-part question. I was wondering if you thought that this group of linebackers was doing something specific better than the other group of linebackers, or if it was the defensive line that was just playing so well it made them look good.
Mm-hmm.
And if you thought that this group of linebackers would get a chance to play together, or when the other people come back healthy, are they going to replace them?
Dan, just let me say one thing, and then Doug take you. One thing, the scheme, the defensive scheme was on target. Doug?
Yeah, it was. And, and again, too.
Talk about the linebackers.
Take a look at the linebackers. And I've talked about this 4, 5, 6 weeks ago. I mean, I'm talking about depth. I'm talking about drops. I'm talking what they call, buzzes. They get back there, help out in the defense as far as against the pass. That's what you need to do. Also, too, being aggressive, coming up, keying your play, being where you're supposed to be. Do you realize that Atlanta ran the football for a total of 42 yards? Well, that wasn't all defensive line. So the combo of the defensive line, the linebackers, and the defensive back has made a difference. And I do hope they give them a shot at this to see what they can do.
You know what, Dan? What you calling and thinking about, and what Doug was talking about during the game, is because we saw activity at the linebackers. We saw them drop where they haven't dropped before. We saw the quickness. We saw the speed.
And
I
the
mean,
blitz.
and the blitzes, and it all came together. Now, whether it's the other linebackers or whatever, but that's what we saw today. Those were the people that were in there. Jones, Green, and those are the people that were in there. And those were the ones that made those moves, and it was so obvious, you've got to talk about them.
Well, again, too, your whole defense looked better. Like I said, they ran for 42 yards against the Chicago Bears. When was the last time you heard that?
Yeah, like Sharpton coming in, middle linebacker, Doug, and making the calls.
He made some hits,
and doing
too,
what
Ed.
he did. Yes, he did.
He made some hits, hit some smacks.
Pretty damn good.
Let's go out to Rashad in Southside. Rashad, you're on the score.
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
What's up, buddy?
Not much. I'm gonna put it real quick and simple. Offensively, this is the type of game that we play them to play like.
Right.
You saw every one of them doing what they needed to do on the road. They didn't turn the ball over. Mission accomplished. Okay. Defensively, they should have taken advantage of an offensive line that been starters for Atlanta. They were a one-dimensional team going into it. Matt Ryan, was topping the league and throwing interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things, OB, you were talking about, and I think this is really the most key here. Going forward, if Mel Tucker can be adaptive in that game plan and switch things up when they're not working, that's the key thing right there. Because you got pressure with their down four, which helped the second level and the third level the entire game. And then when you have a physicality out there on the field, when you're putting hats on guys, you saw Atlanta alligator arms the entire second half. They didn't want to catch the ball. They were getting hit in the first half, which pretty much set this tone defensively the entire game. I just hope that they can carry this over going forward.
Rashad, thank you. And what you were talking, I mean, that's what we've been talking about. I agree. And again, one word for today, aggressive. That's what the Chicago Bears were. And by the way, that's what they've been, and that's been the kind of thing about the Bears. They're an aggressive team, and we haven't been aggressive, but I'll tell you what, nice to see what the heck we saw out there. Wasn't it, Dougie?
Oh, it was a beautiful thing. It was a gorgeous thing. It was something a lot of people thought that could not happen, but it did happen. So we'll gear up, we'll put the pads on, put the black stuff underneath our eyes, and get ready for
Miami Dolphins.
That's right. So thank you, Eddie, our producer, Mark Joliffe. Update, Wayne Randazzo, engineer Dominic Manchino, promotions, Danny Kalinko, and our crack producer, our guy.
You got him.
Who's always there and ready for us, helps us, the big guy.
Is Les on tonight?
No. Rick Camp, yes, he is.
Rick Camp.
I was giving you a big build-up and you blew it by telling me about it. Is Les on?
Yeah, is Les on tonight.
Nice, thank you. Is Les Grobstein next, Rick? No, he's not on? Oh, that's right.
Oh, the game is on.
Yeah,
and then he'll be on after that.
Thanks for listening. Next week, Miami. Bring them on.
Thank you.
Baseball season is here at last, and the excitement continues all season long at DraftKings.com, the official daily fantasy partner of Major League Baseball. Daily fantasy means no season-long commitments. Why wait until the end of the season to claim victory when you can win huge cash every day? Hurry to DraftKings.com now and enter promo code PODCAST20 to play for free. You could win part of the $300 million in prizes being awarded this season. Enter PODCAST20 for free entry now at DraftKings.com. That's DraftKings.com.
This sports podcast on Play.it is powered by DraftKings, a leading provider of daily fantasy sports.
The Bears fall to the Dolphins, failing again to get their first home win of the season. Keep it here as we recap the loss and get you ready for their next matchup when they head back on the road to face Tom Brady and the Patriots on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Snap is back to Tannehill from the Bear 13-yard line. Time of the pocket. Coming open. Left side. Clay's got it for the touchdown. Runs away from the linebacker level. Wide open. Left side and into the end zone. A 13-yard touchdown throw. Tannehill in the gun. Play fake and a throw right back to his back. Thomas catches 39, 35 to the 30, to the 29, and a first down to the Bear 28. Snap is back to Cutler. Cutler stands in, throws. The pass is intercepted at the 21-yard line. Pass intercepted, and he slips a tackle to the 25. Slips another one at the 30, to the 35, to the 40, to the 45, to the 50, to the 40 of the Bears, and finally brought down from behind by Marshall. Play in motion to the left, matched up with Shea McClellan. Be looking at that. Tannehill did take a look at it, covered up, goes to the end zone right. Slipping away from Jennings for the touchdown is Mike Wallace. Right corner of the end zone. Shotgun snap is back. Jay looking. Now throwing open man. One-handed grab. Left side. Forte at the 5. Goal line in. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Back on the right hip of Tannehill. Who's going to keep it himself? He's got an opening for a lot of room. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Taking a couple of Bears on a ride to the 8. Tannehill takes. Give it to Lamar Miller. Turning inside out behind a cut by blocked by Clay. He's into the end zone for the touchdown. Jeffrey is the outside receiver to the right. Josh Morgan in the slot to the right. Dolphins rush 3 and drop 8 on 2nd and 20. And Cutler's in trouble. Hit from behind by Wake. Ball is out. And as a cover-up inside the 13-yard line, or outside the 15-yard line by the Dolphins. Jay on 2nd and 10 from his 25 finds Rosario. Makes the grab at the 29. Gave up the football at the 34, and the Dolphins are out, and he had it popped out of him. Dolphins take over. Second consecutive possession. They turn it over on fumble.
And now, live from Real Time Sports in Elk Grove, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's sports station, Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And by Real Time Sports. For a complete list of events and specials, visit realtimesportsbar.com.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. The Chicago Bears score 14 and the Miami Dolphins score 27. They lose the football game. And Ed, this is what I saw in this football game.
Okay, Doug, tell me and the listeners.
From my heart.
Okay, now be kind, Doug. Be kind.
I am. Both game plans for the Bears, the offense and the defense,
yes,
had to be made by Mr. Magoo.
Okay.
I think he did it. There was a fact that there was no sense of urgency whatsoever coming out in this football game, especially in that first half. You wouldn't even know the Bears were alive. Take a look at Cutler's rating in the first half, 40. You don't know they were alive. There was no sense of urgency. There was something like, this was a huge game. Where are you? Where's your enthusiasm? What do you want to do? And you play like this? Let me tell you something. I feel better, too. You know, the Bear offense now is just as bad as the Bear defense. So at least we got equality.
Doug, the one thing... I mean, this is going to be a long 2 hours, folks. There's a thing in football, in the Bill George League and Pee Wee football and all that. where you can run, Doug. They call it a hurry-up offense or a no-huddle offense.
Right.
All right. Now, this may be a surprise to the Chicago Bears.
I guarantee it is.
But I'm going to tell you what. We're 3-3 going into the 7th game. We're at home. When in the hell is this team going to get a sense of urgency? Is it possible? Is it possible that you could do something different? Go with a no-huddle? Shake things up a little bit? Attack downfield? Now, defensively, I'll tell you what, Doug Ratliff played a hell of a football game. He was a one-man gang out there. And what I was looking for, again, to come back like we did last week with blitzes, line tricks, and just be very, very aggressive. We weren't. One guy in that defensive line basically came to play, and that was Ratliff. He was double-teamed up, breaking double teams, making tackles, getting sacks. I believe he wound up with 3.5 sacks. What a hell of a game that young man played. Just a great game. Now, where was the game planning? Again, like I agree with you, Doug, on both sides of the ball. But I'm going back to a no-huddle or hurry-up offense. Every team in this league runs it. We don't seem to run it. You've got to do things when things aren't going your way. When you're late in that second quarter, you come out in the third, and late in the third quarter, and it's not working, go to a hurry-up. Change it up.
Yeah, they were
My God, it's right in front of you.
They're almost playing like they were playing away. I never saw something. They came out in this football game, and there was nothing there. I felt nothing. I saw nothing. I don't even know if they felt anything. It was just like, let's go through the motions.
Doug, you know what that reminds me of? The opening game. When Buffalo came in here,
Same thing.
It looked like the offense was asleep.
Yep.
Now, how the hell could it be? You come from a victory down in Atlanta. You come home in front of your home team, all your fans, and believe me, the Chicago Bears are the team in this city. And I'm going to tell you what. Listen, folks, Doug and I sit there and watch. I mean, where the hell is the excitement, the enthusiasm? Let's break that huddle. Let's get up to the line. Let's act like we care. Let's act like we want to win this football game. And I'm not saying they don't, but my God, we've got to get a sense of urgency here. We're almost halfway through the season. You can't be sauntering around out there.
And you let a quarterback, Tannehill, come out. And I don't know what his final numbers were as far as a quarterback rating.
At halftime, it was 155. 151?
No, 152.3. Something like that. In the 150s. I mean, Colors was 40. You're talking about 150 compared to a guy that we're paying $300 trillion to with a 40 quarterback rating.
Here's the thing, Doug. The Bears at halftime, folks, had a total of 54 yards. 40 yards passing, a 2.9 yard average passing. 14 yards rushing. 4 for 14, 3.5. 2 first downs. Dolphins had 14 first downs. 155 yards passing. 54 yards running. And
you can't figure it out why. You take a look at it and you say, why? Why is this going on? When it ended up, the quarterback rating for Color was 74.4. The quarterback rating for Tannehill was 123.6. How do you figure?
You know what, Doug? You can sit there. I know the players are out there. They're giving it. There's a game plan on both sides, and you damn sure better execute, take care of your own territory. But I'm going to tell you, and it'd be interesting to hear, and all our callers, when they called in today, if they saw it the way we saw it, the number one thing we saw, no sense of urgency, okay? There was no fire in the belly.
And also what I saw is the same damn stupid mistakes again. I told Ed and I was sitting there, said, they're going down near the goal line. The tight end's kid name, I think, is Carr. I don't know what the hell his name is. Clay. I said, there's nobody on top of him. Oh, he's going right to Clay for a touchdown.
Exactly
what they did. Don't you understand? Don't you learn? Don't you come back from what happened to you last week? Let's go out to Tom in Hanover Park. Tom, you're on the score.
55-87.
Yes, sir.
Hey, guys. It's
you saw what happened today. Tannehill was the better quarterback, wasn't he?
Can't argue that one.
Yeah, how the hell can you argue it? The fact that look at the quarterback rating. Just check that out for the beginning and see what happens there. Does he have all the things that Cutler has? No. But they're not putting it together for Cutler. He's not putting it together. There's something wrong here again. I mean, I'm seriously, there's something wrong. And and you know what makes me so mad? I can't put my finger on it. I know the defense is struggling. I knew that from day one. This defense, to me, they could blow it all up for all I care. But I thought the offense had some kind of something behind them. I thought they had some kind of excitement to them.
After last week, I thought, they finally figured it out on both sides of the ball. We're going to be at home. Miami's coming in. We'll dust them. We dusted them all right.
And it's amazing, too. I mean, it's amazing that you would think this game, don't they emphasize and say, listen, guys, we got to win this football game. We'll put ourselves above right here. We win this game, and then we go on and we take New England and we take Green Bay. But we have to do and win this football game today at all costs. At all costs, win this damn football game. They went out there like it was, they were playing St. Rita. They didn't care. They thought, what are we going to do? Just throw the helmets out in the middle of the field and they'll play and Miami will roll over and play dead? Exactly what they thought? Please. Let's go out to Mike in Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, fellas. I've got two questions and I'll hang up and listen to you. Why does Shane McClellan get to wear a Bears uniform? And
I'll answer that one for you right away. Emory drafted him number one. When you're drafted number one, they will find a place for you to be a starter on a football team.
That was
That's
3
the
years
answer.
ago, Ed.
Well, guess what?
It's over.
They moved him from in. Now they got him at linebacker.
My second question is, you got a guy from Canada good enough to play your left tackle, and you don't put him at right tackle?
Yeah, Ola.
Yeah,
there's no question.
Absolutely.
Then we're getting two draft choices. I know this kid Ola. Every time I see this kid Ola play, they played him at guard. He did well. Played him at tackle. He played well. That's the fact. Is again too. If it was me, for damn sure, I'd have started this football game with the 3 linebackers I had last week. Those guys I'd have had in there. I saw Sharpton make some nice plays today. I'm telling you, they're going to have to make some changes. Like you talking about McClellan, he can't play dead in that position. And he can't play dead at defensive end. And it's not his fault. It's not his fault that he drafted him number 1. It's nice because he can put money in his pocket. But for the overall team, what's going on?
You know what, Doug?
They got to make some changes.
I think Shane, he's been given every chance, given spots. He's been given a spot at defensive end to be number 1. That didn't work out. He's been given a spot, so to speak, at strong side linebacker. You know what the kid probably was, Doug? He was just probably a really good college football player at Boise State. And when you come up to this league, everything changes, boy, everything. And the problem is he cannot adapt to it. One of his problems, Doug, is when he engages people, when he engages an offensive lineman or anybody, he cannot disengage. That's one of his biggest problems.
And it's football sense. And that's another thing the linebackers have to have. And the guy that impresses me the most of all these guys is Sharpton, that middle linebacker.
I agree with you.
I have no problem whatsoever playing that kid ever. And Green made some nice plays today. But the guy, if anything, to come out of the smoke last week should have been Sharpton. But no, you have to go back to what you had before. Why? You owe nobody nothing in this game. I'm talking about players. You're paid. You're paid to play. That's exactly what you do. You pay or get paid to play. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB. Hey, Doug, you said the other day the Bears looked like they were going out to play St. Rita. Well, St. Rita might have beat them today.
I think you're probably right. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm embarrassed St. Rita on that one. Go ahead.
No, guys, listen. I know I called a few weeks ago in the post game, and I was bashing Cutler. And I know, this is a lot more. It's a whole team loss. It's the coaching. It's Trustman on down. It's everything. But let me just say one thing, okay, guys? And I will put the whole blame on the defense and all the other players that didn't come out to play today. And I'm not just going to go 0-1 on Cutler. The one thing I got to say about Jay Cutler is he got his money, and you look at the other big quarterbacks that got the money he got, and they perform when they're playing from behind. And I know, Doug, you said a few weeks ago to me last year, he did make comebacks. And
he did.
This is this year. I'm talking about this year.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about last year. He is not able to come out. If he's playing from behind, the guy is just, he collapses. He cannot, under a pressure situation, the guy folds up. I don't know what it is. He's got that crybaby face. And now you got Marshall having that same look, those two together, and he favors Marshall. You could see it. It's a tandem that if it doesn't work out, then the rest of the team fails.
You're right.
I just don't understand it, you guys.
You're correct on that one.
Yeah, exactly. And Ed brought this up at the beginning, and there's no question about it. And I'll admit that I've been a big Cutler fan because I see what he has. I see the stuff that he needs to become a good quarterback. But more and more, and look, I'm so disappointed today. It's ridiculous.
Hey,
but
Mike,
what the hell was going on out there?
Mike, let me say about this. Okay, this was our seventh game, Doug.
Yeah.
All right, you start out, win, lose, or draw, you start out. But each game, the idea, the goal is to obviously to win, but the goal is to get better. You see after the first game what you have to do the second, third, the fourth game. You won a couple, you lost a couple, and you see the corrections you have to make. Each game you should improve. Whether it's changing up the offense or changing up the defense, you don't stay in the same thing. You learn from week to week, and you come up with the appropriate game plans. We're stagnant. We're stagnant.
Well,
I mean, you know what this was? This was, Doug, like watching Buffalo come in here at home. This is watching the same damn film. Same damn thing that happened. Team not ready to play, and what the hell were they trying to do out there offensively? What was it? What were you trying to establish?
And that's the fact. The fact is, do you have the people? I say yeah. I say you got some people out there who are really good football players. Maybe it's the coaching. Maybe it's coming back. Maybe this thing about sitting around the cafeteria going kumbaya and where do you live and how much do I know you and you're my partner. And this game is mean and cruel. That's what this game is.
You bet it is.
It's mean and cruel. Now, if you don't want to play it, that's terrific. Go become a lawyer. Do something else. But if you do play it and you do put that helmet on, and if you do be that guy that's going to be the coach, that's the only damn way you're going to win. Take a look at the most successful coaches. They take no prisoners on their own team. And I'm getting tired of looking at this football team as soft as a grape as they are. Because they shouldn't be. They should be out there. And like you said, the guy that called in, they're absolutely correct. The Bears are a tomato can right now. The Bears are a tomato can. They've got themselves to that level. Let's go out to Pat in Rockford. Pat, you're on the score.
Boy, that was a lot of fun to watch, wasn't it, guys?
Yeah, it was terrific. I don't know.
Go ahead, Pat. Go ahead with the question.
I know exactly how you guys feel right now, but this is one. This has got to be one of the more inconsistent Bears teams I can remember. It's like 1 week they're good, and then the next week you don't even know what you're watching. But I think ultimately it comes down to coaching. I thought today was a terrible game plan from the go. What was they? Jay threw the ball 13, 14 times, something like that in the first half, and they ran the ball twice. Now that doesn't even sound like a recipe for success. I mean, there's no balance there. That it got so predictable. You knew what they were going to do, and before you know it, they're down 14-0. Well, now they got to throw because they got to get caught up. I don't know. I don't know where it starts, but it's like I think you might have said it, Doug. Like everything's there. I'm a Jay fan too. They got the talent on offense. The defense isn't great. They do have some good players, but I just think ultimately it comes down to coaching. They're just not prepared.
That's what we're talking about. Where the hell is it from week to week? For Christ's sake, there's 16 games. There's not 166 games to be played. Each week, you've got to come with a game plan to suit what you do best. I don't know what the hell today again. Just like the first game, again, I have no clue. I looked at do you have any idea what the hell they're trying to set or what they're trying to accomplish out here?
I'm lost. I'm totally lost. And I'll hear the words. And I'll hear the words that say, this is who we are, this is where we're going to be, and we're all together, and this and that. Well, you got to do it. You can't just talk about it. You got to do it. And I think that's the fan part of the problem. Maybe they're not getting across. The coaches are not getting across. That's why I pay you. I pay you X amount of dollars for you to perform and to listen to what I have to say. How many times are we going to watch the defensive ends lose containment? How many times am I going to watch near the red zone that a tight end gets off on the line of scrimmage and nobody touches him and he gets a touchdown? How many times has it got to happen? How many times is blocking on the extra points or the field goals? Or you can't keep doing this over and over and over. And somewhere along the line, someone's got to put a stop to it. Let's go out to Frank in Waukegan. Frank, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, pleasure and honor talking to you. There's no rhythm with these guys, no procedure-wise to say, hey, we can march downfield, throw passes, or run the ball at a consistent rate. The coaching is just horrible, and I don't see any adjustment. And the turnovers are just horrendous. Hang up and listen to your comments.
Frank, this is a, you don't have to be a brain surgeon to coach or play this football game, okay? What you got to do is have a great attitude and be dedicated. And I look at what the hell goes on out there, and I try to come up with other things like, why is it bad? Why is this? Why is it that? Well, to me, it just smacks at you right in your face. They, plain bottom line, they were not ready to play this football game. And there ain't a coach on that squad, on that football team, that can tell me they were. When you go out there and you see that performance on offense and what they tried to accomplish, and defensively, thank God for a kid named Ratcliffe. That kid played. I'm going to tell you, folks, if you taped it, watch the film of him. He played his heart out.
And I guess the big question is then why? Why wouldn't you be ready for a game that was so important for this season?
Thing. How do you try to talk to our listeners and get around? How the hell do you get around that fact? Like they were ready to play football?
Yeah.
My backside.
It's not like they don't have the talent. They have talent there to do certain things, to make the game a game. But they did not do that. They were zombies. They just ran into each other, and especially the offense. Then the defense got involved, and everything looked out of whack, and the coaches looked out of whack, and the calls were out of whack. How? Why? And that's the part that really aggravates the hell out of me. The great coaches, the good coaches, they're ready all the time. They're ready all the time. Now, they'll get beat once in a while, but not by a team like Miami.
At home. When it is a must win.
That's impossible. Let's go out to Bob in Middelton. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, you guys have pretty much covered everything I was thinking, and most of them were, does the team really think that playing at home is like an instant win? It's like there was no fire, there was nothing as far as,
There's no sense of urgency. You're 3-3, You're not 3-2, 4-1, 5-1. Okay, you're struggling. You're fighting. And next week you got to go out and play New England. And then the bye week comes, and then you got to go out and play Green Bay. This was a must-win.
And we haven't won at home yet this year. So that's how much, the fact that the home field advantage. We have not won at home yet. So God help us for the rest of the season. We're going to go for an update.
Dougie, hold it. No, before we go, I want to say my son-in-law, James Geyer, my daughter, Amy, and Jasper and Olivia Rose Geyer, they're driving back from Green Bay, and they went up there for the weekend, and they're on their way now driving home. You guys be very careful and get back safely. Love you guys.
Ryan Tannehill had himself a strong, solid performance. He threw a couple of touchdowns, going 25 of 32, hitting his first 14 completions in the first half, and rushing for 50 yards. And the Dolphins are victorious, 27-14.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And we're going to give a game ball here. Today's game ball.
That's easy.
Goes to the head.
Ratliff.
That's
Hands
right.
down.
The game ball is presented by Pomani Ford in Melrose Park. Go to apford.com. Hey, let's go out to the phone lines. They are jammed. Let's go out to Ryan in Indiana. Ryan.
Hey, guys. I love the show. I've been a Bears fan since the days of when Bob Avellini was the quarterback, so that tells you a little something. I just want to say right off the bat, you guys express the frustration that us Bears fans feel, which is why I love listening to your show. But 2 quick points, and then I'll hang up and listen to your answer. Number one, the defense, in my opinion, wasn't really that horrible, especially in the first half. Because offense, they weren't making any first downs. I think they only had like 2. They weren't running. I mean, you guys talked about that. And then my second point, number 2, the coaching. There's basically no attempt in the whole game to worry about the running game. And it's also the coach's responsibility, Mr. Quarterback Whisperer, to keep Jay Cutler from being himself. Which, I mean, we've all seen this as Bears fans over the last few years. He forces it to Marshall. He has picks, he has fumbles, there were at least 2 other plays that should have been picks that the guys just dropped. So, I mean, those are the 2 points. And again, I love your show.
Hey, Ryan, thank you. Let me tell you something real quick here. Tannenhill, their quarterback, what he did to us, Jay Cutler should have done that to the Miami Dolphins. Period.
And that's part of what's going on here. Now we're seeing it all kind of fall apart right in front of our eyes. Last year we saw an offense that ended up at the end of the year as the number 2 team in the league with scoring. I think 28, 29 points a game. But we're not seeing that now. What we're seeing here, have they caught up with it? Or have they gone astray, the players, the coaches, or whatever? But a game is still enthusiasm. You cannot throw enthusiasm out of the game. So when I'm talking about enthusiasm, I'm talking about a game that you need to win.
And that's what the coaches have to do. They have to instill that. They have to instill that in their players every week. You can see what they're doing in practice and how their attitude is and what they're doing, and there's time to correct it. Obviously, it wasn't. And again, Doug, I go back to it. I mean, folks, offensively, when the hell? You remember, Doug, a few years ago? You remember this, folks? We couldn't even run from a shotgun. In Palatine, I would watch the kids play on the weekend. Pee Wee football, Pop Warner football, and they're playing with a shotgun. And not only that, they're playing hurry-up football, no huddle. Pop Warner football.
And that's why it's kind of disgusting that you would not bring that team up to the line of scrimmage as fast as you can to get the most plays you can, because you can use some of those people and
Doug,
get them out in the field.
Okay, Doug. Maybe some of you people watched. I want to say, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, New England Patriots, they had lost a couple of games. They're playing home, and they really had to get going. If you looked at it and you watched the game, I think it was a Thursday night or Sunday night, Monday night game, and I'm going to tell you, did you see their quarterback, Doug? Tom Brady. He was like a 16-year-old kid playing high school football. He knew he had to get enthused. He knew he had to get his players fired up. Scored a touchdown. He's running down there, jumping around, slapping the receivers. He did one hell of a job in getting that team fired up. Did you see us today?
Nothing.
We score a touchdown, and they show Jay Cutler turning around, walking off the field. I'm not saying that that's what you do all the time, but here's a quarterback, played a hell of a lot longer than Cutler, and here is a guy showing all that enthusiasm because he knows what the hell you need to win a game and to win a Super Bowl, and he came out by himself and basically fired that damn team up.
That's the point. The point is you take all these quarterbacks. Let's take Manning from Denver, okay? There are times you see what happens. Guys look in their eyes. You get in that huddle, and you look at that guy that's calling the offense or calling the defense. And that, to you, you look at him and see. If it's like, mopey and let's get to the line of scrimmage, maybe they should have been firing out of there, going up there, high tempo.
Absolutely.
They should have been practiced all week and get themselves ready for that. Meanwhile, listen, you can't just go out to a football game and throw your football helmet in the middle of the field and think that you're going to win the damn game. It will not happen. So somewhere along the line, you might have talent, but you've got to get that talent rolling. You got to get that talent leaving because Miami needed this football game as much as the Bears did. And then we saw who really come out on top. And that was Miami.
First 2 quarters of football, again, a total of 54 yards.
Oh, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. 54 yards. I think we had, 2 first downs in the first half? 2?
That's correct.
2 first downs in the first half?
That's correct.
Please. Let's go out to Matt and Addison. Matt, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, Doug and OB?
All right, Matt.
My dad played against you guys semi-pro in the 70s. But it doesn't, that has nothing to do with it. Everybody keeps blaming the players, and as a Marine and serve the country, you have to go to the leadership. And since McCaskey took over, he is not a football player. Sorry, Virginia, but you need to get somebody who knows what they're doing.
But I think they tried to do that. They thought that this was going to be the guy. Trust was going to be the guy. Trust was going to be the guy that's going to come in here and take a look at this football team and find out what he needs. And Emery's going to get the guys who exactly what we got to do to win. And it started to show last year that these guys are up to something. But again, we come back to this game, and we come back to the Buffalo game. You say to yourself, what the hell were they thinking out there? Somebody said, well, they got injuries. Everybody's got injuries.
Yeah, that's no excuse.
That's no excuse.
That's enough
I won't even buy that story. So all in all, when it's said and done with, it's piss poor performance by the coaches, and now it's piss poor performance by the players. Now they're both together. You know what that means? You lose. It's exactly what it means. Let's go out to Todd in Fox Lake. Todd, you're on the score.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. You guys are the absolute best. 2 quick comments and a serious question. Quick comment is, would you not agree with me that the Bears definitely have more talent than the Buffalo Bills, Carolina Panthers, and the Miami Dolphins? And if so,
yes,
you continuously lose.
Yes.
And if you keep losing to teams that have inferior talent, it's time to start asking for people's heads on a platter. You guys have hit on it, but I mean that needs to be asked. That needs to be thrown in their face. This falls on the coaches. And other comment that I had, I think a lot of the guys. I'm in my mid-40s. I watched. You guys play. It was at the twilight, but I remember. I remember my dad talking about it. You know what? Guys our age, we could get yelled at, and we could get, shown up, and we just played, and we got better. I love the story, Dougie, you tell about how when you guys on defense took the ball and said, "Here, we'll line it up." You can't do that now because everybody's friends, and you got Trustman who won't even criticize his players because he's scared to. And the inmates are running the asylum. We don't have Olin Kreutz anymore. We don't have Urlacher anymore because Lovey was kind of the same, dishwashed rag guy that wouldn't, yell and scream or get after the guys. And I guess, guys, what I find out is maybe it's just, the way it is. We're too old for the game now because I'm tired of seeing these passionless guys cashing their checks. To me, I don't really think, they want to win. Everybody wants to win. But honestly and truly, I don't think they hate to lose, and there's a difference. And my serious question, guys, seriously, back when you played, I understand injuries suck and you feel bad for a guy, but is there a sport with more injuries than football? When you guys played, then somebody got hurt, and a player came in and played a lot better, did they automatically, and I'm being serious because I don't know and I never played, obviously, but in the 60s and 70s, if a guy outplayed a guy, did he automatically get his position back because you don't lose your job to an injury? And I'm talking about the linebackers, obviously, because I'm sick of this crap. Are they afraid of hurting their feelings? The best players should play. And I'm telling you right now, Shea McLaurin's got to go. People got to swallow their egos and get after it. Love you guys. Have a great rest of the day, or at least try to.
Well, you got a great point. The point is, and I've always believed in this point, the best man plays. I don't give a damn if the guy's been there for 46 years. and he's played outside linebacker. If I got somebody that can play better, he's playing. That's the responsibility of me as a coach, to get my best players out on the field and have those guys out there ready to roll and have those guys that really want to play. A lot of guys go through the motions. They tell you, "Boy, I hope we win. We're going to win. We're going to do this." But are you paying the damn price to win? That's the question. And then also for the coaches. You know, you can't be a coach, I don't believe. Lombardi. What was George Halas like, Ed?
Ruthless. Brutal. I mean, tough. Listen, you didn't play by his rules, and Bears have always been noted for their defense. You weren't around here too long.
And the fact is, when they won the championship, they had no offense.
You know what? I got a text message from a dear friend of mine, Mike Muller, and he said, "Who hired him?" Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you go to that look, and you go to that kind of a feel, there's one person that hired him, Emery, our general manager. He hired him.
And that's got to be, you got to go look up the line and figure out, where did this come from? Where did this attitude come from? Are you trying to establish an attitude? Not just talent, but an attitude.
Doug, that's what and football, all athletics is all. As a matter of fact, the world's all about attitude. No matter what it is. And we're, well, let's go to the next caller, Doug.
Yeah, I know. It gets depressing. Put it that way. Let's go out to Bob in Schaumburg. Bob, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, fellas, how you doing today?
Okay, Bob.
Hey, I'm not too happy with the defense, but I'm ready to cut bait with Trestman, Cutler, and frickin' Marshall. I think this team is a pansy organization, and it's soft overall. Has the league caught up to this offense? Is this just not a NFL offense at this point?
I'll give you a real fast answer to me. I can't figure out what the hell they're trying to do offensively from week to week. They look like world champions one week, but then again, last week they played a real bad football team. But anyway, they did what you're supposed to do against a bad football team. I don't know. I told Doug, I said, "Doug, you got any idea what the hell they're trying to do offensively?" I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. As a matter of fact, if Miami's defense was real smart, because every play that Forte caught, folks, he skimmed in between the guard and center and the guard and tackle and the tight end. He never flared out, but he always slinked in, went over the middle, or did a hook and ran. What they should have done, if you're Miami, you see him coming through, guess what? Ground him. Ground him.
Or the call would be hang him.
That would have been for a defensive end if they're coming out around you. You hung them. You can't do that anymore. But you damn sure can ground them when they're coming through. You can pop them, Doug.
And the other thing, too, is consistency. We don't see the consistency. Again, the fire. I want to see the fire. I want to see all this stuff. You know what? You don't have to be crazy, but you have to really want it. You have to really feel it out there. That
Doug, it's got to be there. It's got to be there every week.
Yeah, you got to say to yourself, I won't
mail it in.
I won't accept this loss. I won't accept this. I'm going to go out there, and if I have to play every play or I have to be on special teams or whatever I have to do, I don't see that. What I see now is a lot of times guys just going up to the cage and getting their money to get paid to go home.
Well, I see what, Doug. There's a couple of guys every week, I tell you what, that come to play and they're true pros, and I've said enough about Ratliff, but I tell you what, ever since he's been in these games, when he gets in there and he's in there, he caves in that pocket. He does what the hell you're supposed to do as a defensive inside man, whether it's technique 3-1 or whatever the hell terminology you want to use. Here's a guy that comes to play, and by the way, not only comes to play, but gets the job done.
Let's go out to Joe on the northwest side. Joe, you're on the score.
How you doing, guys? Doug, I think you called it right the other. You named the name because I couldn't remember the guy. He played like a man on fire last week.
Yeah.
He was a linebacker. I think his name was Sharpton.
Sharpton.
Anyway, he went nuts. I mean,
Yeah.
he had, like I said, he was playing like his hair was on fire.
Exactly.
He was going over everybody. I think he had an interception, and he was the spark plug for that defense that lit everybody up. And they sat him for Emery's right-hand boy that they brought back today. They put him on the bench, and they played the other guy who doesn't belong on the team at all. Secondly, I think that when Hester said down in Atlanta last week, he said, you know what, I work for a quarterback now who likes everybody. He doesn't dislike anybody, you know. In other words, everybody had a chance. He'd go to all of his receivers, you know. And that kind of hit me. And then the other thing was, I couldn't understand what the heck our quarterback was doing on the opening drive. On the third play, he needed 2 yards, and he went downfield to number 17, our other guy, missed him by a long shot, and then they go back to him for a while, and he walked off the thing like it was nothing. We just gave up the advantage of having the field.
See, that was a call that came in, though. So you're not going to put it on Cutler. You're going to put it on, Trestman. He made that call. But I agree with you. The fact that, you need something more than just talent. You get in a football game, and most of the time things are against you. I mean, most of the times things are not working. Most of the times you say to yourself, holy smokes, this happened, that happened. But that curiosity, if you can get that, it'll bring you up and keep you going until you overcome all of this. And Ed and I saw and watched it. He said, Ed, there's nothing there in this first half. There's nothing there. Like you were talking about the young kids that came in. Let me tell you something. What makes somebody play better? If he's going to lose his job. Anybody out there, if you're going to lose your job, what does it do? You push yourself. You go forward. You make something else happen. When you got something given to you and they have no recourse against you, you can do what you want to do, you don't get the best out of yourself.
You know what, Doug? Do you think the players, now this is just a question for you, do you think the players with this kid Shea McClellan, I know he's a wonderful young man and everything, but they draft him number one, they put him at end, and he can't play that position. Now they move him to a linebacker, and they put him at strong side linebacker, and they basically gave the position to him. Do you think the guys trying to make that football team at linebacker or the other linebackers, do you think there might be a little resentment there?
Absolutely. If I'm sitting on the bench and I'm saying to myself, I'm better than that guy out in front of me.
And I've never been given a chance, and this guy's been.
Yeah, I can see it. Your teammates usually happen to get, gee,
that's
Doug,
what I'm saying.
You should be playing all that.
Right.
And the coach goes, no, you're not the guy. Yeah, sure. It's not right. It's not fair. Not only to the guy
and the players,
playing, but everybody.
Yeah, and the players, by the way, folks, they do talk like that.
They know.
They know.
Trust me.
You
won't hear it.
Trust us. They know.
Yeah, you won't hear it. No media will hear it.
No.
But let me tell you something. Go in that locker room. When they're in there by themselves and that guy isn't there, let me tell you something. There are guys out there that should be playing. Just like this Sharpton should be playing. This Sharpton should be out there. Hell, he was with Houston. I think it was with Houston. He had more tackles than anybody as a linebacker. Why wouldn't you take a good look at this kid, a better look at this kid? I don't know. I don't have the answer to it, but somebody better come up with something, because I'm going to tell you something. You got New England and you got Green Bay, and how about those Lions coming up? They could rip us to shreds if they wanted to.
Hold it. Before we go to break, Doug.
Oh, my hat.
I brought a hat. I've got a hat I got one too. My favorite baseball team, the U of IC Flames. You damn right. And they have a great coach in Mike D. And he tutored along a player just had Curtis Granderson, who played for the Yankees now. He's making $1 bazillion with the Mets.
Built that stadium.
Yeah, he donated millions of dollars. But those hats are for Mike D, for you and I. Mike, thank you so much, and good luck to the UIC Flames. Coming up, have a great season, guys.
And, Mike, I wanted to appreciate you. And right in front of Ed Obradovich, you said to me, Doug, those Dodgers really wanted you to play. And Mike and Ed always thought I'd lied about that, but Mike, you verified it, and now I feel better.
Well, sometimes Mike can have amnesia too. I mean, he can make a mistake too.
Yeah.
He can make a mistake.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Mike.
takes, giving to Lamar Miller. Turning inside, out behind a cut by, blocked by Clay. He's into the end zone for the touchdown.
We're back with more of Doug and OB and the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, live from Real-Time Sports in Elk Grove. Majestic Star Casino. Experience 6 floors of gaming action, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And by Real-Time Sports. For a complete list of events and specials, visit realtimesportsbar.com. Only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago Sports Station.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Motorworks.
Is that English?
I think I'm trying to make it like, but I don't think it's coming off too well.
That's Illinois.
That's right. It's got an S on the end, doesn't it?
It's got an S, yeah.
That's right.
Elk Grove Village. Bradovich and Buffon. Score Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Yeah, I got to read this right here. Eddie, Digging Into the Numbers is brought to you by Julie. Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit IllinoisOneCall.com.
Digging into the numbers.
Give me the numbers.
All right. Offensively for the Bears, a total of running and passing of 54 yards. That's the negative. On the defensive side, Ratliff, 3.5 sacks. Congratulations, big guy.
Did a great job.
Damn right he did.
Let's go out to Mary in Pearland, Texas. Mary, you're on the score.
Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
What's going, buddy?
Hey, I'm down here in Texas, man, and this is really killing me. Oh my God, I can't take this. I'm in Texan land, so I can't wear my jersey. I can't be happy. But my main reason for calling was, number one, Trestman and Tucker. These two are the worst strategists I've ever seen. When did Cortland Finnegan and Brent Grimes become Patrick Peterson and Richard Sherman? 5'10", each one of them. And we have Brandon Marshall, 6'3". We have, Alshon Jeffrey, 6'4". You should have been throwing the ball up from Jump Street. These guys are just absolutely horrifying. And then with Tucker is he never adjusts. Not in any game I've watched all season long, so far, he has never adjusted when you come into the second half. There's one play, and then I'll go ahead and I'll let you guys go. But the one play that stuck in my craw was the 40-yard run by Tannehill. It was a read option, which he had ran in the first half 4 times. It was 4th and 1. Why would you have Willie Young crash down to the inside instead of going straight up the field and stop him from doing that? That's a basic football strategy. Everyone knows it, and I know you two know it.
Well, damn well right we do know it, and I tell you, we've been every game. It's the same thing. Who has containment? For some reason, they go right down the line. Either they bootleg out, roll out, or whatever it is. And if there's a little pressure, off they go to whichever side it is. Who has containment? Excuse me. And that's on the weak side and strong side. If it's a blitz, the defensive end. If it's a blitz inside, linebacker goes in. Who has containment is a defensive end. If it's the strong side and the linebacker's coming, or the strong side safety's coming from the outside, he has containment. Okay? And this has to be done. And what do you do with containment? You go as deep as that ball. Okay? You don't go down the line. You go as deep as that football so they can't wheel out or reverse you or bootleg out around you. And for some damn reason, Doug, we've been talking about this week after week after week. What? Quite frankly, I don't get it. It's containment. Somebody has it. Somebody do it.
It's the basic rules of the game. And it's exactly what everybody should know and should learn. This game is not that tough. There are certain things you do all the time. There's certain things that you have to do all the time to make it where a defensive is cohesive.
Doug, it's like you call a defense. No matter if it's not if it's a blitz, if it's a safety blitz, or whatever it is, everybody's got something to do. Make sure you do your own damn job. And if they're not, then you got to coach them up. That's
the part that kills me. The part that kills me, that is the answer. It's not guessing out there, where should I be? You know where you're supposed to be. Now,
everybody knows whatever certain blitz it is, Doug, or whatever they're doing, every defensive call, they know exactly where they have to be, who they have to cover, and what kind of a pass rush they have to get on. They all know it.
And there's nothing worse than
they should know it.
A defensive player who is a freelance player. A freelance player will eventually kill you. And so the fact is, you all got to do a certain thing, no matter how mundane you think it is. That's going to have to happen to you to contain. We don't see none of that. Again, where does that go back to? Coaches. If someone did that and I was coaching, his ass would be on the bench and I would never get him off until he learned to learn what to do. And the second thing I would do on special teams, I catch anybody pushing anybody in the back and I get a penalty, he'll never see the field again for another 3 years.
There you go.
So that's what I'm talking about. You got to have some fear factor. There's got to be something there. These guys do what they want to do when they want to do it. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. We got this, we got that. You want to be good. You want to be good as a team, good as a ball player. You do these things. Now, I know damn well when we had it, they graded you out. At the end of the game, you come in the net Monday or Tuesday, and your grade was posted. And you posted that grade. And if you didn't get in 90 or above, I wanted to slice my throat. That's what I really looked for. And part of that was stuff that the papers don't see, stuff that the people watching the games don't see, but stuff that I know, the stuff that the defensive knows, and more importantly, the stuff that the future team that you're playing knows. Go against them, and they'll pull off on you over and over until you get it right. Let's go out to Arizona. Jack in Phoenix, Arizona.
Hey guys, man. Listen, I've been watching the Bears since when Lutwell was quarterbacking. So, you know, I've been a Bears fan for a real long time, back in the day. Hey, listen, I tell you what's wrong with the Bears. They never hired a head coach. Never did. They always hired a coordinator, assistant, never. Only George Halas hired assistant, but this guy is Mike Ditka. And George Halas is a coach, and he knows how to pick a coach. So he picked the right one when Ditka was coaching the Bears and when we went to the Super Bowl. But ever since that, they never hired a head coach. We already had an interview with one coach before the rest, Trustman, Guy Arians. Now he's with the Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals, the old Chicago Cardinals. Now, what do you say about that? I mean, I don't believe it. And plus, this guy, the linebacker, he was, McCullen,
Shane,
that guy,
yes.
He should be off the team, or nothing. He's a bust. He's a total bust. The reason they're keeping him because Emery is the one who first round pick, and he don't want to look real bad about it. So he's trying to cover his rear end, but he's making a mistake. He is no NFL player as far as I'm concerned.
Well, sure, that's the key. There's no question about it. That's what they're looking at, and they're trying to. Hey, listen, if the guy would have been a 5th round or 6th round pick, nobody would be saying anything. He's a 5th or 6th round pick, but he's a 1st round pick. And you take those 1st round picks, they have to get in it right away. The way the football is going, and they have to start playing right now.
He's not the first one that's been a number one draft choice. Believe me, what they do, they'll do everything to have that kid get on the field, whether it's offense or defense, before they're proven totally and completely wrong. They'll shift them, whatever they got to do, Doug. And that's been going on forever, for decades.
The problem the Bears had, the job the Bears have had, and I think Ed will know who the guy I'm talking about is, George Allen. That should have been the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Did not get it because him and the old man got into it. George Allen drafted me. I got here. He left. But he's the one that could kept this team going and put this team on board.
He's the one, boy. I tell you, we won the world championship, Doug, and all the things all the innovations he came up with.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Nobody else saw that National Football League. The things that we did to our opponents, The guy was unbelievable. Well, that's why he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
He should have been our head coach, but he wasn't.
Let's go out to Black Pharmacist. Black Pharmacist, you're on the score.
It's Black Physicist, Doug. Hi.
Oh, what? Did I change it again? every time you call, I change you. You're a physicist. You're a pharmacist. Come on.
You just put something out there for the Boards and Bernstein. So anyway, I just wanted to. I asked you guys a few weeks ago. I doubted the Bears were a playoff team, and I'll tell you why. First of all, in the first half, they were pitiful in converting first downs. Then we have no quarterback pressure against Tannehill. He looked like Bart Starr. Third, we have Jay Cutler being Jay Cutler again, throwing an interception and fumbling the ball. In short, are we a playoff team? I don't think we are.
No, we're not. There's no way in hell we're a playoff team. Not what I saw.
I like Ben on that. I thought we were after we won.
Exactly.
And the way we won down in Atlanta last week. Because, again, there's really no great super-duper teams that you could really, touch and see and feel and whatever. I mean, everybody can get everybody. But I'll tell you what, when you don't get the games, when you know damn well what's going on and where you're at and what has to be done, coaches and players both I'm talking about, and again, we get it slapped to us right in our own front room. Not good, folks.
Yeah, we can't anoint them anymore. I'm done anointing them as a playoff team. They're going to have to prove it to me. We're going to take a break. Call Bradovich and Buffone. We'll be right back.
Listen, we've been doing it. We've been playing football all our lives, So that's the amazing thing about football is that it is a volatile sport, and you have the ability when you get frustrated to go out there and take it out on the field. So that's all you can do, whether it's in practice, whether it's in the game. You have to be able to play with an edge on your shoulder, and it has to mean something to you.
That was Marshall talking about how you should play, and the key thing is you can talk about it, but you better do it if you want any kind of results. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to end your business. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village, Obradovich and Buffone on the Score, Sports Radio 670. An announcement here to make to Bobby U. Bobby U question was why does Cutler have such a great arm, and he has such a great arm, why is he ranked 17th as a quarterback?
Well, I could say something, but I'm not going.
Don't do it.
I'm not going to.
Don't go there, Ed.
I'm not going to. I'm going to let you handle that one.
You're going to let me say it. Huh?
I know you. No. I'm going to let you handle that one, big boy.
Well, there's more to it than just, a great arm. There's more to it than that kind of stuff. There's being a student of a game. Manning is a student of the game. You've got guys they're out there, that's all they do.
What are you trying to say?
You got to be a student of the game.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't think Cutler's a student of the game.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm a Cutler fan, but I think that other guys put more time.
You're turning into a sometimes Cutler fan.
Well, after today,
yes,
I'm holding on by the skin of my teeth. But I will try to do the best I can. And also, I want to apologize to Rudy Malnati. Why? Well, I love Rudy. Rudy's got a great place, the pizza.
His dad was one of my dearest friends. What a great guy.
Paisano's Pizza. And I was talking about the Oprah Winfrey. I think I called her Oprah, something like that. Oprah Winfrey. He got the vote. One of the best pizza places around. But Rudy does such a great job with the pizzas, and you knew his father. That's been in this business
good
for
pedigree.
years.
Good pedigree, and his grandfather, good pedigree.
Let's go out to Don in Hampshire. Don, you're on the Score.
Hey, thanks, guys, for taking the call.
Uh-huh.
I think after today I've become a thoroughly disgusted Bears fan.
Yeah, no kidding.
We can talk all we want to about the players, who should play, who shouldn't play, and all of that stuff is true, but I think you guys hit the nail on the head today with the intensity and the urgency, lack thereof, Case in point, fourth quarter, Bears got the ball with 10 minutes left. It's a 3-possession game, and they fritter away 5 minutes off the clock to get one score. You know, they did not adjust to the situation in the game. Down 3 scores, step it up, you know, make the adjustment. And, you know, I'm just not so sure that they ever will this year. And I think that, you know, despite the players and all the talk about who should play and whatnot, if that coaching stuff doesn't adjust to a game situation so that they give themselves a chance to win, we never will, and it doesn't look like they will adjust.
Don,
Thanks, guys.
The perfect thing, and I think this is what you're talking about, and I mentioned this maybe an hour ago or so, or, you know, well, you know what? I'm not even going to go there, Doug.
Well, yeah, go there. I mean, because, you know, we're at a point where somebody better go there or nothing's going to change.
Well, you know, it's obviously, you know what, it's the sense of urgency. And I meant, and change it up. You come out the second half, things still aren't. I mean, you come down, you score, fine, whatever. But there's a sense of urgency. And there's a thing in offensive game plans that people use the last, I would say 50, 60 years in this league. There's a sense of urgency. You can go with a no-huddle offense. Shake it up. Make it different. Okay? See New England do it. Just take a look at Denver. They do it. Everybody does it, not us. And today would have been a perfect time to get it going in the second half. Show them something different. Be aggressive. Be innovative. For heaven's sakes, use your head.
It's called adapt or die. And you do not adapt, you're going to die, just like we did today. There's no question about
Doug,
it.
I truly believe. I mean, what I'm
saying
about
Ed,
that.
Hey,
I
hold
mean,
it.
Gosh darn it, there's only so many things that you can do on that football field in 60 minutes.
Right.
And if you're getting it handed to you, you don't have to be a genius to sit there and figure this out. What the hell you can do different? There's so many things you can do, and something you never try. And in every other team, supposedly the good teams, that's the way they run it. They come with a hurry up or a no huddle offense.
And I gotta be honest with you. I honestly believe Cutler is better than what we call a no huddle offense.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire. I seen him 2-minute drills, and you're basically doing a 2-minute drill. And you're getting out there and you're making a play. You run the play. Everybody lines up. You make the call. You move out. This way here, they're getting back in the huddle. This guy is walking here. He's walking there. They stroll out to the line of scrimmage. When you look at it, you go, what are they doing?
That's exactly. Oh, Jesus.
You know, so you say to yourself, come on, you're behind. You got to make something happen here. You got to make something change. And that did not happen today. That's no way of saying that it did. Let's go out to Kevin in Brookfield. Kevin, you're on the score.
Yeah, hi, Kevin O.P.
Hi, buddy.
Yeah, great to talk to you. I really agree with you about Haller should have put George Allen as the next coach.
Yeah.
It's like Dooley. And trust me, it's like the next Jim Dooley.
Well, I hope not, because, it didn't work out too well with Jim Dooley. You know, I was a part of that. And
you know what, Kevin? The thing about this is, this game of football is one thing: be world champ. Okay, Super Bowl, to be a world champ. You got 32 teams. All right, that's your goal. That's your goal when you're drafting people, when you're getting set for the 2015 season. That's your goal: win the Super Bowl, not to tie a damn game, not to win your own division. It's to go out there and win every game, and the only goal on your mind is to be a world champion. That's it. Nothing else matters. And if other things matter, you got the wrong people in there running it.
You got to have the take no prisoners attitude. That's exactly what you got to have to win. You got to have it offensively. You got to have it defensively. And when you look at it, you can say all the numbers you want and do all the studying you want. And this looks good on paper. This looks good on film. Somebody's got to do it. And a lot of times it doesn't work. And so when it doesn't work, this is what Ed and I are talking about. Adapt or die. You do not have to stay with the same plan. You change accordingly what the hell is going on out there. And I don't see it. Let's go out to Tony in Beverly. Tony on the score.
Hi, guys. How are you?
What's up, Tony?
Listen, I've got two comments. First off, I think that Trestman is obviously not the man for the job. He has no passion. He has no fire for the game. We're used to the Ditka-type people, and I think that possibly, even though he hasn't done that job in New York, maybe a Rex Ryan coming in here to put a little fire in the belly of these guys. That's what they need. There's no emotion out there. There's no fire like there was under the Ditka regime.
Well, the fact is, a lot of times, and Ed put it very well. There's a lot of times a guy doesn't have to go running up and down the sidelines screaming and yelling, his blood vessels popping out of his eyes, and he's screaming and doing this and doing that.
You want your players to do that.
You want your players to feel it, but you got to hear, it doesn't happen on the day of the game. It happens the first Tuesday of the practice session for that week. Then you know what the hell you got to do. That's when you talk about it. That's when you tell them, we are going to run the football. And you run the football during practice. And you do it. And then when Sunday comes, it will happen. But you can't just talk about it. Do what you need to do to get into that football game and the practice sessions. And after that, then you'll see some players coming around. And number two, don't play the players that shouldn't be playing. That's a fact. And that's a downer for everybody.
And number three, Doug, before we go to the update, number three, Doug, is you take a look at the amount of money, folks. The amount of money coaches and the players are being paid. We have one guy on this team for 16. He makes well over $1 million for one game. We have other players making several hundreds of thousands of dollars. They're both on both sides of the ball. And when you talk about these people, the coaches and the players, you're getting paid that kind of money, and we can't find you on the football field, and you continually make the same mistakes. It's right in front of them, but they can't hide. There's nowhere for these people to hide. It's right out in front of you. You're being paid a ton of money to win 16 games and to be a world champ. I don't see it.
Let's take a break. Eddie Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
We had that first possession. We had good field position. We took a shot there with Alshon, and then from then on, it was third down. I wish I had some more answers. I need to see the tape. We need to break it down, but I don't have a lot of answers right now for you.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Real Time Sports in Elk Grove Village. Obradovich and Buffon on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Doug, what was interesting about that statement that Jay Cutler just made?
Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to wait till he sees the film.
Wow.
Well, guess what, Jay? This game of football is you're playing in real time. You're there. You practice all week against the many different defenses and what the calls should be if it's a pass play or a run play, and you can't figure that out, and you got to wait to see the films and somebody pointed out to you. Your job as a quarterback in the NFL is to read that, to read defenses, have your mindset where you're at offensively, how to attack them running and passing, and not worried about, seeing the game films after all the damage is done. It's right in front of you, Jay.
Let's go out to Jim in Phoenix, Arizona. Jim, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on. Hey, I just wanted to make a comment about what I just heard from Kyle Long that just made me fall out of my couch.
Uh-huh.
And it is this. He is blaming the crowd for not being loud enough. I've got words for Kyle. Kyle, you go out and you do your job, and the rest of the offensive defense and the coaching staff go out and do their jobs and give us something to cheer about.
Bingo.
You guys just mentioned about how much these guys get paid, hundreds of thousands of dollars a game, in some cases millions of dollars a game, and he's crying because the crowd isn't loud enough. It's him. He's supposed to be doing his job on Sundays. We go out, we support these teams, we buy the merchandise, and this clown has the gall to put it on the crowd. This guy needs to grow a pair, guys.
Jim, let me tell you one other thing here. A way of looking at it, and these players better. I give them a piece of advice. Stop saying that. Stop talking like that from week to week here now. Here we are. We're what now? We're 3-4. We go next week up to New England. There's a possibility it's going to be a tough game. Could we win it? Yeah. But let's say we come up 3-5. There's the bye week. We come back after the bye week, folks. We go up to Green Bay. All right, got to play Rodgers. There is a possibility we could be 3-6. Now, here's the point that I'm going to make about, talking about the fans, how they should react and what they should do. They come back and they're 3-6, and they start losing a few more. The last 7 games, 5 of them are at home. 5 of them are at home. And if we don't win next week and the bye week and we don't win in Green Bay, and I don't know who we're playing after Green Bay, again, 5. Do you think they've heard boos?
Well, Ed, it's the wrong attitude.
Oh, my God.
It's the wrong attitude.
The kid, he's smarter than that.
Yeah, he's got to be smarter than that. I mean, let me think about it.
You don't say something like that about the fans.
When you're a horse dung and you're playing like horse dung and you're out there, the fans are allowed to do that. They'd say, see, because you don't say much, do you? When you walk off the field after a one, when they're all up screaming and yelling and throwing their bodies across saying, you're the greatest, you're the greatest. You don't say much about that, do you? No, you just let it happen. Oh, yeah, well. Do something that aggravates the crowd, because most of the time, that crowd's not going to boo because you lost. It's going to boo because how you played.
The effort
you put in out there. How they care more than you care. That's what pisses them off. So get used to it. That's what's going to happen. Let's go out to Willie in Logan Square. Little Willie on the score.
Hey, guys, it's Wiley. How you doing today?
Wiley, I'm sorry.
Listen, guys, I want to thank you for this opportunity to vent my spleen, because like everybody else, I want to get off my chest and I'll hang up. Doug, OB had it on the head when he talked about the goal-winning Super Bowls. They look around at the usual suspects, New England and Green Bay and Denver, Indianapolis. They all have better quarterbacks than the Bears. That's just a fact. And if Trestman's going to get fired, I think it's because of his hubris and believing he was going to be the guy who could remake Jay Cutler. After 9 years, Jay Cutler is Jay Cutler. That's just the way it is. That's bad enough. Here's what's worse. They didn't have to do it. They had a chance to hold his feet to the fire on the last year of his contract and make him earn his money. Instead, get ready for the next 2 years of this. And, if Jay's history repeats itself and he himself to be a coach killer and get Trestman, he might just get Emery in the bargain. Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Yeah, there's no question the fact that, you have to take a look closely at what's going on with Cutler. I think how old is Cutler, 31, something like that? And the fact is that he has not produced yet. I mean, there are times when he just looks just absolutely phenomenal. But there also are times when you can't compare him to Aaron Rodgers. You can't compare him, to Eli.
He's getting paid like him.
Yeah, but you can't compare him, Ed. And the fact is they thought, and we all thought, that all he needed to do was to be trained. And that's why Trestman came in.
Wiley, here, and Doug, and the rest of us. Here's the one thing. And I said, I don't know, just a bit ago about Tom Brady up in New England, Peyton Manning. They've been around for a hell of a lot longer than Jay has. They won Super Bowls. I mean, they've been to the mountain, okay? Watch them how they react. They take those teams, put them on their shoulder, and guess what? They try to carry the team. They show enthusiasm when they score a touchdown or what they're doing. They're there. They're patting people on the back. And you watch Tom Brady, he'll go up and down the sidelines and talk to his linemen and talk to his receivers. Take a look at our guy.
Well, that's what they call leadership. And that's what they call someone out in the middle of that field that can take care of the team itself and make calls, and ball players look up to that person. And that's your leader. That's your guy that makes your calls on offense, and that's your guy that makes your calls on defense. Let's go out to Don in Aurora. Don, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, buddies. How you doing?
All right, Don.
Hey, Cutler good, Cutler bad, I really don't give a crap. All I hear on local sports shows, national sports shows, is how tall the wideouts are, how tall the tight end is, And in my view, watching these guys, and OBU especially, because you're still a student of the game, these guys, they don't get zero separation on anybody. They either make a spectacular jump ball catch or they make nothing. And I just don't understand. You know, everything's on Cutler, which is maybe it's right. But if he's got something where he's got a foot or 2 feet or 3 feet he can throw to instead of throwing into double coverage or something, these guys get no separation. You watch the Rodgers with the Pack. He's throwing to guys that are 2-3 yards clear. And the Bears are throwing to somebody who's being covered with somebody like a sponge on him all the time. And I'm just, these receivers are so overrated with regard to ability. I just don't understand. I really don't. And I'll shut up.
Don, in defense of the guys and what you're saying, they do have height. They do have speed. And I think a lot of times, Don, what's happening here in the offensive game plans, I don't think we're making the right calls. You know, like a fly pattern, an up, a deep post pattern, hooks, comeback play. I don't think we have a lot of that. At least I don't see a lot of it. And I don't see us attacking because I'll tell you what, that's pretty tough for a 5'10 defensive back, 5'9", 5'11 guy to go against Jeffries, 6'4", Martellus Bennett, 6'6". I mean, we've got Brandon Marshall, 6'4", 6'5", and supposedly we have a quarterback that can make things happen. And that's the mystery. Why, with that kind of a passing attack, after 6 games, why the hell is it not working? Why? That should be so fine-tuned from last year to this year. We should be blistering that ball, passes all over the field, all positive stuff. Not happening.
See, the fact is the quarterback likes the guy that's 6'5", 6'6". Why? Because he can make a mistake and just throw it up in the air. And then all of a sudden the ball's right there and that guy can go up and get it.
Doug, do you think that he's forcing it into Bennett?
There's sometimes you feel that,
Especially like in the fourth quarter?
Yeah.
I mean, he was just...
Absolutely.
If he was double covered or whatever.
But he's thinking that Bennett, because of Bennett's size, he wants to jump up, and all of a sudden he can make those plays. We see it in Detroit. We see it everywhere with the quarterback wanting this big guy. Wasn't he the one the Cutler said about Hester that he couldn't jump? That's what he said. He said he couldn't jump, meaning the fact that he wasn't big enough because now he could throw that football up in the air when the pressure was on him, and 2 things could happen. 1, the guy makes the catch, or 2, he disturbs the defensive guy from making the catch. So, yeah.
There must be a third thing, Doug.
There's got to be a third thing somewhere along the line. Yeah. Let's go out to Sandy in the south side. Sandy on the score.
Hi, Doug.
Hi, Sandy.
Hi, OB. I love you guys. I can't wait to hear you guys when I leave the stadium.
Thank you for listening.
You guys.
Dear.
As a matter of fact, I wish we could suit you guys back up because the kind of football you played, we certainly don't see that anymore.
Sandy, were they booing like they said they were?
Oh God, yes. And I'm insulted by Kyle Long. I'm insulted. What the hell did he expect?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to say that they played poorly, and if you cannot take that, then you don't need to be on that field as a player because you get what you give. You give poor performance, you get what you give.
You have no argument with me and Ed on that.
No argument for me either.
We played the game a long time, and we know what goes on and what the fans have to spend to come and watch us play.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Doug and Sandy, that these players aren't a little smarter than that.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't make sense.
I mean, of all things, the Bear fans are the greatest fans on this planet. First of all, they've been around the longest. I mean,
but like I said, they'll take
generation to generation. I mean, it's incredible how great the Bear fans are.
They'll take the accolades, but they don't want to be, questioned.
Well, then do something about it.
Well, win the game, or even play a game. See, here's the difference too in these fans in Chicago, and you know this as well as I do. It's how you play it. if you play with everything you have, and they see that everything's coming out of you, and you're just doing everything you got to get there.
Things will break your way.
You know, and if you should lose, they're there. But I'm telling you what, not like today's game. Not like today's game. They deserve to be booed like today's game. Well, anyway, next week. Next week, it's what, New England?
New England at New England. And that is a noon kickoff.
That's noon.
I don't think they'll be flexing that game, will they?
I don't
think so either.
Not after today.
No, not after today.
I want to thanks to Mark Jolliffe, Adam Harris, Dominic Mendocino, Ashlyn Snuckle, and our guy, our best guy when it comes to organizing.
He surpassed Brandon. He is our top crack producer of all time. He's shot by Brandon.
Well, Mendocino gives him a run for it. I know that. But Rick Camp, who does a great job,
yes,
putting everything
they all
together.
do.
We'll see you next week, and thanks to Real Time Sports.
Folks, James, Amy, Olivia Rose, Jasper, be careful driving home from Green Bay. Love you.